ask me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown, but we both know how to swim, no worries as we'll fall now. Let's take it slow, where you go I go too, and if you hit the bottom I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. I drag you out your mind, and there are days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And then we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow, where you go I go too, and if you hit the bottom I'm going down with you. Let's take it. Slow, where you go I go too, and if you hit the bottom I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you will break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment 'cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. crawl around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly, I can fly. Crawl around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly, seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Time of year carries memories like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another
ban. Radiant team ban. Navi's turn to ban.
You 13 mana boy.
Встань, мид!
Домой, домой!
10 seconds remaining.
You make best situation out of no
5
situation.
seconds remaining.
О, я на Пудже поиграл. Это же my signature. О, я на Пудже поиграл. Это же my signature.
Radiant team ban. Navi's turn to pick. Radiant team pick.
Axe.
Their score may be separated by just
10
one
seconds
series, but individual games, Navi have half the losses that Team Unique has in the second season of the Eastern European DPC. Team Unique, in every single one of their wins, they've actually dropped a game. And what makes it a little worse, they also haven't managed to pick up a win in many of their losses against Virtus Pro, Team Spirit. They've just been simply outclassed. And it does kind of give us a bit of a barometer of where exactly they land. Yeah, they're maybe not good enough to contest the top teams, but they're not even coming even that close, right? They're definitely in that solid 5th, 6th. So they really got to step it up against Navi.
And let's see what they've learned, because already we're seeing off the back. I was looking at actually their previous games recently, and they've done pretty decent with playing with Medusa. So we see Navi, they've done their homework. They first 2 banned that Medusa, and we do see that Unique, they did their homework as well. Enchantress, a really popular pick for Navi. Same thing as we mentioned a lot, that PA gets taken out. And I mean, this tiny, especially after yesterday, like watching the way Miracle just dominated, took over the game, like I'm becoming a bigger and bigger fan of this hero.
Yeah.
Axe first pick, a bit surprising to me. I know I was a bit hard on both these teams going into the series, but that's because this is their series to prove it. It really is. Like, are you going to be the one that cements yourself at the major for Navi, or is Unique going to make a splash where they show they can contest the top few teams to make it as a contender? So I like the Wraith King pick instantly here. Wraith King has been going up in priority for a lot of regions, a lot of teams. And it's mainly due to the fact, at least from my perspective, it's mainly due to the fact that it's Ancient Apparition that becomes very popular right now. And he's all about all-in comboing people.
Yes.
And there is no hero in the game that can live. You cannot live, especially when they have a Tiny already in tandem with that Ancient Apparition. So the only response is to pick a hero that will come back to life.
Yep. Yeah, and also you can just you can select your bans appropriately, right? For V-Tune, you can just pick, all right, V-Tune, you've got your Wraith King. What do you not want to play against? What are you going to carry the game with if you're not playing against X Core? So
I think you got to get rid of Timbersaw. Lifestealer is a problem for both Axe and Wraith King.
Yep.
I think Timbersaw, there you go. That's one that comes to mind for me. And then is there any other hero that is annoying for Wraith King at all stages? Because the Wraith King, you kind of just accept that his lane's okay. Like, people are willingly picking it into Mars and such, where it's supposed to lose its lane. But it doesn't matter, because the Ancient Apparition is so all in on that mid-game burst damage that the Wraith King counters that at all stages, really. And I firmly believe that Wraith King is unplayable for AA. So I'm wondering what Unique does to supplement the AA, but not all in this concept.
yeah, agreed.
So what are some other combos that we've seen with Ancient Apparition?
That's one of the big ones that I was looking for. The Sven. That Sven ban, I think, is actually quite good.
And it's good against Wraith King as well, right?
Yeah.
I'd say that matchup's about even, but Sven is quite nice with AA and would be laning fine against Axe. Has a way to secure creeps, so if he battle hungers you, you can make sure you get that off of you. And then also, I think the whole Sven strategy right now is to buy like Echo Saber SNY with like 1 steroid, and I think that timing might be too fast for a lineup with Axe Wraith King, because they need like 15 minutes or so for the Axe and maybe 20 minutes or so for the Wraith King to feel fully online.
I definitely agree. Yeah, I like that ban. I also like Unique's bans though. I like the Phoenix ban. That probably indicates that it's going to be that core Tiny. Hate playing that matchup versus into Phoenix. Just later stages is quite ridiculous.
I'm not enjoying this Tiny meta in competitive because I keep having my guys in my pubs 10th pick Tiny mid, and it's against like Phoenix. Yeah. And it makes me really sad. Phoenixes and Venos. And I'm like, guys, don't pick Tiny just because you're seeing in professional Dota, people. There's games for it and there's games not. And they've clearly revealed it is a mid-Tiny already as they pick their most likely second support in the Clockwork. Oh, I don't know how I feel about this Wyvern pick. That's a bit weird.
Especially if like Oracle's in the pool, right? You're versus the AA anyway. If you want to go for some type of save style, you could just go for that, right?
Yeah, everything extends across all patches. AA has always been hard counter to Wyvern because with your save, the Cold Embrace, is literally an alley-oop to the dunk of the AA's ultimate. So a little weird there. I don't actually understand it at all. We'll see what they do with it.
There's some fun stuff you can do with like Axe and Wyvern with like farming Ancients and farming stacks, right? Where you Cold Embrace, but it's like very gimmicky, you know?
You get a Vanguard, you don't need to do
it's the same thing anyway. Absolutely, yeah. Definitely a bit curious. It is percent damage at least versus Tiny and stuff like that, but then you're putting yourself in a position where you might be limiting your control. That pick, I don't know.
That is a very strange pick.
Yeah. I remember making the argument to some Pro 4 position player. I was like, why is Wyvern why is Clockwork picked up after Wyvern? Like, you can't actually lock him down in Cox, he just flies away. And he said, well, yeah, but what Wyvern really wants to do, ultimately what he wants to do is be able to sit far in the back and throw down his big Winter's Curse and throw down Splinter Blast, and Clockwork's great for being able to scout that out. Winter Wyvern can't defend a tower if Clock's flaring.
It's huge, yeah. The fact that you have the tree vision, Wyvern is very reliant on sitting in the trees and navigating her way out of sticky situations by doing so. And it looks like we're going to see the Iceberg Mirana again, potentially.
That's what it looks like. He did play it last time versus something like a Mars, but versus Clockwork, you can see a similar kind of escape concept.
Yeah, honestly, their support duo does absolutely nothing to Mirana. Tiny, yes, can threaten to burst, but if you go like Treads, Wraithband, Wand, Lance, you know, you're probably not going to die to that.
I actually did. I was talking to Owie about this too, and I was asking him, what did you think about this carry Mirana when they did play it versus Mars and AA? So he said the exact same thing. He was just like, you're very good versus AA because you can just easily get in there. There's no way to lock you down throughout all stages. So yeah, it's interesting for sure. And I mean, Moonlight Shadow for me is just such a ridiculous ability.
I hate that spell, man.
So good, man.
I hate that spell.
Free smokes.
Yeah,
you hate that spell. I feel like support's hating even more.
Well, I'm the guy that's 6 slotted at 20 minutes because I farmed so much and I have no slots for that.
Oh, right. I forgot how good Brian was.
Yeah. That was entirely genuine if you guys didn't see Cap's face there. They ban out the Darkseer with the clock. That makes sense. That would cause a lot of issues for the Radiance Wraith King. Disruptor. So they think this is a 4 Wyvern mid Mirana with that Disruptor ban.
Which is kind of weird, especially with Always Want to Fly, right? That man is known for his bird heroes, Phoenix and Wyvern.
Yeah. Very, very good player.
That was also genuine if nobody picked up on that.
Quite a pleasure to play pubs with.
Sanking ban.
Navi's turn to pick.
I mean, we've seen a lot of sanking. I'm actually becoming more fan of the hero just because how fast you get these blink timings, but it is a hard stun versus that Mirana as well too. That can be pretty annoying.
I'm not a fan. Wait, who ran Sanking? That was Noob yesterday? Did anybody else run it?
Noob ran it. I saw a couple off-lane ones with like Melin. I didn't see anyone else playing it mid, but I saw like Melis played. He got a really good timing on Blink Dagger. It looked okay.
If you stack for it, it's a good hero, I think.
Yeah. Ooh.
So that looks like a Grimstroke
Wraith King combo, right?
Yeah, Grimstroke Wraith King seems fine. The hero's had a pretty poor win rate, though. No, it's had a good win rate in Eastern EU. There was in Western EU that this hero's win rate was not good. Slightly above 50%. in Eastern EU.
Ooh, my favorite combo as well, the Soul Bind into the Winter's Curse of doing nothing.
That's what I was about to say. That's a hype one right there.
I love that one. But it does provide you at least a silence here for the Morphling and potentially inside the game to get the
Iceberg's balling out right now.
He's singing, he's dancing.
He's feeling his
I got my Mirana, get to play it again.
Beautiful.
Now we just need to see him standing up in his like 6'5".
Look at these guys, they're goofing. I mean, they're definitely feeling confident today then, which I do like to see stuff like that, but
I'm not gonna lie, I think their draft is pretty mediocre, so I'm ready to I'm ready for those smiles to turn upside down.
Well, what are we thinking about last pick here? Is it a ranged offlaner to try and deal with this kill harassment, or is it something so tanky that it survives through the kill combo?
You just pick Mars.
they need team fight. They have like no team fight on their lineup for Unique. I'm not really liking, to be honest. Pressuring buildings also looks pretty impossible. You're playing into like Wyvern and Grimstroke D-push. Taking objectives does look quite difficult.
I am actually very weirded out by the fact that they picked Morphling fourth like this.
What do you think about Death Prophet 3?
Death Prophet 3. I would be okay with that.
I want more.
It struggles in lane versus the skeletons, though.
I want a frontliner. Tiny wants to just like swoop in. You can't just rely. You can't put all the pressure on Clockwork to start every single fight, I feel like.
If it can get through the lane, I think Pangolier would be nice here.
Yeah, Pango is always nice versus Wraith King. Not so good against Grimstroke, though, or Wyvern.
Yeah, I think if they're forced to use spells on you, your Morphling's really happy.
If you pick Mars too, then the Mirana is like, that's like the dream for Iceberg, right?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of this front line here that kind of solves their, like, gives them some team fight, gives them some catch, because I'm seeing just.
I'm down for Underlord, actually, now that I think about it. Underlord would be really good.
Oh, Underlord looks really nice versus both cores, versus the Wyvern as well. I like that one. I think that could actually round it up pretty decently.
They have a decent amount of lockdown. They don't really have like a team fight aura builder guy.
Tide instead?
Team fight aura builder guy. I like that. It's okay against Wraith King in lane.
I love Grimstroke versus Tide though. The Phantom is super annoying in mid game. Like you just can't cracking it off. It just sticks onto you. So.
I'm not super gung ho about either of these drafts. So
I agree.
I'll say Navi probably has the upper hand just because I think their draft is more their wheelhouse.
Agreed.
And Wraith King, it's going to have a mediocre lane, but I think it's really good against this Team Unique lineup. And eventually, we're going to see the classic Wraith King every time we see it against AA. They want to burst somebody down, and there's just a Wraith King walking at you 20 minutes plus, and you can't do anything about it.
Yep.
So I think that's what we're going to see this game.
It does mean that Navi outdrafted them in some way, right? When a last pick, there's no one hero that feels good.
No, I agree. I like Navi just a bit more, and I also feel like if FN doesn't just pop off, they won't be able to take fights at all without Ravage, which I'm always concerned about. I see a very fast-paced style coming out from Navi when they have this like Axe and Mirana. 0 cooldowns. You can just commit, constantly look for these battles where, yeah, I think Team Unique could just struggle then. And they can't push buildings. That's always the thing I look at. Like, you can't take objectives. It's always a tough game. Then
Meteor Hammer Tide.
Brian, very quickly, what are Unique strengths here in this game?
I think it's the Morphling.
Yeah.
I think that if they can get him off to a crazy good start, he's pretty unkillable for the most part.
Okay, it looks like we're all in on the Morphling carry. See whether or not Palatinos can do that for Team Unique in a must-win against Navi. Over to our casters, it's Moxie and Purge.
We have the return of the Iceberg Mirana, and we've, of course, got that Morphling over on the enemy team here. What do you think about these drafts, Purge? Because it sounds like our panel was not super sold on either one of these.
I'm excited to see the heroes. I think that's what I'm most pumped for, that we get to see Winter Wyvern try it a little bit more. We get to see Iceberg play Mirana mid again. It worked really well last time that we saw him play it. They had a Warlock to combo with it, but he just pretty safely farms the mid lane, and he contributes a good amount of damage in the mid lane, or in the mid game, sorry. With that said, though, Tiny has looked like a terror as the mid hero lately. Support is long gone. You lane effectively. You're survivable against physical and magic burst damage because your HP is so high. You just move around getting stuff done. It's hard to compare anybody else to Tiny in the early mid game and not say that Tiny is one of the best heroes right now, just because he has so much burst damage that securing kills just feels easy. And if he does that well, he should secure the game for a Morphling, who almost always out carries in later stages of the game as well. So it does look pretty good for Unique. I think we got a lot of those great.
Right, I was interested too because we've been seeing a little bit of an uptick on the Winter Wyvern. I was sitting backstage talking with T a little bit about that. And he says it's because the combination of the supports coming out from the side of Unique don't really do a lot of ganking, I guess. They don't do a whole lot of damage either. They're a little bit more static. You agree with that assessment?
Yeah, semi. A amplifies damage a lot. Well, we're gonna see if they run. Okay, this looks good for Unique. Really good for Unique.
Immediately the stun up over onto Clockwork. Big them taking a decent amount of damage as they do have that arc burn. So Ramsey's just running over here, and it is going to be Iceberg who's going to start off his lane very nicely, getting the first blood. And look at the body blocks too coming out from Roger. Not going to be able to land the stroke of fate. So it looks like Slayer is allowed to exist in that lane for now.
They got the scout off first, but Morphling was late to come to lane, and their other heroes are actually just not that good at fighting level 1. Tiny with tree throw, not unexpected, and yeah, Chilling Touch only does so much. So Navi runs right into the enemy team. They get a free first blood effectively. All their heroes are a lot stronger at level 1. Good for them. So yeah, Clock does do a little bit limited damage to answer your earlier question. But his it's not like super low, but it can be effective. But yeah, he's more of an initiator for sure. And if Winter Wyvern can save whoever they go on, then it can be really good. But if there's Ice Blast, that's going to shut down a lot of what Chris wants to do, obviously. So there can be issues there.
Iceberg has to be pretty happy. Grabs himself the rune, got himself first blood. Middle lane starting off pretty nice.
He's put all of his money into early stats, and he's only about 150 gold away from getting a bottle finish. So he's definitely going to need to use nukes a lot to get last hits. Morana's base damage here looks not good. 54 on average. Not a good place to start for the Morana. So compared to Tiny's 66 with the Fairy Fire, yeah, it's going to be a slight struggle to get last hits, but at least he's got a nuke.
You can see also being able to plink away here at FN definitely comes in handy because that is going to become a looming, or rather is a looming threat as we get further into the game.
And then the off lane, DA plus Tide, lots of good harass potential basically. Should be able to offset this just fine. Tide can deal with the skeletons really well in lane. Anchor smashing them reduces a lot of the damage, and once he gets 1 or 2 points in Kraken Shell, he basically doesn't have to worry about what Wraith King offers. And that's basically the lane stabilization for Wraith King these days. Everybody gets Vampiric Spirit and Wraith Fire Blast in the first 2 levels. So when they go for kills or pressure, they summon skeletons, then they throw the Wraith Fire Blast out.
How likely are they? Oh, as I say this, they immediately jump over onto Slayer, the Stroke of Fate, and he's forced to use the Fairy Fire. Need a little bit more damage, and V2 is going to be able to provide it. So, about what you'd expect when you have a Grimstroke and a core with a stun in this top lane.
Yeah, just positioning errors basically there by A. He got up a little bit too far. Maybe saw the courier. Not quite sure. That's gonna hurt a little.
I think he's got to be careful that he doesn't continuously, you know, get into this bad position because they have the lockdown for him. And there's not anything that a Tide can do. A Tide can't really save you. Man, couriers are just dropping left and right. My goodness. Oh, Teemo's courier went down. Bignum's courier.
Great solution with the Wyvern here. It's against Clock like this. You don't have to worry as much about battery salt or cogs. If he does catch you, you just fly out. So for a support that has the instant counter, it's one of the nicest solutions against Clockwork at many stages of the game.
A Wyvern's breath
is true. The water rune, though, does get denied here by the Wyvern. Good rotation here from Roger. In the bottom lane, Ramses is being left alone. It's a little bit of a struggle, but does have that battle hunger. Could turn this around. Could get a kill over here on Bignum. Can he get there fast enough now, Palantimos? Be able to keep him alive.
Palantimos got to be careful. If he gets lucky on 2 spins here, he can definitely get killed. But Ramses is going to play safe, especially with Adaptive Strike back up. And Wyvern shifting back over has a salve. That should keep Ramses full. It's about to pick up his Ring of Health as well, so things going great for Ramses. On the other side of the map, V-Tune, 15 last hits at the moment. So he's doing really good against Tide. But basically, oh my god, there's a 2k gold advantage. Holy crap.
Did you see how low FN is over in the mid lane? He just had to back off, refill the bottle. Morana almost got the kill. Iceberg is a killer here on this Morana.
Yeah, FN is pretty significantly behind right now.
No denies either.
100 net worth. It's a lot right now. Good glyph. Son FN.
Yeah, he's gotta be careful.
I love watching players use unconventional heroes like this and make the staple. I just think it's so fun. Didn't work out so well for OG yesterday, but I do like to see it when teams get a shot. Iceberg zones on a lane. This is so good. The rotation from Roger was absolutely crucial. Didn't give him the bottle refill. He has to go get the bounty rune. That's still not enough with that glyph. Now fight bot top.
Yeah, they've got the slow over here. Go stick. Swimming away, giving them the taunt too. They need just a little bit more damage, and they just don't quite have it over here for Always Want to Fly. He's thinking about that stroke of fate. He was gonna try to throw it down, but Bignum and Ramses over in the corner having their own little private scuffle.
Be a little careful on clock. He's gonna run out of regen here. Ramses is doing fine. 500 gold till he gets Vanguard. Morphling still hits pretty hard. He's got really high base damage when he shifts over, so he should be able to cut through the damage block of Davies. But and Roger's gonna block another water rune for FN. FN and having a really tough time here.
I love this play. I love when that's something that I think Team Spirit used to do quite a bit of as well, where they secure the runes for their mid laner, or they just make sure that there's no extra regen available for the enemy mid laner as well. And especially now with all these water runes added, it's so important to secure those.
And as much as we talked about how good Tiny is as a mid hero, if you're delaying his levels and delaying his timings, it makes a really, really big difference, because that means he's going to get less kills. So always want to play top lane, get pressure them.
Yeah, those sticks just walking away, and it seems like Slayer is probably not long for this world, as he's gonna get cut down by V-Tune again.
There, that gives him his phase boots now. So yeah, two lanes being pretty convincingly won. The Wraith King doing excellent, and Mirana in the mid lane doing really good too. So
these are some nice big stacks over here on the side of Navi. And I have to say, whenever Ramses is having a good game and not getting too like bodied, it feels like Navi just they perform better. It feels like they're more comfortable. They've got more things on the board for them to work with. So
yeah, I agree with that. Ramses had some inconsistent games. He's gonna fight him though.
Yes, because he's got a Winter Wyvern here. He's gonna do percentage-based damage, slow him down with that Splinter Blast. Roger will get a kill.
And they are about to use the strategy that was developed by the one and only Kyle Swindlemelons Friedman and Complexity, the Winter Wyvern Axe. I remember this game. I don't remember the date. I can't pull full Kyle here or the tournament, but this was something they pulled out at one point, and it was insane. They just mega stacked Ancients. They used Cold Embrace to make Axe invulnerable, and he got dummy thick farm. And we're about to see that. He's got a Vanguard, and he's going to be able to go physical immune while spinning. It doesn't make sense, guys. Just go with it. So he'll be frozen in ice block, yet spinning his fists around. It's confusing.
I've never heard you say dummy thick before.
Well, just wait to see the net worth numbers here in a second.
There it is, the Cold Embrace. With some spins here. Oh, we're not going to get to watch spins. We're going to watch V2 get bullied out here in the top lane a little bit, because Bignum has, of course, made his own rotation. And look at the net worth he's just getting off of this. And then Iceberg grabbing himself. You know, he's gonna age the other bounty rune for a little bit. Come back when he needs that little bit more regen.
Frozen spins. There we go.
There we go.
All right, and that is the most farmed hero on the map, guys. Congrats to Ram. He hasn't quite finished up the last 2 inches. But oh, he wanted to stack just farming.
The efficiency. You love efficiency.
Very good.
Is indeed the top lane, though. Again, this Ancient Apparition just cannot afford to be stepping forward like this at all. It's not even that forward, to be quite honest. The power of this lineup here with a Wraith King and the Grimstroke is just too strong for him to approach that creep wave at all. And look how close we're getting to the next item here for Ramses.
And now Roger gets some experience in the lane. He's almost 5. Rank's
Bignum?
almost level 7 now.
Bignum.
Stacking.
All right. He's just gonna make a little jaunt over here. Check out what they've got going on. Run away.
I love too when it hits like the 7-minute mark and they pick up a bunch of neutral items instantly. That's a little bit extra advantage that you can have in stage 2. You grab 3 neutral items there at the last moment, so instantly those get flown out. It's gonna make them a little bit more effective in lane. Iceberg is going to get a Faded Brooch. He'll be really happy with that. Mirana does have some mana issues a little bit in the early game.
Nefen doesn't quite have enough here to take down this Wyvern. Bignum in position, so is Slayer. Arrow coming in hot here from Iceberg. He has to be careful. Does have an illusion rune, though. Gonna start chasing after Bignum instead. They got the Starfall. Needs just perhaps a bit more damage. Do they have it? No, they don't. The Cog's pushing back Iceberg.
Radiant's
should have gone for the courier. JK is still dead. He got one. Oh my god, that's sick.
And now Ramses has the call. He's gonna try to drag them away, perhaps. No, he's not gonna be able to stay alive during all of this, as Godec is allowed to have a little bit more space in the top lane, and just continues to put pressure on his creeps. Not exactly the easiest kill for this duo to take down.
It's not, but on the bright side, V2 should be farming better. There is a lot of magic damage coming from Grimstroke mainly, so Tide still has to be a little careful. But they're not really, no one's going to really die here unless there's rotations. And there's been so much pressure in other places on the map that it still makes V2's game pretty darn safe.
Under attack.
Ramsey's going the Manta build though, picked up his Blade of Alacrity. He likes it, he's going for it. They're far enough ahead. I don't think it's going to be a problem at all once he gets it at a decent time. The only problem is he's farmed so well, it's going to take a while till he gets to 20 minutes, right?
How do you feel? Oh gosh, look, even all of these stacks coming out here. Gotta be careful that, of course, the Tide Hunter doesn't spot them out. But how do you feel about the fact that, you know, they're a little lacking in that initiation then, I guess, on the side of Navi, if they're going to be going for that Manta Shard build?
I don't think it's that big of a deal, because, I mean, they already have a big net worth advantage, right? So if they just play safe and don't get that much done on the map, then I don't think it's a big deal, because they already have a net worth advantage, so it makes the ganks that their opponents put in them less dangerous, because they have more levels and life to deal with it, basically. So I'm not super concerned. He'll get Blink eventually, obviously. He chooses here to get Yasha first, because his speed is quick. So it's like, well, I might as well buy the Yasha before I get the Blink, because it's not like I want to gank with a Winter Wyvern. Those kills are less likely to work, so I think it's fine.
Makes sense.
Like Shadow, like there's ways that they can do things.
You get a lot of stacking action though coming out from both teams. FN, of course, getting a nice stack from his Ancient Apparition, but you know, it's interesting watching. You know, we think of Ramses being the primary person to take stacks, but then you have, you know, the Grimstroke and the Mirana taking a stack off to the side as well.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about the Mirana mid. It really is very versatile in what it is. Like, your itemizations are all over the place. This game he's going Maelstrom. I'm pretty sure he didn't buy that last time, but like that's what's so cool about Mirana. You can be a nuker, you can be utility, buy like a Yule's first, you can buy like Greaves type items as a core here. You can be flexible, go in Maelstrom just to be more right click, because they want other solutions to deal with Morphling.
I think they did a Veil last time on Iceberg's Mirana. Because they had the Warlock as well, right? So, you know, you've got that fatal bonds and the amping of everything. So, like I said, lots of options. They do know that the Mirana's down here, though. They see that arrow getting tossed out towards Palantimos. Right, just wandering over here. It's going to give a couple clicks over to Bignum. A couple clicks onto the tower now, and
Thinking pretty good.
Iceberg just doesn't care. Okay, there it is. There's FN with the blink. Oh, the follow-up though with the Winter's Curse, so they do get the kill on Iceberg. They'll be able to put a decent amount of damage over onto FN.
That was really nice of FN to throw Mirana all the way to heaven. That way, you know, she was there before she died, that kind of a thing.
Yeah, you know, he's just trying to help out.
Up into the air.
You don't even see her fall.
Yeah, you don't have to feel as bad that way. It's like telling a child white lie about it or something.
I don't know where you're going with that one. But we do have the Ice Blast online now, of course, for the Ancient Apparition. So you can see Unique, they want to make some plays here. As Bignum reaches forward here, has that hook shot. The follow-up here from FN. I don't believe they need the Ice Blast, but, you know, they'll throw it out just for funsies.
You know, it's like telling your kid that Timmy the dog just ran away, that's all.
He's living on a farm now?
Yeah, exactly.
Mirana's living on a farm now. I don't know. I don't think Farm Mirana is too good, as neither does Always Want to Fly, because he is very dead here. So Unique starting to, you know, really amp up that acceleration here now that Tiny has the Blink Dagger and we've got the Ice Blast online.
Under attack.
Yeah, he basically went for a Blink Rush. Usually pro players, when they're having okay Tiny games, they'll go Phase or Treads first, but he opted for Blink instantly. Absolutely pays off. He punishes the Mirana rotation bottom. That was a little bit lingered. That stayed a little bit too long. Now getting a support kill. This is what's going to change things for sure. He just needs to move around and get a bunch of kills. Wraithking a little bit harder. And God, is so farmed actually. He's got Midas and 2,500 towards Relic. Just about under 13 minutes of the game, and his levels are going to be higher than normal. He's having a great game, but yeah, they could gank him, but kill him twice, that one's going to be harder.
You know that it's a great game for a core when we don't mention him hardly at all during the laning phase. It just means that you've been allowed to move around the map, you've been able to farm, and that's exactly what V-Tune's been able to do. The same thing, though, on the flip side for this Tide Hunter, right? The Tide Hunter has basically been allowed to just kind of do his own thing, but definitely not going to be as accelerated as a Wraith King, who has, of course, the Skelly Men. He's got that Midas and is going to be having that Radiance. But Maelstrom now completed for Iceberg, and you can see they're making an invasion over here into the jungle.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, it was a good time for V2 to shift down. I mean, there's a reason he has insane amounts of MMR. Reads the map, realizes that his opponents are going to go take his safe lane tower. He does the opposite, make it harder for them to go pressure him while getting objectives done like they want to. But at this point, what's going to happen basically is they'll just sit Ramses in the dangerous lanes. He's still pretty darn tanky. He doesn't have much magic resistance. That's one thing that's really hurting him here. Against like tiny and AA ganks, especially with 3 points and Ice Vortex, Ramses is definitely versatile now, so he's got to be a bit careful as they try to defend this stage of the game and continue farming.
Got a bit of an invasion going on, Roger. Gonna fly right past Slayer here.
So they got one ward in the jungle to help spot their opponents a little bit. That will be helpful, most likely. Once they make the Manta, things will get a lot easier. Because even though Ramses doesn't have a shard yet, he can definitely start cutting waves with Manta-style illusions. And when he starts doing that, it makes it harder for Unique to make fights. And this is one of the things that plagues like almost all players of Dota at like lower levels is like they don't understand why they can't find kills. It's because they don't push lanes, and thus it's hard to like get across the map and get kills. So if you just do the opposite, if you make it so your opponents can't get across the map with their creeps, it's just so much harder to find kills. So it'll really shut down this ganking play style if Ramses can effectively cut waves with the Manta later on. It'll just buy them time and it'll give them better mapping. Really good thing to do.
Smoke up over on the side of Unique as they're looking to get their hands on someone. Of course, FN, the blink, Bignum with the hook shot. Lots of ways to initiate and jump on people. Let's drop a couple wards. And they start creeping. They might be able to find Ramses again. That's a pretty difficult kill, but with the Ice Blast, immediately the toss up into the air, the Ice Blast connects, and down will go Ramses. Iceberg does manage to land himself an arrow, but I don't think he wants to go on and deal with all that, especially not with Ghost Stick standing very nearby here.
He eventually gets cleaned up. He's got no magic resistance on him. He's absolutely vulnerable to Tiny Burst. Tiny's burst damage goes from like, I don't know, a little bit over 1,200 to like massive areas if you're amplifying by another 20%. So,
Dire's
yeah,
middle
very killable.
tower is under attack.
Camp is like the safest one, but the most dangerous one to jungle, but it's a generally a safe one. But usually people stand a little bit more to the right. Running up into the cliff, or running up into the high ground like that was a little dangerous by, see if they get the tower out of it though. Possibility.
And that is the goal. Not the greatest at being able to hit these buildings. And they do spot out Iceberg, who's popping that arcane rune. Gonna just clean up the creep wave here. Always want to fly, making his way over, throwing out Stroke Fate, but the tower does eventually fall. And Unique will walk away very pleased with this. Double damage right outside the Roche pit, and into the pit they go.
They got Gush. All right, Roche is dead.
Yep.
This is gonna hurt Navi a little bit. They're popping the ulti, they're moving over, but
I don't think they can get there in time.
DD on Morphling is busted. It's so good.
Casual arrow gonna get tossed in, lands over on the Tidehunter, and they secure themselves the Aegis on the side of Unique.
I think that was pretty likely to happen anyways. I mean, they hit their timing perfectly right. They have Medallion in time. Gush is always going to help out taking Roche. And Navi didn't really want to get on the map too much. They've been planning this from the get-go. And frankly, if the network was closer, Roger in trouble.
Ooh, Roger spotted out, tossed into the air, and he is indeed dead. They will try to take down FN, though, and they should be able to do it. He's very, very far forward from the rest of the team, so just a little bit of a chase. They have that Phantom on him, and it's going to be the Maelstrom proc that slays the Tiny. And the Radiance, though, completed for V2.
Radiance is up and Manta on Axe, so everything that looked promising about Unique has kind of just gone away in that last movement. I mean, it was a great kill on the A, but Iceberg rotating like that, landing his arrow, huge play. Buy them time. So now they're not going to feel afraid to fight, basically. Even if they get ravaged, they're still doing Radiance damage. As long as they can like counter-initiate a little bit, it would be huge. They still like really need a Glimmer or something. Potentially to protect against the A or the Tiny combo, but it's pretty hard to react in time generally. Did you see what Roger's building?
Yeah, I did. It's a Witchblade.
Yeah, this is normally it's a griefing in pubs when your supports build Witchblades on end heroes like this. It's generally not good, but he will have more armor. That's kind of cool. But past that, I'm a little mystified. I'm a bit more to truly gauge on whether it's good.
No, I'm sure he's going to give you the opportunity to see if it's good or not as well.
I mean, the nice thing is that, like, again, he doesn't have to worry about clockwork initiating because he can just fly over cogs. That part's solved. And I guess extra armor is good against, like, your Morphling, maybe Tide type heroes, but I would have thought he built something else.
Spot out Bignum. B2 running down. We'll open up the Wraith Fire Blast. Arrow not gonna quite connect it, whereas they do have the nice stun. They'll follow up with the Ravage. Won't be able to slow them down. Just a little bit. Ice Blast over onto the back line. They're gonna try to blow up Iceberg. Not gonna be able to quite manage to do it now. As you can see, Palantimos trying to chase on the back lines here. Turn himself into his own form of the Wraith King. But they don't have to worry about that Ravage anymore. Ramses is looking for some of these spins. They've got the taunt. The waveform coming through, though. Can V2 finish off this Tidehunter? Yes, he can. Turn their attention away, though. It looks like they're not chasing after Palantimos here, as V2's found himself someone else over on the back lines. Here it is, indeed, Slayer. So there will be no Ancient Apparition allowed to participate in this fight any longer.
Really good fight. I mean, everything was basically changed when Marana was able to leap out of the Ice Blast. When that happens, that's most of Unique going in. They missed their burst opportunity. The Ravage was used. They didn't even burn Wraith King Ultimate. Here's that fight once again. They also got to jump on Clockwork right away, so they didn't have to deal with him initiating and making the Ice Blast easy. That was a really big deal. Not the prettiest arrow we've ever seen, but almost was good. Ravage basically just like offset the initiation, and because they weren't able to kill the Marana right there, completely changes the fight. So he gets his ulti off. He's able to do more right clicks, more Starstorm, stuff like that. I mean, I'm sure they'd still do fine even if Marana died, considering and a great Manta dodge there by Ramses. Dodged the stun, came out of Morphling. But yeah, good fight from Navi. And then Axe took the Abac toss combo, didn't do that much. Looking great for Navi after winning that.
All right, well now with the Ravage down, I wouldn't be surprised to see Navi try to make any more plays. Though we are getting closer towards that Axe shard, so perhaps they'll wait a little bit longer here. There it is, bot on up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Honestly, no worry for them. They don't need to do much. Like, they're still out farming their opponents. They probably feel confident in their farming lineup here. I mean, they're going to buy Manta on Wraith King. That's a little bit surprising as well. But hey, getting out of some disables can be nice, and it's more split push. They like don't want to fight their opponents head on, basically. Want to out farm them, I guess.
I mean, it's working.
Is under attack.
Yeah, a lot of that was the laning stage, but still, yeah, pushing their advantages is really good thing to do.
I just feel like they've got some really nice item timings too. You've got the Shard online for Axe. You've now got the BKB online for Iceberg. I mean, they don't have to do anything necessarily, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to make some of these plays out. Yeah, look at this, just popping that Manta, throwing the creeps here.
Is under attack.
And so carefully, Iceberg isn't even worried about pressure in the mid tier 1. He could have forced it a little bit, but saving his BKB charge, doesn't want to do anything that's overly aggressive. 2 observer wards, no. First one to fly, almost got a double D ward, open sick. He did a stroke of fate, saw both of them up there, and then one of them despawned. Hit like level 50.
Always feels good when you're a support and you get double D ward.
Link up next for Ramses. He's decided it's finally time to fight a little bit. Farming the most dangerous areas right now because he's got BKB.
Double damage, getting popped here by Iceberg. He doesn't need any help here, and that is a dead Slayer, and the Ice Blast got used during that.
That one looked pretty easy, all right. Marana, one of the few rangers have a mobility skill.
Oh, big number.
Easy.
Arctic Burn getting popped here by Rod. They even go for the Midnight Shadow as well. Don't slow down Bignum. They use the dust, so they do have the vision. They're going a little bit deep here since they still had that middle tower up at the time, but now that the middle tower is down, this map is just feeling very open and wide for the side of Navi, and it's feeling a little tight for the side of Unique.
It really is, yeah. Giving Roger everything. Let him buy a Witchblade. He gets the Vambrace as a 4 position. That's usually like a core item, but
I am the carry now.
For him, yeah. I was pretty underwhelmed with that Witchblade damage right there, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, expecting a whole lot more, but oh, I guess there's a hood on big.
Shake my head. Flaming Roger's choices when in reality Bignum was just prepared. Purge just wants to see the Core Wyvern. Just wants to see Core Wyvern with a Bloodthorn, you know?
Palantimos has Sadowski timing here. That's very good against Marana. The slow's going to be incredibly good. Very good against Wraith King too.
Okay, yeah, they found the initiation. It is V-Tune though. They have to be careful. It feels almost a little bit slow the way that they turn back in. They'll get the Soulbind off, and Bignum goes down. All right, that is going to be the reincarnation. The jump forward here coming out from Iceberg and the call off over on the side. They're able to take down Palantimos, and can they get the Ghosting? It feels like they should be able to. They have any leap charges left now. It's gonna have to be the running old-fashioned ways. They're gonna try to teleport out. They don't have the vision. Oh, the Splinter Blast? No. so close.
Arrow was huge. Morphling felt really confident in that fight, and that's one of the scary things when you go to initiate. Sometimes you just get hit by those arrows that weren't necessarily intended for you, and that arrow guarantees that Phantom's Embrace hits him. Then he doesn't get morph off.
Radiant's
And
bottom
the Manta
tower
actually kind of
is
paid
under
off here.
attack.
Basically made
Scanning.
Clockwork's initiation feel not good. The battery cell damage is being split. It makes it harder for Tiny to do an Avatos, a waveforms in to secure the kill, but the arrow is going to come in and nail him. And as a result, they get the follow up with the silence, a lot of right click, extra leap charges, another stun. He gets blown up, and Ravage tries to save him, but it's too late. So 12k gold advantage now, and they might find Tiny.
Ooh, very close. The pings are out. The arrow? No, he is gone. But yeah, that last fight, very nicely done with the splitting up too, the delay of that Ravage with the axe jumping onto the back lines. And yeah, things are just looking really good for Navi here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pressure on the bottom tower.
We're on 2. Oh, they're gonna need that.
Illusion!
Makes sense. Let him cut the waves. These last a really long time. They're
Radiant's
way better. I
bottom
think just like a
tower
minute or
has
something for Illusion. Oh, it looks like a little bit more, about minute 10, like a minute 20, something like that. So you can cut waves really well with this. Better than his Manta.
Look how confident Vtune was in the bottom lane. He was just pushing that out all by himself. He will regroup with the rest of the team. And without the Ravage being online, I'm a little concerned here for Unique.
I mean, again, they're not too worried about committing to a fight. And they're going to have some more solutions late game. Vtune's item build, pretty weird looking. Like if you took us, this is like a perfect item build to be like, hey guys, what item? Who bought this item set? They might be able to figure it out. The Midas Radiance is a little bit obvious, but like it's going to be a Manta Scotty. It looks like an Illusion hero. Like that. So when he gets the Scotty, it's going to limit the healing of Morphling. So he's just going to fight Morphling. He's got net worth advantage over him, so it doesn't make me scared at all for Navi's late game chances having this advantage. You need to win a fight on the Unique side, and he's going to build
Radiant's bottom tower
Satanic
is
next on
under
Morphling
attack.
too. Scotty's going to shut that down a bit. So just all things looking great for Navi as the game continues.
Pressure's definitely on. 13k net worth lead at about 25 minutes in. Roshan is back up. So you can feel that that's definitely going to be the next objective as the boys start marching their way into the pit. Unfortunately for FN, he's just had a little difficulty this time around. It feels like whenever he's trying to go in for some of these plays, there's an immediate follow-up, or at least there's groups coming out from the side of Navi.
Yeah, and
Radiant's
he did get a couple of those
middle
crucial kills after having a rough laning stage, which is great. But since then, his kill options are basically Winter Wyvern and Grimstroke. Those are the only 2 heroes that are really vulnerable here. It's very likely that Marana is able to protect himself in most cases. So
Radiant's
he's just
middle
got to hit
tower
creeps
is
for
under
now and
attack.
just continue farming. Because it's not his ability to keep getting kills is just not going to be this game. So that's going to really hurt his ability to win the game and feel like a really strong mid hero.
Is under attack.
I mean, one nice thing is that you do have the Blink Dagger now for the Tidehunter, and you've also got a BKB pickup now for Tiny. So all that nuke damage coming out from Marana, not going to feel as bad as it did before. Got more options online.
And he doesn't have to worry about Grimstroke ulti or Sphinx Wells or things like that. That's the big thing. A lot of times as you go in Tiny, you get counter-initiated on, you end up dying to overwhelming magic damage, but won't be this problem for now. Moonlight Shadow gets used, Navi's into position, and they're getting ready to fight at this
Radiant's
tower.
top tower is
Vtune's
under
just
attack.
working away over here. They have to realize something's up. There's no way that Vtune just shows up like
Radiant
this.
structures are fortified.
They'll sit on the cliff. They got that great cliff ward. A Roche is available. This fight's going to depend on whoever. If somebody wins it
Radiant's
one-sided,
top tower
that's
has fallen.
Aegis, that's Shard. Vtune goes for the D ward. He's so confident because he's so tanky here. This Scotty. Unique's gonna have to cede high ground. They lost their vision. That allows Navi to move in and see if they can start a fight. Vtune knows he's so far ahead.
Look at Ramsey's just
Radiant's
hunting.
top
They can see
tower is
Ghost Stick
under
immediately
attack.
blinking away. Ramsey showing up. Look at the Unique is just being sheepdogged way over here.
Yeah.
Vtune, come on, guys!
That close. He's actually by himself.
Vtune's just, yeah, he's just literally all by himself here. He's like, all right, use everything on me. I'm gonna come back up. I'm gonna have that slow. That is the reincarnation. Ramsey's waiting carefully in position. The Ravage follows up. They need to get in there. There it is. There's Ramsey jumping in. He's got those spins. He's doing a decent amount of damage. His victim falls on the back lines. They go with the curse. They've already taken down Vtune. So be a buyback now from the clock. Where's the soulbind coming out? They're just trying to beat down here over on Marat. She just has the BKB. So she is able to kite effectively as Ramsey's trying to get in position. Does manage to get the call. The spins come out. That's a dead Palantimos. As the side of Navi, they still want more. The blink forward, the inks. Well, oh no, is dunked out of existence.
Axe will make something useful
that
with
could have been a
your
lot
bow.
worse for Team Unique. I mean, that was pretty crazy how deep B-Tune was. They do get the kill, though. It goes to Morphling. He gets 726 gold for that kill. But they will probably lose Roshan. Piranha's right-click being effective. I'm curious to see who gets the shard. Ooh, Ice Blast gets slowed down, though.
It will indeed. Back off for a moment here. Ramses, he's still letting those illusions tank up. Got some nice vision placed over on the side of Navi, though. Paired.
Oh, the
FN, though.
frozen spins.
It's happening. But look at the positioning.
That crit damage from the lead.
That does feel good.
Roshan has
Alright.
fallen to the immortality.
Aegis on Iceberg, and we've got the shard on the Marana, as you liked.
So one extra leap charge, that part's pretty cool. And then 1.5%, or basically 50% extra damage during leap duration is 2.5 seconds. So that's pretty cool. He doesn't have that much raw damage because he has a Mjolnir, which obviously is very likely the right item build. Which is great here. It buffs quite a bit. But I don't know, as he buys more items, once he goes like a Daedalus or more raw damage, it'll be a lot of damage.
We do have a Blink Dagger picked up recently for the Wintered Wyvern as well. So we will see some interesting positions. They have so much mobility coming out from the side of Navi, where I feel like Unique, you know, they've got this clockwork, right? He's had some nice hook shots, but the problem is, how do you bridge that gap quick enough? Some of these other heroes.
It basically is like, you just need Ice Vortex, you need Tiny in range, and everything will be fine. In that last fight, when they went on the Wraith King after he respawned, one of the things that hurt them a lot was that while the Ice Blast landed, Tiny only had Toss available at the time. His Avalanche was still on cooldown for 4 seconds. And Avalanche gets doubled in damage while somebody is, or I'm sorry, 2.5 times damage while somebody is tossed in the air. So because they didn't have Avalanche as well, they didn't kill the Wraith King quite as fast as they wanted.
Ramses couldn't even get the dunk off that time. The clockwork just melted so quickly.
Radiant's top tower
Pipe has made quite the comeback in the last couple weeks, actually.
Radiant's
People
middle
saw
tower
it as
is
like a
under
little bit
attack.
too expensive, so people just kind of
Dire's
bought
bottom
hoods, but a
tower
lot
is
of
under
offlaners have been
attack.
buying Pipe lately. Clockwork on him, it doesn't quite work as well, just because usually you're the guy that jumps in right away and dies in a lot of cases, or gets out of position that you die. Usually it functions better on offlane heroes like Hyde, for example, but I would also say solo press on clock doesn't work so good. This is a nice happy medium, but his net worth advantage is...
Two lanes shoved in pretty nicely over on the side of Navi, and Unique is struggling to get out of the base right now. They did manage to push out the bottom wave, which give them some more breathing space, but do have a Blink Dagger picked up now for Wraith King, and we already saw how confident V-Tune has been playing, the way he's just been diving into 5 heroes all by himself. This is just going to make that aggression even stronger, I have a feeling.
And the Titan Sliver too solves some of the magic damage problem that he was dealing with.
Ramses getting both of them immediately. The taunt, the Ice Blast comes out as well. Down will go Palantimos. Does have buyback. They get the Witcher's Curse off. Can they finish off that bed fast enough? No, it's not going to be able to. Arrow sliding in. Not quite there, as Navi going from 0 to 60 here in this top lane. We'll wait patiently for the next opportunity.
I really thought more people... Cole was so good. Less tanky hero than Tidehunter surely would have died with Morphling, and he did eventually get the Morph off, but just too much damage at that point. Great call there by Ramses. And now they'll start poking high ground.
V-Tune's right back here again. Pops that Manta. Ghostic trying to draw some of this attention away, but Fortification is going to come out from the side of Unique.
They can slow this down a bit. They have Shard on A, so all these creeps are taking damage, as are the heroes that are pushing. V2 gets Ice Blasted as well, so any damage dealt to him now is going to be pretty limiting. He doesn't want to get his ulti popped, but look at the tower, it looks like.
Looks like they will end up popping the ultimate. The leap forward, though, coming out from Iceberg. The follow-up here from Ramses. Dignum, he was trying. Ravage is going to get tossed out as well. But it looks like FN not looking too healthy here. He will indeed fall. Dignum being chased after by Ramses, and this Tidehunter still has that silence on him. Dunk comes out from Ramses. He'll clean up again on Bignum, and Davies going a little bit deep here. They'll try to go get the taunt off here over onto the Ancient Apparition, but should be able to escape as they pop the Moonlight Shadow, and they went pretty far on that dive. Do they go back in? Ooh, the Ice Blast?
No, he's got too much HP.
Look at this. V-Tune just running right back in again. He's healed up a bit. He's got Marana.
Radiant's top barracks.
And they're just gonna finish up this top lane.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Now it's even easier. They've got Blink Dagger on Wraith King. In case anybody steps up, they're gonna jump in. If they get an arrow follow-up on this, really scary.
Radiant's
Especially on
middle
these
tower
supports.
is under
He's got to be
attack.
really careful here.
Continuing to throw out flares. Vortex, Ramses though sitting on the low ground trying to wait for that perfect opportunity. They're smoked up, goes forward, doesn't quite manage to go and grab Palantimos this time around, but the arrow does connect though. But over on the side, Palantimos, he's just erased. They finally take down Ramses. Iceberg, that is going to be the Aegis. Pick them over on the back line here. V-Tune's just too powerful when he's got the power of always want to fly behind him. And now Iceberg does need to get out of here in a jiffy. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. The Winter's Curse though, dragging over. Can Iceberg survive? Can he get up any leaps? Does he have anything here? No, he will indeed fall. As the Soulbind is up over on the side here. But Navi, they're just going to continue. Put some damage here. Stroke of Fate not quite connecting over onto Slayer. V2, he really just wants to finish this up. Realizing there is no Morphling alive for this fight. Oh, and then, no, the jump forward over here onto Roger. The gosh, all right, they'll be able to take down Roger on his way out.
Oh, Witchblade didn't save him. Weird. Okay. Great.
Sassy Purge.
Glimmer Cape would have been nicer. It's okay. It's kind of a fun build, and I think they're cool. But ultimately, lots of buildings got taken. Net worth advantage continues. I mean, they got some kills back. That was really, really good for Unique considering, but their buildings are going to feel a little sad. They don't have as used to, but a lot of big kills. The axe kill, Ramses didn't pop BKB after going in and making the mistake. He should have popped it, but the Tombstone killed him. Mirana just ran out of leap charges, eventually got worked down after going a little aggressive trying to kill her. So basically just a little bit overextension from the Navi side. They get punished, and it's going to delay the game a bit, but their network advantage is still so healthy right now. It's not a huge deal.
That, and you look at the net worth going over to the side of Navi, all three of their cores sitting very, very tightly. Yeah, look at this. Ramsey's just a little bit short. The arrow does connect, and that's why Iceberg dove in so deep. He wanted that kill on Palantimos.
Oh, he got the Mirana kill. Okay, gotcha. Or the Morphling kill. I see.
He wanted it.
That was worth it. But then he respawns. He doesn't have BKB. He doesn't have lead charges. That was a dangerous
life.
Ooh,
in the live game. Owen to be a support there.
Yeah, always want to fly in a very dangerous place to be. Not sure if they smoked up for that, but does indeed fall here. So Grimstroke gonna take a little time out. As Unique trying to reclaim their jungle. They do need to go home though. There are creeps marching into their base.
Yeah, they will have to defend, but we'll get their shrine back temporarily. Killing Grimstroke is a pretty big deal. It's a lot of the team fight lockdown, annoying stuff that Navi wants to do. It's a lot of follow-up as well. I mean, that's the best thing about Grimstroke in a lot of ways is that it turns any initiator that has a stun, which is a lot of heroes, into 2 stuns.
E-Tune's like, come back here, Slayer! And then just throw the Wraithfire Blast and then back off. Ice Blast is now down though.
I'm dead voice line from Zai right there. That's what I would have pressed. Like, there's no way to live here. But luckily, the V2 just playing safe. He didn't want to get caught so far away from his team. Just to support.
He's showing remarkable restraint this time, considering that dive in the mid lane where it was just him and 5 heroes.
Hey, V-Tune is okay. That time, all right. I was gonna defend V-Tune for diving. That one time, yes, he dove crazy deep, but every other time it was his team.
That is true. That is true. A little bit of that overextension, but they're still sitting very pretty. 21k net worth lead at 36 minutes in. We still have the cheese online for the Mirana, and again, it just feels like. I feel like Navi is really making Unique just respond to every single move that they're doing, and Unique has not been allowed to play their own game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely agree with stuff like that. You can maybe argue that Unique could have done a better job trying to like invade, because it's not like Navi did not play very fast, basically. They won their lanes convincingly. They won like almost all of their lanes. And then they just sat back and hit neutrals at a really high speed. Obviously, Axe killed his stacks a lot earlier than normal. I mean, that was like, he cleared the large camp, then he cleared the ancients and stacked it, and then the stacked ancient camp is what gave him his neutrals. That was just after the 7-minute mark. That was abnormally fast to have that many stacks cleared. And so once they like missed that timing, it felt like Unique was scared or unable to get pressure on the map. So maybe criticize them for that. They didn't do enough there, but enough kills in that period of the time. But I'm sure Clock wasn't even safe at that point, right? Like, it's difficult to find grabs otherwise until he gets 6 or until Tiny gets Blink. So That was maybe one of the issues with their lineup. It was just straight up not fast enough. They needed to be able to get a lot of good stuff done before 10 minutes, and they didn't do that to stabilize their lane. So either win the lanes harder or have better heroes to rotate in that free 10 minute to slow down what Navi did this game.
This is nice here. Iceberg has found himself the ninja gear. Have even better positioning, better scouting capabilities. And of course the extra Agi's pretty nice too.
It is actually, yeah. They gave him a lot of armor he was missing actually. 20 now. The movement speed is nice too. Marana's base movement speed. It's one of the things that has to happen when you have lead charges. So he'll be happy with that. Who gets the cooldown? Oh, I thought it was Roger. Sorry, it's on Ramses. Spell Prism on Axe. Lots of calls.
V-Tune walking into Ghost to clear the blink forward, expecting to find someone else. Signal. There's that flare. Look at the positioning, the Ravage immediately gonna blow up, and now the follow-up here from Ramsey is immediately holding into place. They're gonna try to keep Iceberg alive over on the back line. FN's taking so much, but they've already taken that Iceberg, and always want to fly falling as well. Over on the back lines here, Palantimos, he's just chunking away over here at V2. As Ramses is forced to run away, and eventually does indeed fall. So the cogs up here from Bignum. Palantimos waiting patiently. Will be able to take down V2's first life. He's coming back up again. Roger's still in position, doesn't have that Witcher's Curse. Needs to put out a little bit more damage, and he's just trying to do anything he can to Palantimos here. Isn't able to even get the kill over on Bignum. It's getting oh no! Palantimos gets himself a double kill as he takes down V2, and he's looking for another kill.
What a fight for Unique. That ward on the high ground. Just Navi way too confident in what they're going for. I do want everybody to know that Roger cleaned up the Tiny because he had Witchblade on the back line. That's all everybody needs to know. But other than that, amazing fight for Team Unique there. The Ravage was perfect. The target acquisition was excellent. They got the Marana with the Ice Blast combo. They cogged him afterwards to delay the BKB from coming out. The Ravage, they had the Sentry on the high ground too. They called Axe, which actually wasn't that useful because he just BKB'd and Spider-Leg ran away. The counter initiation didn't come up on Winter Wyvern either. He pulled a brace to buy some time, but that was not quite what they needed, unfortunately. And they just cleaned up Ramses afterwards. His survivability was just not quite enough. Navi doesn't like start bursting down heroes. It just looks like a bad place to fight for them.
I thought for sure Bignum was gonna tick down to that Radiance burn. Like, look how close he sits there. Oh, but no, he's a lucky little clockwork. He's gonna survive it. But this is
a second away.
This is what I wanted to see from Unique, right? Because it feels like Navi just keep jumping on them each time, and they have to react when they don't have that opportunity. When Unique can be the ones to jump in, it makes a huge amount of difference, like we just saw.
It does. They don't have like super overwhelming damage. They've gone for a little bit of these funky items, and man, the network disadvantage is so much less now. That was a big deal. There's a Deadless on Morphling. This gave them space to pick up tier 4 items on neutrals. That's something they didn't have in the last fight either. This is it's not like they can still win on the Navi side, and they have great itemization still, but
makes it closer.
A little scary. It does. I mean, there's a freaking Dragonlance up where I haven't forgot.
Yeah, Roger has decided that he would like to be the core this time around, and will be taking over the game. Please and thank you.
He gets raw HP from this, and the extra attack range is good and all, but yeah, he can sit farther back to contribute to fights, but it's pretty goofy, all right. Number one thing, Iceberg cannot get stunned through BKB basically. It's a really big deal. He cannot get comboed as easily as he did in the last fight. Wraith King doesn't care about getting focused or bursted much. He's got a Blister Blade now on Wraith King, so getting these pickoffs should be a lot easier. And this is one of the upsides towards Unique being ahead now, or at least much closer than they were. They're going to play on the map aggressively, and that's going to give them opportunities to get pickoffs. So while it might look a little scary for Navi now, with Unique putting map pressure on the map, there's opportunity to get kills and pickoffs with this Abyssal Blade, with X Call into Arrow, with Witchblade ganks. There's lots of options.
All right, well, it looks like we're almost ready to start up the match again. What did he pick up?
Dual Side of Ice.
Casual, nice.
On that.
Is he going to be able to be close? Like, I understand why you pick up this item, but with an Ancient Apparition, I feel like you don't want to be anywhere near any of these guys because you're just going to get blown up, right?
800 cast range. It'll be fine. If he can, and that it's cool to have it on A, basically. I mean, it's kind of similar to Rod of Atos. It's like a common item that people would want to buy in A. Oh, I'm guaranteeing my setup, right? Hex will be able to do the same thing. Hex the guy, it's either going to be Marana when he jumps in when he doesn't anticipate a BK, like the need to press BKB, and then you can land combo on. You don't have to worry about Tide to go first, and they really do have kind of weak stun setup, right? Like Blink Ravage was the best one they had. It's either that or Hook Shot. That's how they initiate, or Tiny combos. But those are Tiny combos, something a little bit. It's so high damage you don't necessarily want to always be the initiator unless it's a good. So if Slayer just sits back a little bit and hexes Marana and they kill him again at the start of the fight, it's gonna be huge. And he can one-shot illusions. That's the other cool thing. Yeah, and he's gonna use it for that. One-shotting Axe illusions as he split.
Yeah, it's definitely value. These illusions feel very uncomfortable to have to deal with. So they're going to try to sweep through their own jungle, make sure that they can push out any invaders. The hook shot, though, immediately over onto the Marana, follow up with the Ravage. So always want to fly. We'll just get obliterated here. Winter's Curse does get dropped by Roger, should be able to just teleport out.
Always want to fight, very possibly saving Rana's life there. When you force staff after clock initiation, it makes the follow-up cog, stun, and push more difficult. Instead, he gets trapped inside the cogs instead of pushed backwards. He doesn't get stunned immediately afterwards, and they don't have an option to follow to disable him. Oh, that's gonna be a dead A. He was dewarding. Iceberg was able to just. I think he had ninja gear. That's why
he does have ninja gear. Yes, definitely does. The arrow tossed out here by Palantimos. Leap forward though, just brushing the tail.
Okay. All right. 20 seconds.
Oh, that is the reveal of the Abyssal. The arrow. Nope. They've got the BKB, but they have the bash as Ramses goes in for the call, gets a couple of these spins and dunks FN.
Right, there's the pick they needed. Now they're going. Time to go high ground. Take this advantage. There's a DD rune as well. Really good for Iceberg here.
Do a buyback on the Tiny if they want to bring him up. They don't have the Ravage available.
Waveform charges on Palatimos now, so you can jump in and out. Waveform attacks targets as well. He is a big damage monster. Push out these lanes still. That's going to buy them some time. Need you to go high ground with illusions.
Ramses opens up the battle hunger. Iceberg
well.
Still smoked up using that ninja gear. Has to get better positioning. They have to be so careful in the way that they want to move. Nice gush here. We'll be able to just clean up some of these creeps, but gee, they still want to go in. A couple arrows getting tossed. There's water being sloshed everywhere coming out from the side of Unique.
It's so much harder for them to high ground now. Like, this Tide Axe is incredible. Like, it does. He got the Tide. He got all the gush
Radiant's bottom tower
bonus damage, 380 magic damage, and he has -4 gush armor. So it's doing -11 armor, and he has Timeless Relic, so the duration lasts even longer. It's for 5 seconds instead of 4. That's a big disadvantage when you're trying to siege high ground slowly. So losing that fight, although Navi is still gaining some network advantage, and they're probably going to play for the next Roche. This is not how they expected this game to go. They thought that was going to be over like 10 minutes ago, but that one catastrophic fight where they were too confident, it's hurting them here.
Feels like they definitely need some sort of a, either they need an Aegis or they need a pick off on Ghost Stick, it sounds like, because he seems to be the primary form of pushing out these waves and causing them problems to go high ground.
It would help, certainly. They're definitely building towards like sieging. Navi's building for sieging casually and safely with all the mantas, and they're also building for pickoffs. So that's what they need. Their casual sieging is basically over now because of this Tide Axe. So yeah, absolutely, that's what they need. They need to pick off heroes. That's the only way that they're going to be able to go high ground confidently, or Aegis, I guess. So either delay the game or get a pick off.
The Aegis that gets reclaimed, and the double damage rune getting popped here by Iceberg. Not looking to engage, just gonna go and farm up. As I say that, they're looking to engage.
Ramses is so farmed. He's got 490 blast hits on Axe. It is bonkers. He's got 2 sets of armor, BKB, Blink, man. Let's see if they spot him. Go Stick pushing things out safely. They don't want to show. They don't want to give them that call arrow.
Palantimos will reveal himself over in that mid lane. Damage rune's got a bit of duration left here on the Marana, but no one's home in the side of the Radiant jungle, so Navi gonna just set up base camp for now as the smoke comes out from Unique. I think they know where they are. I'm guessing they're gonna try to hunt through, see what they can find. Yeah, they do have the wards, so they have vision. Big no, leading the charge.
And it's off.
Is that a flare? Jeebus, the silence immediately being tossed out. They get the soulbind off. B2's left behind as Palantimos just chases down, always want to fly. Wants to get rid of Ramses, though, calling 3 over on the back line here with that BKB. We'll hold them in place a little bit longer. As there it is, the Ravage coming out from Godec. Finally, he's held onto it patiently. They're going to turn right back around again. They'll be able to take down Iceberg. Ramses, another call here. B2's coming up with the second life. There's the Witcher's Curse coming out from Roger. They're going to try to chip down as much as they can. Over here on the side, they'll be able to take down FN. They're still hunting here. Palantimos, he wants his kill on Ramses, though. The Inkswell does land over onto 2. Arrows get tossed out. They don't quite connect. So they'll follow up. There it is. Can they take down Palantimos? They've got the taunt. That will be a dead Palantimos. They'll get Godec and Navi are just running down this bottom area. Slayer's going to try to teleport out. He's going to be able to do it just in the nick of time. They have the buyback.
Almost everybody bought back there. Morphling still available, but holding some time. Doesn't quite work.
Hook shot over onto the back lines. Here the toss to the air, plus the Ice Splash should be able to take down Iceberg. Gosh, coming in over on the back lines. B2 is left alone. Ramses gets the call up over onto Big Them, but this Wraith King is all alone. He's hexed up. He needs his team. He needs help. He's gonna try to fight through, trying to get some of this life off. He's not gonna be able to do it. B2 will fall.
Okay. Buyback on Marana. Wraith King dying for the first time, still has his buyback available. Great fight for Unique. They make it work, and this is the scary thing. Their opponents went conventional item builds. Wraith King is falling off here because he bought Manta and Scotty. So a little scary for Navi. Roaches could respawn in 13 seconds. We'll see when it's up.
That
Here's that
shot.
initiation.
Don't mind if I do.
It's a good play here coming out from Bignum, just being able to initiate and then separate them. Because it leaves V2, now he's all alone. He doesn't have any help.
Scanning.
And they had enough heroes to actually
Dire's
burst him
middle
down.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, that separation is so important. Clockwork. Absolutely worth his death there.
Dire's
Really
middle
nice he had
tower
Axe too,
has
gave him the
fallen.
double initiation. He's now still trying to split
Dire's
push
middle
things,
tower
but
is under
Unique
attack.
crossed the map here. A lot of dead heroes, and they know that Wraith King's not going to want to buy back. They love to force him, but in the same period, Ramsey's done a great job still pushing up bottom and mid. He cuts the creep wave, so that'll slow things down. No buyback needed from Wraith King, but this does give Unique a nice moment to get some net worth. Purge is going to be respawning a long ways from now, though, so that will not be the impact just yet.
Did I see it? Are we getting a BKB delivered here to Mr. Palantimos? Yes, we are.
Yep.
Would be
Buyback
even
for him.
more difficult. Look at this. Look at this. He's got himself a BKB. He's got a Satanic, and then he's got a Minotaur horn on top of everything else.
He's hard to kill now. His right click damage is way better. But at this point, yeah, he just picked up a magic resistance talent at 10 as well. That's actually going to help a lot. Outside of his BKB, magic damage is going to do significant. The lanes get pushed out safely. This Vortex plus Gush combo is so good, so safe.
I believe a Refresher Orb was also picked up for the Tide Hunter as well. They're looking
hit that
for a
queued up
play.
earlier.
Bignum, of course, leading the hunt. Go for the Moonlight Shadow.
Radiant are
Briefly, I
strong.
think.
Yep. Toss the smoke. Bignum has to be a little careful here. V2 jumping in immediately. Ice Blast getting tossed over to the side, though. They go in. They have that first Ravage. They have the detection. They see Roger over here. Palantimos just wants to get rid of Roger. Is going to be held in place, though, with that Soulbind. They'll be able to take down Roger. Double Silence coming out. B2, he's got the double Abyssal. Can they get out enough damage? That's the question. Ramsey's going for the core over here on the side, and there it is. There's the second Ravage. And Humming right back out again. So they'll take down Ramses. And up comes V2. Always want to fly, running for his life. There's just no one here to save Ram. He's just, V2's dead. The hot forward here again. And it looks like Iceberg just gets cleaned up. Roger can only do as much as he can here. Might be able to take him. Oh, he does. The Winter's Curse from Roger. Able to take down FN. Oh, he's going to pay for that if he's not careful. He's got the blink, though. Waveforming again forward. This is going to be a dead Roger. Eventually.
Yeah, there's no solution here. He does not have a defensive item, and he buys out a little bit. He had buyback used anyways, so he'll have eggs up soon. But so basically everybody just died, and this is actually a really interesting situation because both teams had fought back in the previous fight heavily. Palantimos is going to be able to take Roche by himself, but basically what's going to happen is everyone's going to respawn. They're going to probably all wait a little bit until their buybacks come back, so we're just going to have like a full reset, most likely. And now the net worth is even. Game still looks amazing for Unique, though.
The courier? The courier ink slow? Pew! Oh man, always want to fly. He's trying everything here. They're just gonna send over another. Try to steal it. They're just gonna click everywhere. They're hoping. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be the courier down. Slayer's here.
Look at them all.
They want it. What is this game? Oh my god. Alright, always want to fly is dead.
Truly
so funny.
Because they don't get vision anymore. They're just clicking everywhere. They're like, okay, is the Roche dead? Is it dead yet? Can we get it?
So much gold from these couriers.
Here we go. They're just clicking all over the ground. Nope, not yet. There's no items yet. This is so ridiculous. How many couriers are we gonna lose during this? Alright. Oh, can I steal anything? Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I haven't seen that game. The fact that it was just one hero and basically in like 4 curves swarming around him was all right. He just gets picked up. They Ag's blessing. Who does that go to? A, I guess. Who else needs one?
This clock already has one.
Yeah, it'll be tiny.
Oh wow, this is going on though. There is some damage going down in the base.
The AoE cold feet. That's a good talent.
The prize is
Here's the start of that fight again. I thought it was going to go really bad for Unique. Clock got separated. The Ravage felt bad. Just started them off on the Winter Wyvern, which is okay, but not incredible. And then the great sounds from Always Want to Fly after the refresher here was so good. Delays the second Ravage. They jump in. V-Tune trying to get DPS in. Ramses tries to get a kill on Morphling, but he's really tanky here. And then that Gush just cleaned up everybody. So from there, yeah, it was just... we're basically seeing the effects of Wraith King's itemization. His itemization was built to hit this really good timing, to make Morphling limited, to make pushing easier, to make sieging easier. But because they lost that fight with their big net worth advantage, now going high ground, and Tide got that Ags, it just made going high ground so much harder. And now Wraith King's like really wishing he had different items. Not that, but I mean, ultimately the mistake was that they had a bad team fight. But, you know, he'd really love to have more potential items right now so that he could pick off some of these other heroes a little bit easier.
I feel like they're having some damage issues on the side of Navi. I mean, Iceberg, he's got damage too, but like he's just immediately shredded in these fights, especially if he gets initiated on, because Bigum, that's what he's been looking for during the entire time. He's like, okay, I just need to hook shot onto the Marana. I know my Tiny will back me up. We'll get her out of the fight. And then all of a sudden, you know, it's 4v5. And they got some big tanky bruisers over on the side of Unique now.
It's hard. And this is likely why Roger built the itemization he did, because they knew that they were going to have some damage issues. So he built to have more right click. But they just lost too many fights here. Percentage-based damage is good against Morphling, and they still have that, especially with Ags now. He's always going to have it, but it's still only doing 9% of current, and Morphling with Satanic is not going to have about that damage too much. So, no Spirit Vessel, and he's got all these like magic communities anyways. 2 cheeses past the Clockwork. Sell them, and just don't tell anybody. Like, oh yeah, use them in the fight. You get that Daedalus Clockwork. Oh, I don't know.
I just found it in the woods, you know? I've been doing some good stuff here. I don't know, man. The way that Bignum has been playing, though, like, it's just so value having all that extra regen on him. Bottom lane. Casual Ice Blast, just trying to get rid of some of these axe solutions. Do you have an Overwhelming Blink picked up now for Ramses?
Okay. It's a good one. Not built very often. Like, it's pretty rare that you get late in a game like this where somebody justifies buying it. Almost every hero that buys those blink upgrades is always carries. They want their right clickers and their item slot limited. But Ramsey's been farming like a carry all game. His last hits are insane. He's got the most in the game, 596. So hell, buy it.
Treat yourself.
Slow attack speed and movement speed by 50% for 6 seconds. That's a really long time. Obviously, people are going to have BKBs that'll remove it or prevent it from affecting him, but it's a great way to nuke as well.
Ramsey's hiding on the side. Knows that Slayer's here.
Pushed is like insane now. Cold Feet with Ice Vortex damage, it's so good. And they just can't see where AA is. The cast range is so long on these abilities that you just don't get to know where your opponents are split pushing from. Blink and Aeon Disc, perfect items on A so far. Just got to keep lanes pushed out. That's the only good thing going for Navi right now. They've already got 2 sets of racks, so they don't have to put as much effort into split pushing these side lanes, but Unique is collapsing the bot lane, and this is the one that matters at least a little bit. They can offset their rack's disadvantage here. It'll make it easier for them to have space on the map. They still got Aegis, so see what Navi can do to slow this down, but I'm not super confident.
They're just trying to mirror a little bit. They've got that Axe Illusion just pushing through on these lanes. An Iceberg is standing nearby. And Unique is grouped up pretty tightly here as they're sweeping through. They do have to go and consider these lanes. Rocket Flare to try to help push it.
I think Unique is a little scared to go high ground as well without...
Passes off the Minotaur Horn. What do we have on Palantimos? He's got the spider legs. A little bit more mobility.
Well, it's all about basically not having to use a slot for boots anymore. Very common for carries in the ultra late game to do this. It's like, oh, now I can actually be 6-slotted without the detriment of it. It's worth it over... You're basically trading a neutral item for a regular item, and when you have infinite gold, basically, absolutely worth it.
Oh, no.
That was a big snipe back. He bought out for that, by the way. He's 600 gold from buyback. Pretty greedy, I guess, to run it straight there.
Okay, overwhelming blink. The jump forward. They're waiting patiently. They want this kill. The Ravage comes up, but they still manage to take down Godec. Down for 90-something seconds. No buyback. The patience of Navi has paid off, but again, they ended up losing that Ag's Blessing for the Wraith King.
So I think Berserker's Call is not dispellable. Yeah, it can't be dispelled. So that's that nice counter against the Tide here in this late game. The other Chainstone wasn't going to work Crack and Chill with Rocket, but because Axe Call is different, it's like forcing them to attack you. It cannot be removed by Crack and Chill, so they're able to disable for that full duration, pick off the kill with some nice damage from my... I'd use BKB, but it's already a 6 anyways. No loss at all. Spurs got an item decision to make soon. It's got, just casual 7,000 gold here. We're getting good, guys. We're definitely getting tier 5 items. Seen some sick late game stuff. Everybody's got a lot of items.
And what do you think? What do you think we're gonna see?
On Marana, he's going Satanic, it looks like.
Oh my god, this is... No. This is it, all right? Roger. He's gonna get that Ballista. It's gonna be the true carry in this game. They're just never gonna be able to get close enough to him. Make it happen.
I don't see that they don't give Ballista to Marana, though.
Boo, boring.
I know.
Boring.
But she attacks really fast anyway, so it'd be really...
They have the vision. Call out, Starstorm, and that's a dead Clockwork. There's a gem left over here on the ground. I'll pick that up. Ramses will be happy to take that off your hands.
Shiva's all right. They get some pickoffs, and that's something that Navi's definitely strong at. They still have good hero pickoffs. Get them. And now they get map control again.
They know exactly where the Marana is. This gang squad, though, really coming in handy. Iceberg perhaps staying just a little bit too long. He does get hexed up. They've got the Glimmer. Gonna stand over to the side. Looks like he's gonna escape. Always want to fly using the Soulbind out. Nice arrow will hold them in place a little bit longer. And they're just allowed to. They go back in. Butcher's Curse immediately over on the side. And look at this FN. He can't fight these illusions. The call here from Ramses. Needs to get a couple of these spins. Can they finish off Godec in time? Leap forward here coming up from Iceberg. They do have the vision. As they'll be able to take down Godec. They take down Ramses, though. They get the arrow off. They'll take down always one flying Palantimos. Able to walk away now from this engagement.
They're pretty even still. Decent fight back and forth. Network is evened up now with these last couple kills that Navi's been able to pick up. The Dark Portrait was actually such a headache there for Tiny. Just made Dark Portrait against Morphling is like one of the best things in the game because you are getting all of his base damage and it's multiplied by a factor of 50% extra. So it's literally stronger than Morphling is. And it just bullied on Tiny, beat him down to like 40% health. Also spell immune, by the way. So you have to kill it with physical damage. And by the way, because it has, 244 agility, it has a lot of armor. And I don't even, does it even take bonus damage? It does. It does take extra damage, but still, it's a lot to deal with. Buys them time. That scouts out Roshan. It's going to respawn at a relatively early time. 1/3 of the possible respawn time.
Very
This is going to give Wraith King his axe. Fine.
Radiant's courier
Chase,
has
here
been
comes.
killed.
There's the right click.
Tide to our
That's the
advantage.
cheese. Should have sold it, Big Num.
He's got a little snack later.
Courier drive-by.
Radiant's courier
Clockwork's gonna
has been killed.
Iceberg spots
Radiant's
it.
bottom tower is under
Oh, get
attack.
those items.
It's fine. It was just an Aeon. Clockwork would love to have it.
No, I'm talking about the neutral items, baby.
Ooh, yes, to the ancients. All right, Raytheon's
Give me
gonna
them items.
Sure.
Yeah, it's finished up now.
He's not walking your ancients. That means he's not gonna spawn the items now. Guess he's worried about getting caught.
That's fair.
As long as they kill them, their opponents can't get them right now. They killed the damn ancients there.
Stygian, okay.
Ooh, that's good. That's
What else we
very
got?
good. That's gonna
Force
help them
boots.
out.
It's all right. It's all right.
So, well, yeah, give force boots to Raytheon.
Ballista. There we go, baby. Let's see it. Put it on the Wyvern.
Put it on Marana. But Marana's got Desolate. Okay, Marana is gonna. That's okay. Winter Wyvern will use the Desolator.
Fine. Let Roger have his fun, man.
Radiant's bottom tower is
That
under
range
attack.
with the Arctic burn, like.
Right, they changed their mind again. Desolator on Raytheon.
Okay.
Because it'll help him be a more conventional carry. 60 damage, minus 10 armor when you're attacking. That'll help. He's still damage limited, but it'll be fine. And then they put Force Boots on Axe, which is kind of weird because he's already got Boots of Travel level 2.
Yar, matey.
Which I guess he can sell now. He's so rich. He's 10,000 gold.
Yo, look at, we got the pirate hat on Winter Wyvern.
Oh, dude.
Let's do it. I'm down. I'm not even mad that he doesn't have the, oh, all right. We're switching them back and forth and around all over the place here.
That makes sense. Backpack that ninja gear. Take those. Oh, he's got the ballista. They did it.
They did it. Yes.
This actually is better for sure. Marana doesn't really need the attack stat badly because she's got leaps. But 150 attack speed on Marana is really good because she does good damage. So like, this just makes way more sense. All right, anything for the Radiant side yet? They're just spawning now. Cleared them both.
Yeah, they sent over the
let's see
Wraith
what
King. They have a Fallen Sky. They got that earlier. Force boots.
I'm gonna give that to more.
Ramses, they're hunting. The arrow not connected. The force. Oh my god, immediately there it is. Ramses, the death force. They have the damage. They can take out Ghost. It goes so quickly here. Altimos just nudged back. And the Roche is up.
Quick.
Those force boots, man. This is great.
Against Tide is just so good. All right, they're getting some more items now. Tiny picks up a pirate hat.
We got the Nully online too for the axe. Yeah, into the pit for Navi. With that Tide Hunter being dead. He doesn't have buyback either, Purge.
Yeah, this has been hurting him a bit here. Bought out that Aeon disc, but I think he bought Aeon disc to try to solve the solution against the call. But the problem is that it just doesn't work. Free axe for somebody who's gonna get it. Looks like axe, I guess.
Dire
It's not bad on
are
Marana.
scanning.
This does right now. God, I love Theorycraft. Having a great time right now. Happy we're watching this beautiful game. All right. So basically, they can buy whatever they want.
The jungle
Rance
has
has been in this situation many times, but not necessarily as an offlane hero. But yeah, he's very
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant
defend.
structures are fortified.
Look at the swagger over here on V2. Like the rest of the team, you know, they're fairly nearby, but they're still a bit spread out. And he's just like, yeah, no problem.
So much fun. He's got 6,000 gold. He just
Smoked up.
can't really see.
V2 just pulling out the Wraith Fire Blast here. Rest of the team waiting very patiently from behind. Palatine just shoot, get off my lawn.
All they need to do is kill this last barracks, and then win a team fight convincingly. That's it. Like,
Make it sound so easy. Oh, the Winter's Curse coming out from Roger. Let's try to get into position, into the arrow. Do they dare go close enough, though? They have to be so careful because Godec has several ravages. That Ice Blast and Vortex. Very, very spooky.
I mean, it was nice, but
All right, I'll be back up soon, I'm sure.
Allies.
big Clockwork. Big. Anyone else? Anyone else? Not? Oh, two non-diggers. Two people not digging in this game right now. There we go. Big Num Doug finally. Iceberg, please.
You're triggering Purge. Please, Iceberg. Not like this.
Seer Stone. Pretty decent. I don't think AA will be unhappy about that one.
No. They also completed on himself a refresher, too. Everybody's just loaded right now. Pockets are full. These Axe Illusions aren't doing quite as much as they used to.
For lack of items. All gonna come down to getting pickoffs here, basically. Be the big one. Refresher Shard is on Wyvern. I think who else has one? Do they still have? No, A has used his, but he does have a Refresher Orb instead. Just normal stuff, you know.
All right. They're smoked up on the side of Unique. They're looking for some wrapping action, possibly. You have to be careful, though. They do have these Axe Illusions. Creeping over. Ramses immediately. Smoke pops. Jump forward from B-Tune. He doesn't quite get his hands over onto FN as he is hexed up immediately. The toss here, trying to save Slayer. Get right back into their base.
You put sentries down so you didn't have boots this way. Toss him like 200 units. He was like, you really need this right now, dude. Morphling.
Nice arrow. Is going to do anything beyond that, though. Both teams just so hesitant.
Yeah.
You have the Morphling for a moment there. For the arrow. Constantly trying to get vision, trying to get information here on the side of Navi to get into the base. But Unique's making it very difficult for them to find that proper initiation.
It's hard. They're a little bit scared. They don't want to get caught. I mean, the Axe Call is actually such an amazing solution, honestly. The fact that it goes through Tide Kraken Shell just means that they have gank options. And you know, if they get crazier, they can even buy something like a Refresher Orb. That's what we used to see that back actually with this. Berserker's Call and Axe at this really. I think that was maybe like DAC or something like that. They just call twice in a row, and it's like, how do you stop 6 seconds of disable?
Our observer has also triggered the fact that we are not seeing that pirate hat get used. Get that booty.
This needs to be buffed. Maybe it needs like flash.
I'll think about that. No. Oh, there we go. There we go.
150 gold each. That's pretty good. Grimstroke moving out on. All right, the turtling continues. Not much change. Morphling has buttloads of money. He doesn't have a moon shard yet. He hasn't eaten an Ags yet either. He may be saving his abundance of gold for a moment where he could buy back 7 minutes later, kind of a thing, buy back. But, I mean, ultimately it's going to take Navi going high ground. But the tough thing is that, like, realistically, like, net worth is starting not to matter anymore. Like, for the supports, it's kind of nice, but realistically, Axe has to keep pushing out these lanes with illusions. King has to keep pushing out these lanes, so the net worth is not going to go to the supports.
Oh, Ramsey's a little bit off the mark. Does manage to find FN. He's got the BKB, but they follow up. Can they blow him up in time? Big ol' Ice Blast coming in. The arrow. Oh, the thing gets soulbound. Leashed up together. As Iceberg tries to jump in the back line. Ghosting following up with a Ravage. As they'll get an Ice Winter's Curse off. Look at this damage. It pops the Aeon disc on both of these heroes. As you see Clockwork on the back line, but the Nullifier coming in. They're just pushing away the Tidehunter. Ghosting will go down. He does have 5 at lead. Forthel tails Palatimos as well. And these cogs with the jump in from Ramses. You can't protect yourself with those. 5 back now from the Clockwork. This Dark Portrait just chasing down poor Slayer. Procs his Aeon disc. He's just pushing everybody away right now as V-Team's just smacking off here on the side.
Got vision of the area. Iceberg tried to dig and he got interrupted by Cold Feet. Probably the biggest thing that happened in that fight.
The buybacks are coming out in mass now for the side of Unique. That arrow does connect off to the side. The Ice Blast tossed out. Ramses and Iceberg will eat it to the face. Ooh, with a sidestep away from the Clockwork shock there.
That was kind of cool, actually. The gem that was still on the ground there, I believe, gave vision, which is why they went for that Ice Blast shock combo. But perfect fight for Navi. They got no buybacks wasted on their side. The enemy team did. They just got to win one more fight, and it's over. They kill Morphling. If they kill Tide,
Gush, though. Let's keep sending in the illusions, boys. They do have some nice solutions here coming up from the side of Unique to push them off. Look at V2. He creeps forward a little bit. All right, boys. All right, boys, get in there. Serve your king. Lots of trees getting tossed out. Other arrows tossing in. Sidestepping around. They've got the Dark Portrait, though. Look at this. This illusion game is actually so ridiculous here. They do throughout the Avalanche. Look at the Hex off as well. Can they burst down? No, not quite. Ice Blast, though, coming in. Be able to take down the first life, but oh, FN, he went a little bit too far. Ramsey's jumping onto the back lines. And Palatimos, though, he's just trying to burst down over on the side. Not going to be able to quite do it. The BKB coming out. Iceberg needs to be careful. He can't afford to take all this damage. He's still gets just obliterated here. But they have that Wraith King as V2, and he's got the stuns up. Can they take down Paladimos? Yes, they can. That is a dead Morphling, and they're looking to chase after Ghostic now. Get this kill, go Roger on the back lines. Melfire comes out, that's a dead Ghostic, and FN is just trying to run away. He's getting nudged away here by the Winter Wyvern. Roger, he wants his kill, just to chase him right into there. And eventually, though, FN will survive. The GGs get called.
All right. Big sigh of relief for Navi there, but they consistently won that fight bottom. They found the tiny in the trees that gave them a good initiation. Too many players on Unique ended up getting killed. They have to buy back.
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it. You asked me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries as we'll fall now. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it. I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it. Slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you will break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption
I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly. I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly.
Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to pick.
Enchantress.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Navi's turn to pick.
Warlock.
Radiant team ban.
Wraith King.
Well, our analysts may have been disappointed by Navi's performance, and in fact, I'm going to go ahead and read into the players' reactions. I think Navi was a little disappointed in themselves after game one, but what matters is they got the W, because as long as they continue to get these Ws, they will be going to the major. Can't drop a series against Unique, and correction for what I said earlier, they also have to be able to beat PuckChamp, not Extremum. So, see what we got here on our second series draft.
Yeah, and I do want to clarify, the reason that we are so critical is because they put themselves in just weird positions. You know, there was chances for them to lose this game after they are so far ahead, and they need to play cleaner and better if they do look forward to having like a better year.
This is an organization that's expected to like take top 6, top 8 in majors, like as a reputation thing. You know, you are supposed to be ready to compete with the best, and you haven't proven that you can convincingly beat Division 1 DPC of Eastern Europe.
Yeah, second season would already be a disappointment to Navi, no matter how well they play these final games, because they went from being the second best team in CIS, the only team that we looked at as maybe they can possibly compete against Virtus Pro, and now they're even a worse position, despite making on paper, should have been an upgrade.
Yeah, if this is any team that's 4 through 8 in any division that's not expecting to go to a major, we'd be like, yeah, okay, a little bit sloppy, but they pulled it off. It's like, we know Navi is better than that, and that they have to aim to be better than that. So that's why we always are a bit harsher on the better teams, but I do believe it's called for in times like this, where we've played with a lot of these guys. We've played at this level of it literally looked like a pub. You know, everyone built their own items, and everyone was kind of like losing focus of their vision of the game. We could tell communication was breaking down a little bit. And the cool thing for Navi is since they won, I will say that they look way better than Team Unique. Like their vision of the game was much better in the draft. The way they played the first 20 minutes was incredibly clean. Yep. It just was everything about getting lazy and overconfident after that.
I think that's, overconfidence is my biggest thing. I mean, Ramses, I feel like he was very stable. Didn't make any goofy stuff. Like his build was very straightforward, made the good plays. So I was very happy with watching him and always want to fly.
The Manta Axe is really cool there. I've realized that the worse of an Axe game it is, the better of a Manta Shard game it is, usually. Because usually Axe games that are quote-unquote bad in the past were games where you either easily died while you were trying to farm, and Manta solves that problem, and you really didn't have like a clear blink target to initiate onto and kill. You're dealing with Morph, Tide, Tiny. But the Manta Shard build allows you to do enough damage to take like half or more of these guys as a health off, which allows 1+1 follow-up to get kills. So it's like, okay, the classic solution of our hero doesn't have the best matchup, let's farm a bunch of items, and the Axe Manta Shard build I think really fits those type of games. So I like that they were willing to first pick the Axe, and Ramses was able to make something happen in a game where it was seemingly a bunch of bad matchups. And so looking into this game, they have the Warlock, Doom, Grim, very demonic lineup so far, but also low amount of disable.
Lots of fun. Soul bind with Fatal Bonds with Doom. Lots of fun potential.
How do you not ban Grim when they open Warlock Doom? Is that not literally the best two heroes in the game?
Probably because they see, I mean, they have Wraith King, right? So they're like, okay, we counterpick the big team fight, the big initiations and stuff. But yeah, it is a very straightforward thing for Navi. And now they do get their PA. It was banned first 2 in the first series from Unique, and now they do get V-Tune on his best hero and the one that they're so stable with on the side of
Do we think it's Grimstroke Doom offlane, or do you think they're going to last pick Ramses' hero and put the Doom mid for Iceberg? Or is that up in the air still based on what matchups we see?
Probably any chance that it could be 3 Grimstroke? I've seen some people experimenting around with that.
It's like obviously there's a chance, but then you're last picking your 4 or you're putting Doom 4. I don't think you put a ranged squishy against Wraith King. It's like a nice thought in lane, but eventually he just pops 6 skeletons. You use your Stroke of Fate to clear him once, and then you know the Wraith King is just going to walk away.
Well, Unique are going to mirror the versatility here. Could be Sand King mid alongside the Doom mid, or it could be offlane and Doom is offlane.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's offlane. It's pretty good in lane against PA. One of the few carries you don't mind laning against.
Yeah, and they do. I mean, the thing about the Grimstroke too is they did have Enchantress already. I think that's maybe why they didn't ban it. They always have a way to deal with it, at least in the side lanes versus Inkswell, but for sure.
The Warlock has to be careful in the lane. He can't really use his heal defensively. I'm assuming the Enchantress will go 4. I guess it's possible it goes 5. But you can't... The spell on the Warlock heal is possible from the Enchantress on enemies, but not on allies.
Yes. They do have potential for both if they do. Whichever lane they do want to make a little bit stronger in particular.
Yeah, they're assuming it's Doom mid for now.
10 seconds
at least based on the fact that it's not necessarily they are 100% sure it's a Doom mid, but Slardar Grim against Wraith King would be real tough to deal with.
Yeah, and just Slardar PA just makes the game very easy.
And they need some catch, right? They need some chase potential, I would say, is what Navi needs. Centaur's already banned out, of course. Slardar, Axe, Sand King's taken away. What other stunning heroes are there in the offlane? It almost makes me inclined to think it is a Doom offlane because there's probably more options in the mid lane than there are in the off lane.
That is fair. And yeah, I mean, they really do lack catch. Unless they just want to use ults pretty much every time they do need that extra catch. So, ban out the Kunkka. So it looks like they are targeting mid now, switching it back up as you mentioned.
They don't have any super mobile dudes on Unique. Yeah, they have the Sand King, which is somewhat mobile, but I think the PA dagger plus a reinitiation from either the PA or Doom having a blink would be enough to catch them. So as of now, I don't think Unique's presented
10 seconds remaining.
Like the need for Navi to have an immense amount of catch, but you still want
5
something.
seconds remaining.
Kunkka would have been nice. I like that ban too. Just be able to force the fight that way.
And the Pugna.
Pugna.
Usually indicates something like a TA or something like that, but...
Navi's turn to pick.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger. Great counter versus the PA, if that is, Unique, as I figured, picking that one up. if you're able to get that build online. You just get that quick MKB rush. Active, that's what I'm seeing from side of Unique. Rather than being as reliant on cooldowns, I did feel like last game got a little crazy, but I did feel like they were completely reliant on Ravage to ever be able to take a fight. This one doesn't feel like they are as cooldown reliant.
Incredibly single target though.
It's true.
On Unique. My concern is that if they're forced to take 5v5s, Unique will struggle. But they have very low cooldown, like you said, constantly active, run at you. Navi wants to hit a lot more creeps. They only really need to hit creeps on one hero on the side of Unique. Windranger's relatively passive for maybe 15 minutes. Like usually they spend the first 15 minutes heavily prioritizing their own game and then
Navi.
start to run around.
Okay, they just take that Underlord, so I mean some really good situations here for Firestone Pit. It definitely has its value. And it's just a good group up. Eventually, you know, V2 he's gonna hit his timings, they're gonna say come at us. And Underlord's always that great method to be able to force these engagements.
You either try to beat them at their own game by picking something that kills the Windranger, or you try to make their game unplayable in the attempt to just 5-man everywhere. And Underlord's nice because he allows a 5-man lineup to be more mobile on the map with regards to defending a tower and taking one without having to use a bunch of TPs. And also gives you that dangerous lane farmer that we saw last game, that Unique's lineup wants to kill you when you're showing on lanes. I think it's a similar story here. Underlord's probably one of the best dangerous farming offlaners in the game. So I think Navi is going to run it back. I think they're going to, you know, learn their lesson from the first game and execute the way they need to.
What do you guys think about the mid matchup? Windranger versus mid Doom. We don't really see that matchup very often.
I assume Doom just free farms.
Doom just free farms, it feels like, yeah.
Windranger doesn't do enough early levels to bully you away.
So it feels like that pick was very much focused on countering V2 and not necessarily about the laner.
Once he gets Javelin, he can solo kill Doom or PA, which is really good.
I like the lane setups a little bit better from Unique this time too. Wraith King Snapfire, we've seen this one tested so many times. A hero like Underlord, you may be tanky at times, but you get put negative armor and it actually is just so much damage from the crits. So I do like Unique's draft a bit better than the last time around, but I think Navi, they're gonna get their act together a bit better. Like those first 20 minutes last game, perfect. And that's where they should be, just be able to clean it up right afterwards. Like finish the game up, get Roshans, get
Take
a
it seriously with the items.
Yeah.
Okay, so for Unique, we're going to be looking for successful side lanes, right?
Yes.
That's the biggest thing. The Sanking lane as well.
They need map momentum. They need to snowball map control with kill threats so that Navi can't leave their side of the map.
Okay. Well, it ended up pushing well past 60 minutes last game. We'll see what we get this game with Moxie and Purge.
Feels like we always get the long games, especially last season, right, Purge? But, you know, as long as it's good Dota, I don't mind. And it does feel like this time around, Navi, they should play perhaps just a little bit more controlled. And on the side of Unique here, they're really reliant on being able to snowball from what the guys have said.
Yeah, that absolutely is what's happening. Navi going back for their default standard picks, basically. Doom mid they've been doing consistently. PA got banned first phase last game. It is a V-Tune special. They win on it a lot. And then the other heroes are also, like, everything is really standard here. Warlock, Grimstroke. The weirdest hero they drafted is Underlord offlane, which is still being picked by a lot of teams. So yeah, definitely more on the Unique side for stuff that's a bit more interesting. The Windranger mid is certainly a hero that needs to snowball to be really effective. You need to buy time to get your BKB at a good timing, and then after that you need to continue to scale. And your big threat is that you get solo pickoffs, that you are getting killing heroes at the start of the fight, basically. Kind of like Tiny a little bit, but a little bit slower. It's not like that instant burst. It's more like Shackle guy focus.
The thing that I'm most concerned about is the fact that Iceberg is just going to get free farm. And I feel like whenever you have a mid matchup where one hero is going to be able to just get free farm, things quickly spiral out of control. And this is something that Unique cannot allow Navi to have, because they have to be ahead the entire time. How do they offset this?
Well, I would agree with you if Doom was like a standard mid hero that's mobile and can easily get ganks off and set things up. Like Tiny getting a fast blink dagger and then controlling the map is really impressive, right? But Doom is a little slower in the sense that, like, he gets a lot of net worth, but it's not like he can constantly move around the map slaying people. Doom has a long cooldown. And the other abilities you grab are effective too, and yeah, you can go around right clicking and Scorched Earth running at people, but it's not quite the same. So yeah, he'll get great net worth, but it all comes down to like how many effective kills he can get against Windranger. And he's going to want to Doom FN like almost every team fight, most likely. Remove Dispel Windrun, make sure she can't cast spells. It'll be a good counter there. But his net worth might not be the biggest deal. Depends on what he does with it.
The other thing I'm a little concerned about with Unique's draft is you have the Snapfire, right? And a lot of the reason why you pick up the Snapfire is because of that little Shredder. I can see already you have the Blightstone picked up because it's just so nice to bully in lane. Oh, actually going for the cookie first. Okay, interesting.
Maybe worried about keeping his allies alive. He can secure range creep with it as well, is the other thing. So could reason that he's opting for that.
But I was going to say, you know, one of the other really nice appeals of having Snapfire is the magic nuke damage that you could do with the Mortimer's Kisses, but they haven't drafted anything to really make it super effective. Like, you know, I almost would have liked to have seen something like an Underlord perhaps on the side of, you know, Unique, something to hold them in place.
I would agree if they didn't have both Sand King, who's a great initiator, and also Wind Ranger for shackle setups. That's the scariest thing about the Unique lineup, frankly, is that their initiation is pretty simple. Whether it's Wraith King into another stun or Burrow Strike into a follow-up stun as well. So they've got options to start things, and then if Snapfire sit in the back line, start throwing the ulti. As soon as like there's a blink Burrow Strike, you launch the kisses. You ideally get a kill. So they have some ways, but it's reliant on either FN on the Wind Ranger landing initiations with Shackle Shot, or Ghostic having a good time. Those two is the important.
Fair enough. The cookie hop forward here onto Ramses, plus a little Shredder. Look at that amount of damage that you can dish out here in lane. That is going to force out the salve here on Ramses.
He's got to deal with Skellies first, which is the worst because they just aggro you out.
Yeah, they just chase you down.
Just delays this whole thing. Now he can press it as long as they aggro. Yeah.
Nothing feels worse than when you're like, oh, thank God. All right, gonna heal up, and then one of them just pops out of the ground. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe I forgot about that.
That is especially tile up games. Bottle coming for FN now. He should be able to grab a water rune. Iceberg also going for a bottle to offset some of that harass there, but after losing a lot of mana using power shot spam, Iceberg seems completely unfazed, but hey, that's one way to offset the fact that Doom has huge base.
I mean, this is the Iceberg special, right? You know, we talked about the Mirana in the first game just because we were a little surprised the first time it came around, but this is one of his favorite heroes in that mid lane recently. I'm sure he's very familiar with how to deal with all this.
Just does good stuff. Like you're pretty. It's really safe to pick early. Basically, leaves their draft really protected. Gives them more counter picks basically because he knows that no matter what, he's gonna have an okay.
Etune's taking a lot of harass here, thanks to Bignum, and of course that Satyr Tormentor.
Chantress.
We don't see her as often in like a lot of the other regions. Like specifically, I don't think we've seen a lot of her in the Western region recently. Like occasionally you see certain players are very, very good with it, right? But
yeah, No Tail did play her recently. It was like one of the first times I'd seen a Chantress actually lose the lane. It's lane against the Nature's Prophet of the other day. It is still played sometimes.
Ooh, Ramses. All right, they do have the Ink Swell on him this time, so he's gonna be able to trudge away, and he's gonna need another salve here from Roger, but consumables are very expensive nowadays.
Yeah, and Roger had to spend like 200 mana to keep Ramses alive there. He had to use a nuke to slow them down and Ink Swell just to run away with Ramses. So if they just keep going aggressive like this, it's great for their chances of winning the lane.
Still, though, about 4 minutes in, no first blood just yet. Although we've seen a couple attempts here in the bottom lane, as they've tried to make the play onto Ramses. Otherwise, pretty quiet.
On the other side of the map, Navi did a great job blocking the large camp. I'm sure then Chantress has to run farther to go grab creeps here. He's gonna go to the deeper part. So let's say you're on the other side, but you're grabbing this would be great. Oh, they finally got him.
Finally got him, but they do manage to get themselves. Oh,
yes. All right, fine. Dragonlance, Roger. That, you know what to do, baby.
A great.
Dare spend this gold a normal way.
A great turnaround here for the side of Navi, not only being able to take down the Snapfire, but also taking down Palantimos. All they had to do was lose Ramses. That's Wild Wing spam, though.
My assumption is what happened is they went for the kill. They used Firestorm and they got the level 2 Ink Swell to blow up, do a lot of damage. That's why they were both so low afterwards. They also don't have sticks on either Slayer or Palantir, so a little bit harder to counterplay in that circumstance. Whereas they have sticks on the Navi side. So
always want to fly. Get poked away. They've got Impetus here. They've got that Wild Ring as well. They'll follow up with Burrow Strike, and they need a little bit more damage, but down will go the Warlock.
It really helps when you're playing Sand King with a really strong lane support, because Sand King's a little bit weak himself in terms of fighting to the death. So off to a great start on Godec's side, and against a melee hero, he's got some easy harass options too. For Soul Ring, actually, on. Don't see this very often, but hey, it's a great item on strength heroes. It's like a bracer plus armor, which is perfect in saying it's a PA. So we'll see what he does itemization, but I assume we'll just see it blink.
I think he kind of has to, right? Because you've got, you know, your Wind Ranger can run in, obviously, but you need that follow-up.
Scanning.
I think it's too scary for that to be your primary source of initiation, especially earlier on.
The rune fight here, Bignum moving in against Iceberg. Use Focus Fire.
Yeah, they get the stomp off too here, thanks to Bignum. We'll get the Doom off over here on the Wind Ranger, but Iceberg might actually fall here if he's not careful. All right, he's up onto the high ground now. Looks like he's gonna be surviving.
Not bad at all. Forcing out Doom like that is a great usage of your time. He's got 2 bottle charges as well, so he'll be absolutely okay here. Now he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. And Focus Fire is going to come off cooldown much earlier than this. He's almost got the Javelin too, so Iceberg might be a little limited. Like, oh, that feels so bad when you get hit by these envenomed weapons while you're bottling and low. You lose, what, 30% of your heal? 35% of your heal. That's bottle, that's salve. It's a big deal.
Cookie hop backwards here. Just gonna make sure Palatimus doesn't get stuck in that pit of malice. And B-Tune, though, despite all the blinking away that they've done here on the top lane, still sitting at pretty decent net worth.
So far. Yeah, actually, Iceberg's still doing really good on farm. His net worth is huge. Sitting about 700 gold ahead of what Wind Ranger is, but he's just maxed out Devour first. He knows he's not going to be able to kill her outside of using Doom, so why bother maxing out Scorched Earth here?
It's about what you'd expect from a Doom in any case. TP is coming to the bottom, though. It's like FN wants to try to make something happen. The Cookie over on the side here. They get a beautiful shackle. So Ramses gets taken out, and Roger is forced back. So a nice rotation here from FN will net him a kill.
Radiant's
middle
middle
from Roger.
tower
So this is his Dragon Lance. It's maxing out Stroke of Fate. Gives him the ability to basically push lanes, and most Grimstrokes these days aren't maxing it early because their goal is basically to swap all up.
So much more.
I think they're more concerned about hitting creeps than actually hitting Godec. I think they just want to push him out. Slayer starts clicking away over here on Roger. FN is nearby. They can easily get this kill if they decide to go for it. Power shot not connecting though. So Roger will be allowed to survive here in this middle lane. And he also manages to nab that double damage rune, so he's got to be very happy.
Radiant are scanning.
They're going to move a lot more now, and this should be fine. Never mind, Snapfire comes bottom again. They want to keep threatening kill on Ramses here, and he's definitely still very killable. He actually does not have boots yet. He's got good regen, good mana regen as well with the Soul Ring, or mana usage, but
hello, Iceberg.
Comes up, he could get killed. Careful here. See if he shows. If he does, Snapfire will pop out. In the meantime, Iceberg roam towards the top lane. Sand King backed up. That gets spotted on the wards. They're not going to waste time there. They might get a big dumb kill, but
wait up.
This doesn't feel that good either.
No. Job's completed now for Iceberg. Like you said, they just don't feel like they need to hard commit on the Enchantress. Too busy just farming up for the time being.
The chances of killing him are low anyways. You have to doom him just to get damage out. It doesn't feel...
No, not a high priority Doom target. I think they were hoping that they could get Godec in the top lane. Try to slow him down a little bit. He is working towards the blink.
Is he close? Let's see. He's getting there. About 800 more gold to go. Bought Tranquils just to stabilize his lane a little bit. Don't always see that, but it's fine. It's a little bit altered. Ramses steps up though. Bottom.
Cookie hop forward. Just gonna remove some of that armor here, and he's gonna be allowed to survive. In the top lane, though, we do have some big action going on. They'll stun Godec over here on the side. They do manage to go and get the Doom off on the back lines. Roger will fall. As now Godec is just trying to get away. V2 has to be careful, though. These little creeps are just chasing him after. FN will fall. We'll get the kill on Godec, and they'll clean up on Always Want to Fly. They should be able to finish off Bignum here. Couple more hits, and down he goes.
What a monster rotation there. I mean, Doom gets the Doom off on the perfect target. There was no spells used by FN, I believe. Focus Fire certainly was not. And then he's able to get all these kills before even Warlock dies. Like, lots of experience going to them. That puts Warlock, like, with the Tome. He's going to be close to, like, level 7. Just perfect timing for him to be in the top lane.
I thought for a second V-Tune was going to fall to the Enchantress creeps. Did you see them chasing after him the entire time?
I did not. No.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he had to jump around and do some blinking action to get away.
Berg's like a firm 2,000 some gold ahead of everybody else in the game. So that rotation was so
Radiant's
massive here.
bottom tower is under attack.
Fen would love to get a kill. It's just really hard. Between like drum charge and phase, Doom could just zip out of like almost any danger. It's got like what 30% movement speed bonus or something. That's like 100 movement speed. What he's walking just normally. So like as long as he doesn't get like chain disabled, he doesn't have to worry too much about pressure.
He is a speed demon. Top lane though, pressure being placed on the tier 1. Timo's rotating here with the boys, and they'll remove that tower from the map. At the bottom lane though, Ramsey's trying to do exactly the same thing, a little bit slower than a Wraith King and a Snapfire, but eventually we'll get the job done, especially because he's got that Cardi there to help him out.
The nice thing is that PA's been hitting creeps, no threat to dying. Got Battle Fury at a reasonable time. He's actually went Battle Fury without boot. I'm sorry, he does have trap.
Dire's middle tower
but should have Battle Fury soon.
Dire
And we'll see if the pressure can offset this. No Doom for 30 seconds. There's a small window here. Unique can pressure pit, but still a ways from Radiance.
They use the scan too over on the side. They know that they're trying to make a move. So you'll see that Ramses will very subtly enter into the middle lane. But the follow-up here, Mortimer's Kiss is coming out, and that's exactly what we were looking for. Ramses will go down. They drop the chaotic offering on the back lines. As it looks like the rest of the team, they just scatter.
It's just not
Tries to slow it down with his Vanguard, but that's not going to help against all that magic damage.
Not against the Snapfire.
Oh my god.
All right, tower goes down, and Unique is making all the right moves right now. Putting pressure on the map, and it's a bit of a reverse from last time. They're pressuring, trying to make that map more claustrophobic for the side of Navi. Look at the stack. Oof. Gotta make sure you don't give these up, guys.
This is one of the biggest weaknesses actually of Battle Fury. Is that like it takes a while to finish the item, and then you can take stacks. So these heroes that can just do stacks by themselves, like we saw last game with the axe, just feel so much safer. Because if your opponents invade you and clean you out, it's a lot of wasted time for supports.
I mean, Ramses can do those with some help from the Grimstroke too. They're gonna make a jump on Bignum here.
It's a large camp.
No. Come forward. And they should be able... No, again, Bignum, he's just so difficult to take, yeah. Iceberg does get spotted by Ghost Stick, and of course... yeah, he turns around and gets the Doom off. They get this double silence as well with the Soulbind, but they're just going to try to tilt it down as fast as possible.
Be close.
I think he's all right. Very, very close, like you said.
Wind Ranger moved down there with his Invis rune. He spotted Doom out. Doom started running away, but he was able to land the shackle. Then Sand Burrow followed up. Got that kill.
Oh, that power shot.
The last hit as well. It was that man. Okay, so he gets 300 gold out of that. Halfway to Blink Dagger now. Very big pick off, taking out that high net hero.
But the Battle Fury is online for V-Tune, and the stack belongs to him. So should feel very, very happy about that. Roger's still nearby, wants to sap a little bit as well. And you can see V-Tune's very, very thankful, even going to tip Roger once he notices these big juicy stacks waiting for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of net worth. Lightstone is going to go for a BKB afterwards. Ghost Stick playing aggressive on the map right now with Blink Dagger. His Epicenter is ready to go in case they find a grab here, but Ramsey's playing safe. It's going to buy some time. Most has got his Relic coming right now. So the Radiance is going to be a little slow for sure from his side. So they're going to go for Roach to the DD. Okay.
Got that negative armor thanks to the Snapfire, of course, and with the double damage, FN should be able to chip down one rush on very, very quickly here. Getting close to that Radiance too for Palantimos.
Not bad at all. I really like how Slayer in that last fight where they picked off the Doom, he used Lil Shredder to instantly clear out the Phantom's Embraces. That was really nice. Save some damage from his allies and remove the silence. So that's a really cool use of Lil Shredder. It's just a multi.
Alright, this time they'll be able to hunt down Bignum and they'll get themselves a kill.
Just an Enchantress. I mean, considering they just got Roche out of that, absolutely worth it.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And
under
now
attack.
Aegis on Wind Ranger also makes Doom feel way less effective, right? Because now if he wants to Doom Wind Ranger, it's like, okay, Wind Ranger's gonna come. The best thing about it, at least, is that you could Doom him and ignore him, because then he's not impacting for 16 seconds. But Unique has a good moment. They are still behind in net worth, but they have definite kill potential. So if they can catch Navi out of place, this would be a really good point.
Ramsey's is going to throw out that Firestorm, a little bit of harass on FN, but can't do really much aside from that for this time being. Clear up the wards here, over on FN. And Navi will just back off towards the triangle.
Good job being aggressive. FN gets to push out mid lane pretty safely. If he didn't have Aegis, he would be worried about dying. Yet BKB coming for Doom. So they could force a fight now if they're interested. Well, there it is, Roger, baby. Buy that Ags. Hell yeah. Who needs Glimmer Cape? You want to be powerful. I get it.
Give me the Dark Portrait.
Navi doesn't do so well this season. I could definitely see Roger be like, it's time, guys. I'm the carry now. Switch his role, something like that. Awesome.
He's still, I remember casting, you know, Eastern European Dota, like when I first started my career. And he was playing Spirit Breaker, and he knew he was gonna die. He was chasing after this Ion. The Ion's like way behind the tower, but he just would not stop. He just goes right down mid lane, hitting the taunt button the entire time, making the donkey noises, and he just full committed for it. Didn't even get the kill on Ion, but I was like, that is a man who knows exactly what he wants, and I have respect for that. I thought it was really funny. I don't think his team did though.
Dire's top tower.
Oh yeah, they'll jump over here onto the PA, but V2 having Ramses nearby will just immediately blank out. Do they go back in is the question. As Bignum does get spotted here by Iceberg. Look, he's so slow to try to hit her though.
Dire's top tower.
That untouchable. 1 point and untouchable, man.
He didn't even interrupt the TP. That felt weird. You're not going to kill him. You can see his HP. You can do the math. He's got the health talent. A little weird. No epicenter now, but gonna make it harder to kill the other cores. But it just seems clear that Navi's not gonna really fully commit here.
And there it is. There's that Radiance completed now for Palantimos. They're gonna be looking to take over more of the map here as they walk right into Roger. All right, Blast, he's got the ink spell on. The follow-up though from Ghostic. It'll stun for a little bit, but he's still going to fall. And there's some creeps over here that are ripe for the taking. They don't see him though. They don't have the vision.
They check him right after this.
Yeah, they drop a ward. Slayer's like, ho ho. Don't mind if I Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
Really good movement speed for Rithing. Raw HP is going to be a little bit lacking here, so he's definitely very burstable, especially against a hero like PA. That's a pretty overwhelming damage.
Bounty!
Bow as well. Pretty good. That's so good on Wind Ranger, actually. Extra attack range. It's going to amplify all the magic damage you do by 15%, which is basically where all of his damage comes from. Maelstrom as well as Power Shot. It's a perfect neutral item. So he's going to get better separation between who he's attacking and wherever Doom might be. So that could make the difference in these initiations. So he's looking okay for Unique. Till the Ags on Grimstrike comes out. 1,800 gold away from it. And then he's going to make a Dark Portrait of Wraith King, and he's going to get his free Radiance. But the downside is that it's going to be an illusion. Be as good as a regular. So is it good? No.
It's better than no Radiance illusion.
Yes, but you're trading a mediocre Radiance illusion for 4,200 gold, which is a little bit weird.
Yeah, there's definitely better items I think that he could probably have picked up. I don't know.
Glimmer, probably. There's a lot of magic burst. Surely Glimmer is good.
I feel like Glimmer is usually never a bad thing. Unique though, again, making these nice moves, kind of pushing them out of their own jungle on the side of Navi. But you can also see Navi, they're trying to just do some mirroring, right? They put down their own wards. They're trying to find whatever space that they can get as Iceberg and Always Want to Fly are just paired up together, holding each other's hands as they jungle.
One negative about Roger buying defensive items is that it is going to help in like later game scenarios to have these powerful impact. And he is a 4-position hero, so it does make some sense. I definitely agree that his items last game were basically garbage and not probably worth buying because he could have died less or saved an ally a bit more. But you know, as the game continues, Dark Portrait could be good. Grab on.
Jump forward here. The BKB does get popped though on FN. Doesn't want to get locked into place here. TPs are coming out though. They're gonna fight this. Palantimo's joining in the fight. Does have that Radiance completed and the armlet. He's gonna run right into Ramses' Iceberg. He's the speed demon here on the back line. He's gonna just turn around the corner, walks right into Palantimos. He's gonna get off a little bit of that damage. The Atos, the follow-up here from Godec though. They've got the set. He's got his BKB, so the Snapfire Kisses are not gonna matter as much, as he is just so far away from the rest of his team. He's trying to just burst down that reincarnation over here. As the rest of Navi on the back foot, trying to run away. They don't want to fight this now. No, though. Dagger tossed out. They consider it. Cookie hop forward again. Palantimos, though, didn't go down during all of that.
Did not. He was able to armlet toggle through the Inferno. A little scary. They're going to re-engage, though. BKB's up in 20 seconds for Wind Ranger. If they can get a good grab, get a pick off, that kind of thing, that's how they win their fights. And this is it.
All right, Ramses starts the engine and the Hoover. Doesn't want to be here any longer, but unfortunately always want to fly. Not going to be able to quite make that cab. The rest of Navi running away.
So now it's okay. It was a little hairy. Walking up that cliff earlier where they got fatal bonds. A huge mistake, but their cooldown's up. Most important thing is that FN gets BKB off before he gets Doom. That way he does not take magic damage for at least part of the duration. Obviously Doom does damage through that, but Beat in the back though, he's looking for a kickoff. He wants to
He's be careful. All right, he's gonna jump over onto Bignum again, but they've had such difficulty taking down this Enchantress each time. A little surprised in their choice of target.
What?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
That was very weird. Like, I get that he's there to look for a kill or something, but a little bizarre. And that's your BKB charge. Now they have to play defensive for another like 70 seconds. Bizarre, definitely weird. And they still had a dead hero too, so it's like, why use that as your moment? Maybe he thought he was gonna get a kill. Bignum's tanky, he's got a Dragon Lance. It makes sense on Enchantress, guys, don't worry. Increases his impetus damage. Only better than the Winter Wyvern Dragon Lance.
That's all right on a core Winter Wyvern, but on the Roger Winter Wyvern in that game, it seemed a little.
It's not very good on core.
Dire's bottom
pretty bad.
I said it was okay, Purge. I'm trying to be nice.
Okay is too strong as
okay.
well.
Purge just wants me to say it's Garbo.
Pretty Garbo, yeah. Unless Vector attack range increases your damage, or your agility or strength there, then it's okay.
All right, Iceberg, he's got the blink here. No, they're just gonna let Palantimos take the tower. They don't know where everyone else is on the side of Unique, so they're waiting patiently. The jump forward immediately. They do spot out this Wind Ranger, so they're gonna try to burst her down as the beekeepers. Look at this gang train going on. It's always on the fly. Does fall in the backlines. VTN finally finding this kill. Iceberg just have to be a little bit careful here. He's pretty fast, pretty tanky, as they'll jump right back in again. They'll get the kill on Slayer.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're still going.
But
they're hoping they can grab. They have vision.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dagger. Oh, Bignum again. Has a Lotus Orb completed. Iceberg just can't exactly hit him, though.
And he changed up his neutral creep. He got the Pack Leader's Aura, 30% damage bonus. It's amazing with PA, obviously. Makes her crits harder and helps them deal with the Wind Ranger, even though she's BKB. So they're able to kill her with physical damage, even though she popped BKB in time for Doom.
Radiant's
middle a little bit better for Navi, I suppose, but it feels like Unique's been getting more out of the map, so still about even.
Unique going right back over, checking the Roche. They see it's back up. Not be surprised. Yeah, Bignum's already starting it up, but Godec is forced to burrow strike away. They've got the Lotus on him.
That. Yeah, if they can Lotus reflect Doom, it would change
Ramses
a lot for sure.
Immediately getting jumped on here by Palantimos, but the Enchantress on the back lines. Tossing out the spears. It's still going to be Palantimos who gets the kill, though. So without Ramses being alive, right back into the pit, I think.
Nature
That's the play here.
It's a little squishy. I mean, the Vanguard is decent, but at this point, it's not feeling so good. They should get rush out of this. It's an axe shard. Who will it go to? Honestly, I'm really not sure.
I mean, the obvious choice is right, the Wraith King, right?
Immortality!
No, it's not, because it gives you, lets you respawn with no mana on your ulti, but there's no mana drain on the enemy team.
That's true.
And you spawn some skeletons, but it's basically, that part is worthless. They give it to Wind Ranger
Global
instead.
Power Shot.
Nobody's ever bought this because it's not good, but like, if you look at the team on Unique, they are legit, like, very few good shards. So it's kind of cool, like, you can scout with it, and it kind of functions like Ice Blast. You can kill people before they're dead if they're below 13%. And it lowers the power shot cooldown too, which is kind of cool, but it's not something you should ever buy. But for free, hell yeah, let's see it.
I want some 360 no scope action here. Show me, FN.
I'm really curious to see how often he uses it for scouting, because vision is so big in pro games. So that's like one aspect of it that'll be really.
That is
Slayer does break
true.
smoke. Just keeps flying.
I feel like it could be a very big disadvantage, I guess, as well. I guess not.
Oh, then you know where he's standing or something. Oh,
Yeah, but if you're so far that, yeah.
Oh, get shot.
Radiant's top tower
Which is actually kind of good. They know where PA is now. Like, legitimately, that was okay. He's like nuking from creep waves to like jungle camps, and there's an okay chance that somebody is hitting there, hitting creeps there. So here he does it again. Power shot in the top lane. Here it goes. It missed. It was less.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of scouting though. Just tossing it out, being able to clear off some of the creeps if they low enough, yeah.
Radiant's
only
top
hits
tower.
heroes boss.
That's right. That's
so
true.
You can't split push with it. But you
God,
can
imagine if you could though. It'd be broken. Super broken.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a big crit on Palantimos. Yikes.
I feel like a busted clockwork rocket, like super busted.
Alright, pressure on the mid tower right now. Ramsey's very forward. Got the Inkswell. They've got the Dark Portrait of the. Looks like it's completed. So Palantimos will go down one time. Coming right back up again. They've got this BKB over on FN. They go. They drop the Chaotic Offering. They're just trying to push them back. FN, though, perhaps he's gone a bit too far here as he's just running circles. He wants to finish that Iceberg, and he will be able to do it, but the dagger comes in. They'll find the kill. Snapfire Kisses just trying to make a little buffer space. So again, we'll come right back up. They do manage to pick up the gem here over on the side of Navi, but
It's so good for Navi. Like, the Dark Portrait was really effective, especially with the Armlet on Wraith King and the SNY. He just got ran down. That was his first life. That gave them an option potentially to like doom Wraith King afterwards, but instead they go for Wind Ranger. It gets reflected, and as a result, a good fight for Unique. 3k gold advantage now. Things are looking good.
see that fight playing out again here. Palantimos very far forward, and the Dark Portrait does get made.
Well, lots of damage. Yeah, they clean him up fast, but let's watch for the Doom here. He pops BKB, he goes to Doom.
Healing power. And he can't do anything. FN's just running him around in circles.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, take
the Dark Portrait.
This is the most creepy Dark Portrait you've ever seen.
I don't think that's the creepiest. I'm sure there's got to be creepier.
It's like one of those, like, it's like a small animal that's like possessed, you know? It's like that creepy. It's like you think it's going to be cute, but it's not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see that.
That kind of creepy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Small child possessed by the devil, that kind of thing.
Not sure if Enchantress gives me small child vibes, but...
That was, yeah. Teddy bear, that's evil. The doll.
She is pretty crazy. Like, her voice lines are actually like, what is it? The, overly attached girlfriend meme.
I thought you were gonna say like crazy cat lady, but for all animals, because she has no friend.
Okay, first of all, I'm a crazy cat lady. Thanks, Purge.
I'm sorry
It's
about
way too close to home. Why you gotta do this to me? Side of Navi, they have made their way to the bottom half of the map. There is no one home though, so they're just gonna try to farm up safely. Go take down one of the Hellbear Smashers. Not the team or the players, but of course the actual creature. And Ramses does go top here. They are smoked up. They're paying attention. They'll notice that there is a firestorm, but ooh, they're split. They're split. Roger and Always Want to Fly immediately gets spotted here. As you can see, Palantimos just running down Roger. Wants to get rid of him. Already has that Dark Portrait up, so to get stunned. Looks like Roger to be able to run out. Although V-Tune falling on the back lines. It's a good pit of malice over on the side. We'll slow them down a little bit, but Always Want to Fly also will fall. They've got the Dark Portrait trying to chase down Bignum, but doesn't quite do enough here.
The Dark Portrait's really annoying for them to deal with. It gives a lot more teamfight potential for Navi because it's just so low cost, right? 35-second cooldown creates a way for them to deal damage without committing their heroes. It's actually pretty smart this game. I like it a lot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Made all their poking just so much easier because normally they're so cooldown reliant, right? Like Doom is a really long cooldown. He has to press BKB to feel confident fighting. But with Dark Portrait, they just like make this strong thing. They get vision, they get Ink Swelling aggressively, but they don't have to worry as much about that initiation.
Look at him just getting chased down by his own portrait.
And now there's a Radiance burn, which is giving mischance, and an AZ Aura that they're going to get on the Navi side as well. So it's doing a lot of good stuff here.
Lincoln Sphere completed now for Wind Ranger. He's going to be able to have even more survivability now as we've got Lincoln's and the BKB. So it'll be hard for them to pin down FN.
He needed that. This could force Doom, who doesn't have an item that can break Lincoln's, to change up his neutral item. I don't think he's going to want to do that, but it's basically just going to make it a lot harder for them to Doom Wind Ranger fight.
They've got Atos on the Underlord at the very least. Like, you've got a couple little spells, but you've got to be very in tune with wanting to set this up properly.
Best is probably Stifling Dagger.
Probably.
Pretty low middle. Throw that out.
Is it just
Orbit Destruction too.
beelining onto V2 in a lot of these fights. Power shot sliding by. The dagger gets tossed. All up with the Atos. Unique though. Smoked up. Can try to wrap around. They know exactly where Navi is. Demos gonna be able to toggle away. The play is coming. Grapple ward.
They're going in.
Yeah, they'll find themselves Ramses. And immediately just dish out the damage. The Soul Bind does come out, but Ramses is already gone here as FN with that BKB just blows up Roger. Still sees Iceberg over here. That Ink Swell not gonna do anything when you've got the BKB up, but over on the back lines, always want to fly will fall.
It feels so hard for Navi to commit to these things. Like, they did a bunch of damage to the Wraith King, but realistically, he could have gone in even without cheese there. But his net worth is just getting out of hand completely. V-Tune hasn't felt super comfortable hard committing to fights. He died in the previous engagement. Doom was still on cooldown for about 10 seconds there, and it's basically just Navi not understanding their strength there. They weren't ready to fight, and they got gone on.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's so difficult for Navi to step outside the base, and you can see that they were trying to do some mirroring, trying to go into the bottom. I think them should be fine here. Those spirits flying across the map. Come back.
Almost got bashed. It was a chance. It's that fight once again. They luckily killed the Dark Portrait pretty early. That was a really big deal. This allows them to chase. Ramses definitely overstayed here. Didn't pop his Lotus Orb, didn't see the Sand King coming because the trees were in the way. Then just gets chain bursted. Too much physical damage. Easily cleaned up. Wind Ranger hits the back line. Focus fires Roger. There's still no Doom for like 5 seconds there, so almost able to clean up Doom. Didn't attack him in time. He gets the blink out and then just easy support cleanup. So 7k gold advantage now for Unique. They've got the solutions against Doom. He doesn't feel good.
They're super dead here.
Cash in.
Just happen to be wandering by. Yeah.
Come on, Spike.
Oh, look at Iceberg. He immediately tries to turn around. They have so much damage. The BKB comes out as V2 jumping over onto Bignum. Needs to turn around and group up with the rest of his team. The Dark Portrait, though, coming in handy again a little bit here.
A great job cleaning it up. Valentimos knows he has to kill that. It's a huge threat to either him or other people, but it's not quite enough damage to burn the
power shot. Where is it? Nah, no global power shot over here.
Oh, he was low.
Yeah, he was low. Ooh, imagine that would have been sick.
This is like honestly one of those situations where you maybe just didn't think about it, because like I doubt he ever buys this. Getting it for free because he happened to be the best hero in the game for it, which is difficult to say, but yeah. It's just one of those things. You're not thinking about how low he was. You don't shoot the fountain. Woodford.
Gonna go back. He's gonna watch that replay. Be like, oh my god, he's right underneath.
Double damage.
But they're in the pit.
Blessing.
Lincoln's getting popped.
He got stunned there. It was a big deal. He would have had to pop BKB probably. He didn't know where the enemy lineup was, but if they were behind him, almost surely would have had to pop BKB. Then taking Roche is harder. Instead, they get out of it scot-free. Trying to keep Ramses in the front to use Lotus Orb to reflect some initiation, so they're going to pop smoke though. They go BKB is ready on Doom. He's got Doom itself. Slayer probably going to get picked up here. He'll show on the way right now.
Yeah, look at the way they just immediately turn back around. They're winding up with the Stroke of Fate. Not going to be able to quite connect, but they have plenty of other means of murdering him, so it's a dead Slayer.
He does buy out his eggs though.
For the scouting, he's in the power shot again. Palantimos. All right, there's the jump forward from Godec. Follow up with a very nice chaotic offering, but BKB has already been popped. So we're going to end up losing Iceberg almost immediately. Ramses is taking down FN, trying to run for his life as well. He gets chased down by B-Tune. Ben will fall to find the kill and always want to fly. Buying back. Let's be a part of this again as Godec. Look at this damage coming out. They'll take down Roger, and now B-Tune, he's left all alone. He's got to get out there fast, and if he cannot do it, that is another kill here for Palantimos.
Finally gets the hit in. Luckily, the crit doesn't trigger until you get that connect, and he's able to get him. Rough one for the PA, but it kills the Wind Ranger, but all the buybacks on everybody's going to make this harder.
Look at the way they're just invading the jungle. They're hoping they can find someone.
This feels bad to buy back. Like, they already bought back a lot of their heroes because they're like, okay, well, this is Roche. Like, this is a really big deal. But when PA dies as well, like, they don't have the best cooldowns. They lost Holm. They didn't use Doom itself, so I think they can still fight, I guess. But it's a bad place to be.
And look how fast. Three ads.
Dad can't catch me now.
Right, they do it for racing.
Right.
Great
I
ads.
guess I can get faster.
Wind Ranger Zags would have been okay. It's not that great on Sand King. But yeah, if somebody gets bursted down at the start of the fight, they get a couple extra seconds to throw their cooldowns out. They can be really good for heroes like Snapfire, Sand King. Not Enchantress, she's okay, throw a couple moves. Now they're going high ground. More net worth on Wraith King. Look at this net worth advantage, it's insane. He looks like an alchemist right now.
He's massive, for sure.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He'll back off for the moment. We'll have V-Tune respawning in about 7 seconds. 20k net worth lead though right now.
Timos has done such a good job this game. I'm really impressed. Like, his laning stage was a bit iffy. He got his Radiance at an okay timing, but he's just been confidently running at his opponents. Like, the only hero he doesn't want to hit is PA, basically.
Radiant's top tower
doesn't have
is under attack.
True Strike. He doesn't care about it, which is kind of interesting. He's queuing up a refresher orb. We'll see. It's a cool idea. It's kind of sick what it can do. Because, like, if your reincarnation is on cooldown and your Ags procs, you can refresh reincarnation before you die, and then you don't actually die. It's cool. So, like, he's thinking about it because, like, with a 40-second reincarnation cooldown, he can actually just die like almost he can basically die like 4 times in it or something like that. Insane. If he balances it right.
It's an extreme insurance plan there for Palantimos.
He did it. He bought the damn thing. I can't wait to see this.
Let's go.
Launch him in.
Here he is. Hello, always wanna fly. Goodbye, always wanna fly.
They even have vision? I don't even know how they saw that guy. They didn't even have this clipboard or anything. Launch him in. I was a little unsure about the Ag Spy on Snapper. I was like, is this really the thing to do? But when your carry is this farmed, hell yeah, throw him in.
Just chuck Palantimos in. He's got the lives. Homeboy hasn't died. He's only died once this entire time here. So all of Navi trying to find a way to just push him out. They've got the Lotus Orb. They've got the Dark Portrait, but immediately going to clean that up. Another Lotus getting tossed out. All right, that is his first life. Coming back up again.
Doesn't have his refresh orb. That's maybe the weirdest thing about the buy. It's like he's like actually out of item slots already. He did buy a lot of like medium tier item cost things. Sun Joshua, BKB, Armlet, all like pretty inexpensive, but it's bonkers how fast he is, or how farmed he is. It's crazy. Leveler will help a lot though. 5 more armor, 50 attacks, perfect item for him. Helps him hit buildings, and they push him back, which will buy time for the Warlock to respawn, but things are still looking iffy.
And this time, you know, it's the other way around. It feels like Navi cannot leave their base at all. The second that they do, you've got Palantimos flying at your face, courtesy of Snapfire Airlines.
It's so hard to play against a Wraith King in this position. When he has this much net worth disparity, it's crazy. Like, you can't doom him, first of all, because he has his ulti, but it's just even worse because of the fact that he has all this net worth. So, like, winning a team fight is possible, but really hard. They need to break Lincolns on Wind Ranger, they need to doom Wind Ranger, and they need to like Mega Kite Wraith King with Underlord Pit of Malice. That's like the only way.
Well, they're in the base right now. Jump forward again from Iceberg. They follow up with the Lotus. Bounce right back again. It's rooted into place, but he does have the reincarnation back up. He's just gonna stroll away. Nice little cookie. Allow him to get some pep in his step and hop out of that base.
Chronoblade's pretty good too. They have a lot of percentage-based damage against him. Like, if they, especially if they like Fatal Bond him with the rest of his team, it could be really good. But worth is just so crazy. The Dark Portraits are getting cleaned up pretty quickly now. He knows to target them instantly. You're just sitting here.
Team, please pick this up. I am the king. I do not clean up after myself, says Palantimos. Ghostick, you there, boy. Pick it up. All right, it's gonna be F who picks it up.
Good idea.
They just keep sieging. Look at this. All right, they did get a nice backdrop, but they don't have to commit hard. Like, okay, Snapfire Kisses getting launched out here. No always want to fly. Gets chased down by FN. Ramsey's also forced to run out. So they have the BKB. That is the life getting taken out, and then the Aegis will pop. Ghostic, though, getting right back up again thanks to the cheese. FN popping the BKB is just going to run. And unfortunately, Palantimos, he went a little far here, I think. But look at Bignum being a bro. He's got those healing sprites. Puts Palantimos right back up again. Still holding on to that refresher. He's going to have the reincarnation up in about 16 seconds again. Bounce right back again. Power shot.
It's a little easier to play the mid lane, I guess, but this is, oh man, the way they did that fight was crazy. They just had everybody on Unique really far back, Wraithing hitting buildings, and then they just launched in the Wind Ranger. He gets a solo kill on the Warlock. It was really well done.
Palantimos can't decide which building he wants to hit right now, though he does need those creeps. Lotus Orb, restunning right back in again. There's a jump forward, the refresher coming out. They managed to go, they finally doom up, but Bignum now running away. Palantimos, he's got the BKB. Bignum getting chipped down here by V2, and follow up here by Ghostic. Ramses will fall. And the chase is on. Can they take down V2? Yes, they can. No buyback on the PA. Bignum next to fall. Iceberg also falling during all of this. Always want to fly. He saw that Jimmy's like, maybe? No, my friend. You want to run away. More buybacks coming out, though. V2, he's got it this time. And look at this. Palantimos against the world. He still has the reincarnation up, as well as that launch out. Almost want to fly is going to fall. The slow here. V2, Ghostic just a little bit too slow as he wants to go back in again. The bounce right back here with that dagger. Slayer off to the side trying to apply that negative armor to the racks. Teemos buffed up. The rest of the team still waiting patiently behind. They don't have the dupe. The Soulbang comes out, so they do have to group up together, and this Dark Portraits does a lot of damage. As now Palantimos, Silence fighting himself. Gonna get turned into that Wraith form. Yep, there it is. V-Tunes chasing after him here. Popping back off the buyback now from Bignum. Palantimos, he's got the BKB. He's going to try to fight here, and they don't have the protection now for V2. V2 just manages to just at the last second. V2 right back in. V2 needs to be careful. They didn't get too greedy. Look at this. The chase is on. Don't quite have it. Jumping right back in, but there it is. There's the dead PA Slayer. The tips come out to Slayer for finally slaying the PA.
All right, but check this. They haven't got a melee barracks yet, and V2 just got 1,300 gold for the kill on Palantimos. He finally used this refresher orb, like so late after the fact. I gotta say, was this worth it? No, this was not. It was a cool idea for 5,000 gold, but it was not useful there. It's like by the time you die 3 times, your team's dead. You know. Can't help but think that it just would have been better if he sold like Armlet, got an MKB, or bought Moonshard instead. That would have helped with some building slapping, but. Let's watch that again. Great link here. Double Dark Portrait. Keeps them trapped together. Wraith King can't go slap. Sand King can't burrow strike. This gives him a good initiation. And he's still silenced afterwards from the Phantom's Embrace, which limits him a lot. So, really nice grab there from Roger.
This was when it starts to look scary here. Those Mortimer kisses almost finishing V2. He blinks off to the side to Ramses. And then just goes right back in again. I thought they were going to punish it. Like, look at this. How is he allowed to just do that? But of course, he gets greedy. He goes back in again. He wants Slayer. He can't quite get it. He doesn't default.
Slayer ate something with Gobble Up, shot the ground, and then got him a Scatter Blast. That's how he was able to get that kill. That was pretty big.
The tips came out in mass for the support there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big kill for sure. 538 for Slayer. Good for him. He's pretty farm now. He's got a Ghost Scepter in addition to his Ag Solar Crest, so he's...
And it seems so patient the way that they kept, you know, kind of walking into the base. Wraith King would have to, like, just walk back out. Does have the reincarnation if necessary. And it just felt like perhaps they pushed the envelope a little too hard, or...
It does seem peculiar. I'm very surprised they didn't get more buildings, but I mean, they have ways to delay it, right? PimpmuckL and Firestorm is pretty threatening. You can lower his health a lot. They can keep him slowed pretty often. They hit him with Infernal Blades, which forces a Lotus Orb. Then when Lotus is gone, then he feels a little bit scared to stay around because he's a little bit more able to be bursted in. So,
but they couldn't hard commit for like the longest time. It was a lot of, you know, just duck in, duck out, just rinse and repeat. Not the most exciting Dota, obviously, but it was working for them.
It was. They're hitting buildings. The creep waves got cut. I didn't check this.
Radiant's
I didn't
middle
catch
tower
who
is
cut
under
us.
attack.
That was a big deal as well. Yeah, getting backdoor protection. Just everything got slowed down.
All right, well, Wraith King will respawn in about 20 seconds, but the PA is still down for 40-something.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
EKB is getting bought. MKB, though, that's the big item here.
Yep.
They did end up burning the Aegis during that fight, so I think perhaps Unique might want to sit back a little bit now and wait for the next Roche before their next jump. Unless they can get a really good pick off, right?
Yeah, exactly. Roche would help. I guess Aegis on Wraith King is not needed, but slap it onto Windranger and he'll be pretty happy. But now that he's got MKB, basically, he'll be able to actually target the PA. Once PA uses DKB, she's pretty much not dying to Wraith King. Wraith King is going to be missing a lot of the time. So, but with MKB now, super careful. It's not going to burst it down. It gives Palantimos more targets, basically.
Smoke play coming out from Navi. Looking to regain some control, possibly punish anyone who's out of position. But Unique playing very tightly. This is their big... Oh, smoke on smoke action here. Ramses, Palantimos run into each other. Gobbled up, the toss in here. Immediately gonna land over on B2. They find him. Can they get him in time? Can they just blow him up? Yes, they can. B2, he's out of the picture for 100 seconds. The Soulbind over on the backlines. They've already managed to go and drop that Chaotic Offering. Silence over here on Ghostic. He's gonna try to just chase down. They have the Doom down, though. They want to get rid of this pesky Sand King as he's muted up, but everyone's trying to get into the car. Are they gonna be able to do it? Yes, they take them out. What a shot coming out from Slayer.
That was insane. I cannot believe that he was able to hit him. I had to check for like vision. I was like, how the hell did he nail him with that?
Got the rushes up too.
First stun, gives him the second stun, gives him the third stun, blows up B2 before B2 gets to do anything. Look at this. Just like, I don't even, like he was sitting so far back. And he's freaking invisible, legitimately blurred. He had like no idea where he was.
Palantimos looked like he was like, holy cow, I can't believe I just found you. What is it, hello?
Terrible shot, there's nobody here. Wait, oh.
I didn't see you there.
Dude, that was insane. What a spit out by Snapcard. It couldn't have been more perfect.
FN now has himself Aegis of the Immortal, and the push is on. There's still no PA for about 30 seconds here. Chaotic Offering not available either. Place. Seems like they care too much. Lotus being placed over to Palantimos. The toss in, though, here of FN. He is fearless. He has immortality, and he's killed himself, Roger. So they clean up the Dark Portrait on the back end. He's going to fight back. FN, though, plinking away. The cookie hop forward. Can they finish off here over on this Warlock? It looks like they should be able to. Always want to fly. Will fall as the chase is on. The Snapfire Kiss is getting tossed up with a beautiful shackle. Can they burst down Ramses? It's looking pretty damn good. And now they finally do manage to get the Doom off over on this Windranger, but she's coming right back up again. D-Tune is alive, though. Can he make something happen?
Dire's bottom barracks are under
I definitely want to aim for the Windranger if possible, but it's dangerous right now.
It is indeed. The fortification coming out on the side of Navi. D-Tune jumping forward over onto Big Gnome. Publishes a big crit. This got that BKB. Should be able to take down the Enchantress slowly but surely as the toss comes in. FN over on the back lines. Roger, he's died back. Stick channeling up the epicenter. They want to take out B2. They don't want him here anymore. Big Gnome does fall, but the chase is on, and this should be a dead PA. Down again for 100 seconds. The buildings are falling. Unique is just running all over this base now.
All right, now they got a plan.
There's the GG.
Wow. I have never seen like a Wraith King to get that kind of net worth advantage. It was so oppressive. And while Doom was a good hero against Windranger in the sense that dooming Windranger is a good time, the amount of team fight advantage that Navi got from the fights where they did doom Windranger were
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. Ask me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries as we'll fall now. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. Days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption ever came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment, 'cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming consuming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption.
I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly. I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly.
Navi's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Navi's turn to ban. Dire team pick. Navi's turn to pick. Navi's turn to pick.
Wraith King!
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Enchantress.
Ten seconds remaining.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Team Unique versus Navi. Game 3. That's right, Game 3. If you're just now tuning in, you're like, Navi, they're a shoo-in for third place. No problem. These guys got second. They would have smashed it at the major if they went. Well, turns out that's not actually the case. Navi here looking a little sus. They almost they almost lost game 1. Now they've definitely lost game 2.
If we had 3 people left in a game of Among Us, and it was me, Team Unique, and Navi, I would totally vote Navi off.
That is true.
They are incredibly looking sus.
That's a great Zoomer joke, BSJ.
I don't need any other proof, Cap. And this is my highlight hero of the series, and honestly, the last 2 or 3 weeks. Wraith King. One thing I did not get to expand upon, I want to first say that double 4-staff cookie play to save the Wraith King was freaking sick. Supports win games. People stop whining that late game. You cannot win your team the game.
Thank you, Brian.
Secondly, this meta, as much as I have enjoyed watching the DPC, it sucks to be a carry right now. The entire intent is to grief you. If you look at the drafts last game, you had Doom, Grimstroke. Okay, carry, screw you. Okay, what about the other team? They have a PA. What does the other team pick? They pick a Wind Ranger. What was the sole purpose of that Wind Ranger? It was the focus fire of the PA, so he couldn't enter fights. My point being, Wraith King is the one carry that's almost impossible to grief. How do you make his game hard, right? He's gonna walk at you. He had 5 lives theoretically last game with the double, like the refresher orb, refresher shard, the 7 seconds from the phantoms or whatever.
It used to be mana burn. Mana burn was the answer to Wraith King.
And now you can't.
Not anymore.
Long drawn out fights are the only option, and I think Lifestealer is legit the only carry that can handle it mid to late game, because of the innate sustain from Feast, as well as the low cooldown BKB, effectively, of Rage, and the Infest to reset one of your allies. So I think that's why we saw Wraith King get picked first game, Lifestealer banned out, and this game we're seeing the immediate response from the Lifestealer, because I don't see anything else. I don't know what else you picked to deal with it.
No, I'm definitely on board. It feels like for now, like, what, a couple years, it's just been like the who wants to play carry, and everyone's like, I don't want to go versus like an Axe Skywrath. I don't want to play into AA first pick. It
Centaur Shadow Demon.
It makes things quite difficult for sure. And yeah, Wraith King, you're always gonna get away with something. Your lane's tough. See you later. I got Skelly Bros to catch me back.
The hero's laning stage is so strong and consistent. You sometimes lose level 1 to 3, but as long as you know what you're doing, you usually don't lose so badly you're screwed. As you said, like, worst case scenario, you're leaving at level 5. And level 3 in Vampiric Aura is plenty enough to jungle. And then usually one rotation from an offlaner or a mid, and you're welcome to walk back into lane at level 6 and contribute by defending your tower, stunning the guy, setting up a gank, even just showing up real quick and tanking 500 damage while farming the creep wave, and then walking back to jungle and regenning it. The hero is just too reliable. I think Timbersaw is the only offlaner that makes Wraith King's day unplayable. Kind of surprised that we're not seeing Bristleback. in these series. We're starting to see it spike up in literally every region, the mid bristle, and it seems like right up the alley of someone like Iceberg. People are spamming in pubs too here, so I assume Navi and Unique are playing against it in pubs.
Iceberg looks unbelievably frazzled right now after that after both games.
Dude, Navi
really
has to be off kill, dude.
I wish we could juxtapose this clip with him after the draft game 1, where he's singing and dancing in his chair.
He was grooving.
Yep.
I want to be real with you guys at home. I know we were being very hard on Navi game 1, but I guarantee you, in the back of every player other than Roger, they're thinking we would have had such an easy game if this guy would have just built normal items. And that carries with you through the series. It is almost impossible to shake that without like a breather, you know, like go outside and work out real quick, or, you know, sleep it off the day after. It's like it's almost impossible to clear that out of your mind in the middle of a series.
And Navi's just taking Unique's draft from last game.
Copycats.
They're actually just taking the exact same picks here. Great picks, great versus like the Centaur in lane, low armor, can be punished a lot versus this high physical damage. Enchantress, as we've seen, very strong and effective throughout all stages. Unique's bans, I do like this. Slardar, Razor, AA, as you said, long drawn out fights, trying to make this Lifestealer actually be able to fight toe-to-toe versus Wraith King. Those are three appropriate bans, not only for the laning phase, but also inside the mid-game team fights.
What about a Shadow Demon? Is that just too crazy? Is that hero not popular in this region?
For Unique?
Yeah, for Unique.
I like it.
It's good with the Centaur in lane, good against the Wraith King for the illusions.
Yep. I like it.
Can you still toggle Radiance off?
Yes, you can do it. You can toggle it off immediately before you get out.
Not that great then.
The one thing about the Shadow Demon,
also kind of a burst hero against a hero that has double lives.
Can be, but he's also great at the second life.
Okay.
With the Purge. The other thing is too is though it's a very player specific hero. You have to have like, hey, you're a Shadow Demon player. You can't just like be like, hey, I'm picking Marana, etc., something like this, and
woo! Navi were banning Unique's Broodmother in the last 2 drafts, and now they sneak a Broodmother themselves.
Now you legit,
these bans look appropriate.
You legit go Bristleback.
Remaining.
It doesn't deal with Brood in terms of killing the Brood, but it deals with Brood for the first 15 minutes of the game. Like, your hero will occupy the lane that Brood's in. You can start with Lifestealer safe lane and then rotate him out to mid. He's like a decent carry for taking over the mid lane. I think you have to.
I think I like this approach too. The thing that I was so critical for Navi, especially in the last game, is just map control. Losing map control. Broodmother. The way to claim an area, give map control for your Wraith King, give space. You're going to just be constantly invading that top, going for the tier 2. You're going to force reactions, so it's going to give Wraith King that opportunity to get that farm.
You know what? You have Ember Spirit, you have Marana, you have the Marana, the chain set up for the Marana.
10 seconds remaining.
My 2 ways of dealing with Brood are, one, a hero like Bristle that can occupy our lane. The other, you have to treat Brood like a sniper. I know that sounds stupid when you say it out loud, but if you don't have long-range gap close, you cannot kill this hero. Like, she will be hiding in trees. She's going to be constantly running away from you and creating that distance. If you don't have a hero that can kill a sniper, you don't have a hero that can kill a Brood. It's literally just a hero that, if you can't instantly jump full to 0, she will die. Or she will not die.
Do you like they pick the Marana after Snapfire? I feel like a lot of times you see like these chains, arrow setups and stuff like that, and a cookie comes out and messes up the whole initiation.
I think the Marana pick is trash.
Okay.
It's like a bait against Enchantress. I didn't get the chance to comment on it because the Brood pick was immediately after, but I think the Marana pick doesn't really have natural synergy with Centaur and lane.
Agreed.
It doesn't really go with like Lifestealer either, and Lifestealer usually wants like some sort of buff on his 4 or like a Solar Crest builder or something like that. And I don't know, the Marana looks really out of place to me. Might just be a comfort pick. It's never like a terrible hero, but there's games where that hero can be incredibly impactful, and I don't think this will be one of them.
I don't think you enable the Centaur. And I think that's what you want to do, especially to shut down a hero like Wraith King. I think you're actually setting up your Centaur for a very difficult game that he's just going to get ran down by the Snapfire plus Wraith King combo over and over again. And you can't help him. You literally just watch him get ran down, and you're going to throw an arrow, perhaps to try to help inside lane. You at least have Moonlight Shadow, I guess, to get like the wraparounds, find the Brood, maybe invade and stuff like that, but I don't like it at all.
To elaborate, because I probably use the word trash too liberally, I consider Marana to be the Sanj and Yasha of heroes.
Navi's turn to ban.
I'm curious if that means anything to you guys, or if that just makes no sense.
Well, you just pick it up because it's good with everybody.
It feels good.
Yep.
Doesn't really do anything specific, but it makes your entire lineup a little bit better. Gives you that extra follow-up stun. Gives you the Moonlight Shadow invis. Gives you like a scouting roaming forward to maybe get some kill lanes.
10 seconds remaining.
So the times you buy Sange and Yasha is when your hero already does everything it needs to do. You just need to be a little bit tankier, a little bit faster, do a little more damage, a little bit of stash resistance. Doesn't change anything about what your hero is going to do. Mirana doesn't change anything about what your lineup's going to do. I don't feel like Lifestealer Centaur is like a well-rounded lineup, you know, in terms of the game plan. Yeah, like
what was the weaknesses they needed to cover, or what strengths did you want to augment?
I thought Shadow Demon was perfect. I think like some sort of save or some sort of initiator. Like Centaur is not an initiator for the first 15 minutes, 20 minutes of the game. You needed like an Earth Spirit or a Shadow Demon or something like that that just gets the ball rolling.
That's what I want. I mean, honestly, even something like a Willow, Shadow Demon, anything, something to enable. I actually would have loved something like that because now I just think you're not putting a single threat onto Wraith King at all, and we've seen just how dominant these Wraith Kings are. Is that just a bottle of water?
What's happening here?
I think that's a bottle of water.
Yeah,
right? Also, we didn't point out that he does have always on a 5 behind the whole time, which I find absolutely hilarious.
Sioma, the 5 position for Team Unique.
They took the Shadow Demon. They did.
Remaining.
Okay.
Interesting.
So
they're laning the Mirana against the Enchantress, assuming it's a 4, I think.
Okay.
Which is kind of still a bait because you arrow the creep, but Enchantress can just put more focus on the impetus and I think still outtrade you, but I'm not 100% sure, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad they actually did grab that Shadow Demon.
Who deals with the Brood? I guess it just has to be Ember. They're going to plug the Ember top. So if they get a stun like Storm, okay, he's banned. If they get something that sets up the Ember into a cookie, the Brood lane's unenterable for the Ember. So that's what we need. They need like an instant jump for this Ember. Because right now, if they can prevent Ember from occupying Brood's lane, then Brood should just run rampant this game. And that means the Wraith King will have all the space in the world, and you know all the dominoes keep falling from there.
So what kind of stun are you looking? Are you looking for like a Puck, a Blink DK?
That's what I was kind of thinking was something like up the alley that you just mentioned. Invoker?
It's greedy.
It is.
It's buff up V-Tune. That's what I see. Get Solar Crest, get Alacrity, make V-Tune the king of the carries in this game so he can man fight versus Lifestealer at all stages.
This is a statement I don't make too often, and I'm totally down to be wrong, and I love it after the game if all the viewers can remind me if I am. I think this Mirana pick is so bad that they cannot win this game, so I will go for Navi.
I'm leaning on Navi too. I'm glad that Unique actually goes for the Shadow Demon, but I think Lifestealer is one hero that can fight versus Wraith King. However, when you throw all the buffs like this, I feel like it turns the tide where Wraith King's always going to be able to fight toe-to-toe, and now they have just much better growth throughout the game as it just scales over and over again. Navi have the late game 100% here. So I'm siding with Navi much more this time.
I'm rooting internally for Unique, but I don't think the draft will cut it. We'll see.
Do you think that, I mean, this is going to be a 5-position Mirana that's, they are doing the Shadow Demon Centaur lane. You really feel like that 5-position pickup is just...
That's what I'm saying. I don't think supports can change the game that much, but if I'm like a Lifestealer and I first picked in a pub knowing the guy had Wraith King, and I'm like, I got 3 picks coming out, where are they going to go? And my guy goes Mirana, I would be upset.
Yeah. It doesn't help you out in the lane, doesn't enable you. So yeah, I'm not a fan of... I'm glad they picked the Shadow Demon, but I think the Mirana was actually just a bait for sure. I agree.
Okay. It is a fast lineup for Team Unique, right? And they need to be able to play fast. Navi did go greedy. They've been punished for that greed before, right? That's what we're going to be looking for Unique. So, Game 3, everything on the line for Navi. It should have been just an easy ride into the major. But if they lose this Game 3, everything is thrown into jeopardy. So let's see what happens. We've got Moxie and Purge.
All right, Game 3, there's a lot on the line, but the most important part is I want to see this Mirana do well, just so PSJ has to eat his words. No, I'm just kidding. I just like to tease everybody. But what do you think here, Purge? I know, that position 5 Mirana, not looking like the hottest pick here.
Yeah, like what it accomplishes in lane is not going to feel good, right? Like you're not likely to land an arrow, but I think the goal is that number one, it's going to combo really well Slight Translator, but it's also going to be able to offset a little bit what Enchantress does in terms of taking over creeps. And if you can do that, then you could argue that it has solved its job in the laning stage, and then later on maybe it can be effective. But yeah, it's I don't want to play with a Mirana 5 if I'm carry unless I have a stun set up already, and even then it's a bit so. Yeah, I can see why it seems a little weird for them to.
And then how do you feel that this Brood Mother is going to come into play here? Are we going to see, you know, kind of that aura builder, sort of the Chinese build that we've been seeing a lot, or are we going to see it, you know, slightly different with a little bit more damage?
Yeah, I like the aura build. It definitely feels good because you farm fast, and usually heroes that farm abundantly fast, they either need to be like stronger than other carries, like Alchemist. When you go, we get radiant so fast that it just felt good. But another way to do it is to just buy aura items that you're effectively getting easier and cheaper than other people. Because Brood is very mobile, making her more tanky is a good way to make her feel good. Because Brood as a right clicker is still just a little bit of a struggle. You can do like a hybrid build, but it just doesn't feel very good to rush it. I like what Ramses has been doing down here. He's cutting trees so that even though this ward is here, they're not going to know where he is laning, and thus they don't necessarily get the lane setups that they want as quickly. So cool little move here.
Super sneaky spider. How do you feel about we have seen? Oh, there's going to be the poor little courier. Doot, 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 doot. Don't mind me. I'm just bringing my items to my. Oh, he's smart though. Look at this immediately. As they spot over the people on the side. Just gonna turn that courier around for a moment.
Where's that ult? No, I mean, he's in lane. Okay. So let's see if they can get the disruption into arrow combo. This is a classic here. The downside is that if you try lane like this and you end up not getting the kill, it feels bad. Godec already burning a salve on the opposite side of the map.
Oh, they got the setup.
Here's the arrow.
Oh, that is. Whew, where's the tip for that?
But in reality, even if they land that arrow, Brood's not going to die. It'll just like lower his HP. I mean, it would have been okay, right? Lower his HP so that he can't necessarily lane for a bit, but
yeah, put the pressure down.
See if they can arrow this the old Hellbear Smasher.
Mother says no.
It's the clap off on two, though. Very value.
It's not looking good.
The arrow does land over on Ramses while this is going on, but FN needs to be careful. Iceberg is kind of just controlling this lane completely here.
Well, good for Roger. Roger so far. Slayer has missed 2 arrows now, and BSJ was right. FN getting a little low. Going for Quasic Zort. The build's making a comeback.
They want to get.
Let's seen it again here.
They want to get aggressive for sure, but
it's Sunstrike combos about. Maybe they could have killed, but it's only 100 pure damage at level 1. But yeah, that's the goal. Disruption, arrow, slight chains into. Oh, I'm sorry, it's wrong team. My bad.
No worries there. Slayer is just getting plinked away here by Roger. That feels very, very bad. Look at this. He's forced to back completely off. Forced to use some of that regen. Always want to fly. Giving the hop here to Godec. One more click or two should be able to do it. Can he find him though? Oh, he's a pretty tanky boy. Ooh, and down goes Valentimos. Ramses just chomping away. This is a bit of a disaster for the side of Unique.
So far, yeah. Vtune almost died. He got a 5 stack of poison, but didn't quite do enough damage, so kills happening. I mean, he's able to stay alive. He's pretty low right now, which is a bit of a bummer. He's got to wait about 12 to get a full regen here, but Roger's doing a great job stabilizing him so far.
The harass is real.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And a lot of these nice clicks off though here over on FN. Got the Forge Spirit as well to help give him some more support.
The small camp, that was actually tough.
He's got a bottle to end.
Guard. Never aggro them. I mean, but he loses 100 HP that he didn't need to, you know?
That's true. That's true.
Like losing a bottle charge right there.
Oh. It's very lucky that they didn't have a ward over there on the side, or perhaps Iceberg would have tried to go for a Sunstrike. Continue to blink away at him though over here in the mid lane.
The Midas build on Iceberg, I just think back to where Fog pointed out being greedy. Going Midas just makes that more of an extreme example, yeah. So you got to be a little bit careful here. But they do have pretty good chain stun top lane. Like Vtune's got Wraithfire Blast, they'll have Cookie Fall. They can certainly get Sunstrike kills on people. So, and then once he gets double Forge Spirits, it'll help him control waves a bit better. He can push things out semi-safe. Is Arrow going to land mid?
Yes, it does. A hop forward here from Slayer. Do they have the damage? Indeed, they do. Position 5, Marana strikes again.
That was a big one to hit.
Dignum falling in this top lane.
It's such a strong dual lane. Double stun, lots of minus armor, especially on supports.
Ghostic though is doing
Radiant's middle
just
tower
fine
is
though
under
right now.
attack.
Push back a little bit to the tower. And does have to be careful with the positioning, of course, but is sitting top of the current CS. But oh man, look at got 10 denies over here on the Invoker in the mid lane. Not too bad though.
Great.
Ember's got 7.
Doing a really good job pressuring. Valentimo's getting hit a little bit here. Slayer does clean up the Centaur, so feeling some neutral creep, but
Sunstrike. Oh, sidestepping out of the way here. FN will survive. Valentimo's though is getting munched away here by Ramses. They could go for the dive if they want. Look at this. They're forcing the Mirana to leap away.
all right, Brood's working out. Getting the trades that they need. Yeah, Lifestealer's Feast. The damage it does offensively is very small, 0.8%. It's like nothing here. It's like 8 damage or something like that. So yeah, he's getting some heal back, but you're not competing with 70% lifesteal. So 70% of the damage Ramses deals, he gets healed back. So plus with Orb of Corrosion, he just has the mobility advantage. And we're gonna see Lifestealer swap lanes, 2 deaths now. Palantimos doesn't want anything more to do with that Brood.
He managed to land the stun over on the Broodmother, but that's about all they can do. They can't go too close here. How do you feel about the rework on Broodmother, by the way? I don't think I've ever gotten a chance to ask you about that now that there's no longer, you can't just build up spiders in lane. It's the ultimate.
Where are you
I
going?
think it's better in the sense that it makes the hero a little bit less cheesy, because like, it's still a little cheesy, of course, but at least the spider build-up stuff doesn't happen instantly.
That is the second kill on Bignum on the top lane. B2 and always want to fly. They are bringing the aggression this time around. Palantimos is just full out jungling.
It's really hard to defend yourself with just disruption. Like, you need so much more. You have to like disrupt them before they throw their abilities, or dodge a stun if they're going in mid.
They don't have the detection though. Always bring detection when you're ganking an Invoker.
Where are you going?
Radiant's middle
They do
tower
put the
is
pressure
under
down here over onto Godec. The Sunstrike connects. The other spider babies off to the side. Here's Ramses going for the dive. Does have Bignum here. So some of these spiders, they're going to try to chase after him. The nuke comes out, and that's a dead Godec. And this might be a very dead Bignum as well. He's going to try to stack up some of that poison. The little baby's just going to chase after him here and force him to panic away. FN finding himself always want to fly in the nice little creep camp to boot. Let's make something happen here in the mid lane.
Dire's
A
bottom
little
tower
surprising
is
Iceberg
under
grabbed the
attack.
Wex point this early, so it's not super unreasonable to dive without dust, but yeah, it would have been nice. Power pressure continues. Ramses' net worth is towards the top of the charts. Everything going great for Navi on all 3 cores, and Lifestealer's just trying to catch up at this point. He doesn't have boots yet, so...
Radiant's middle tower.
It's hard for him to even show up in lane. Neutral creep got the kill on Always Want to Fly. Thank you, Observer. Cookie hop forward. The rage immediately coming out. Palantimos does not want that follow-up here.
Lane's still pretty dangerous for him, though. He's likely to just get outlasted a bit.
Leap forward here from Slayer. It's another kill.
Had no place
He
here.
cleaned up the courier as it flew through earlier, so this is just the start of that, I suppose.
We'll get a value stomp off, though, before the Centaur goes down.
And he's going for Medallion on Mirana, so will be survivable. We'll be able to amplify up his cores, potentially. FN pressure in the mid lane is one nice advantage you have against Invoker. Invoker cannot push very fast, so as long as FN, like, puts himself between the Invoker and the creep, it's a bit easier.
Oh, Roger.
Come get healed.
And immediately pop the sprites. FN will turn around. He doesn't want the time investment to take down an Enchantress. But the tower does go down in the Broodmother lane, as expected. And not much that Unique can really do against it currently.
Really well done by Roger, though. They need to delay that.
Fire stun into the cookie hop. Nope. Right, just a little bit too fast here as the courier does get sniped. Palantimos is not having a good time. He's going to have to hop into a creep here and hide in the woods.
Heal is not too big right now. He's just got the way, but there's just so much overwhelming pressure. They've offset the pressure on the mid lane, at least for now, but this is the moment where it doesn't feel good for Navi despite all these great moves. Their mid tower doesn't look very defendable.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still putting that pressure on the top lane. Side Navi, but Unique making nice moves here. Fairy Trinket does get found.
Radiant's middle tower.
And the middle tower will go down.
Ooh, double smoke. On the same team, to make that clear. They're roaming bottom. They're trying to get this kill on Broodmother here.
Ramses is a thorn in their side, but you do have lots of spiders to help kind of protect you.
They've got to disrupt him. It's like the only way to start the fight. Safe though.
They ping.
He's in trees.
Ping them. Throwing out the shadow poison. The arrow. Oh. All right, that is a dead Ramses. Surprised they tossed the arrow when they did.
They wanted vision. Like they're moving over there. It was.
But they had the disruption.
He threw it the same time.
Same time. All right. Well, Palantimos barely going to be able to walk away here in this top lane. Does manage to survive. Silver linings here for Unique.
Dire's top tower is under
attack. Arrow was already flying, and then he threw shadow poison. Same because they got over there and they're like, oh, we need vision. So they both threw it, and then he's like, well, I have to disrupt now, just in case the arrow misses, you know, because arrow is gonna guarantee the next setup. Nice grab there. 2k advantage now for Navi, despite losing the Brood, which isn't that big of a deal. That was a lot of hero resources to deal with him. And while Godec is offsetting this pretty well, ultimately the net worth on Brood should be pretty useful. Position nice team fight items.
He's trying to cut the wave here, back and forth here in this lane. A bit strange. Not what we're used to seeing for sure, but just kind of the gentleman's agreement of you will get farm, I will also get farm.
Wave. They've got a lot of heroes on top of.
They do. Can they get their hands on them though is a question. All right, starting to stack up some of that poison here. But it's only FN who's chasing after him. Bottom lane, Ramsey's just nibbling away over here on Godec. Cookie hop forward from Always Want to Fly. They'll be able to go, lower that armor, and the Stampede will get used. So that way he can survive.
I like that FN did that though. Just like limits V-Tune's farming time. Makes him feel a little bit more vulnerable. Like they definitely could have burned through Wraithking's first ultimate, but killing him afterwards unlikely. Unless they land some combos, and they kind of disengaged, so they gave up. Auto multi though, let's see if they can grab a different kill. It's gonna be spotted by the sentry though.
Teemos leading the charge. Gonna walk right into Roger. Not necessarily, but they do see Iceberg.
My sprites are with us.
It's like they're just gonna give a couple taps over here to Roger. Another arrow that doesn't quite make the mark, but the courier is a pretty big deal. They can get it in time. Can they do it? No. Oh my goodness. Eventually gets it, but it's already got its items delivered. Fly coming out over on the side. FN is gonna have to slide away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rangers just don't do nearly as much damage. And that's a 5 Marana, by the way, so he doesn't have any items that give him bonus damage. So he's only hitting for 65. That's why I took 3 hits. He looked pretty dangerous, though. Delaying the mech would have been a big deal. 2 minutes without that extra oomph, that extra heal, made ganking Broodmother a lot easier. But now you can group with his team if he so chooses. But for now, great control of the map. It's going to keep pressuring things out. Still no armlet on Lifestealer. FN's trying to get stuff done. He's running at his enemies. He's getting some kills, but right now the game's feeling a little bit iffy for them.
Well, just you see the power of, you know, Ramses and Snapfire here. They just have been sitting in this bottom lane. They get, you know, the stuns off. They do some chip damage each time. Cookie hop again, like we talked about. They just lower the armor. And all of a sudden, he just has to run away. Can't stay there any longer.
Boa doesn't, it used to root when it was the shard, but they removed that. It's now just a slow, so like, it's literally nothing they can do to FN other than make him use 150 mana and a rep escape, so. And we'll continue moving in, get Envision for his team set. I
right over the ward.
Playing near him though, because like right now Slayer's just jungling. It's like, that doesn't feel that good. I mean, sure, like getting a kill is difficult, but I don't know, maybe you could grab Snapfire or something. Right now, Unique is just like hitting creeps, and they're not doing it fast because Lifestealer's behind anyways. So I don't know. I don't think it really gets that much better for Unique unless they start getting kills. The laning stage didn't produce a lot for them.
I feel like this is all about the stun that a Marana can supply, right? You've got the combo. You've got a Shadow Demon, you've got a Marana, or you know, you can set up for a really nice arrow as well. I'm surprised that they aren't making moves. Instead, she's just, you know, jungling. And the jungle is very much needed for Palantimos and an FN here.
It is, and it's not like anybody else is taking it. It's more just like you could be pressuring the map. But the downside is that, like, yes, he could land arrows with disruption. That's taking at least 2 heroes just to land an arrow. And then what happens after that? There's no damage follow-up. You'd have to land Shadow Poison like 5 times. Like, Marana's only level 7. She has 4 points in arrow. Like, once she shoots her arrow and lands it, she's basically done in the fight. If she was a core or 4 position, she'd have more levels. Then she could do, like, land arrow, Starstorm for 500 extra damage. Then it would actually feel impactful. But until, like, the mid-game, when they start doing, like, Searing Chains setups with arrow, Slayer's not going to feel very effective. Because it would just take probably too many hero resources to set up these kills that they could set up. Like, they can't keep running 3 heroes and 3-man ganking Broodmother repeatedly, because that means they're getting out-farmed.
So is this just a problem with the draft, just in general?
Yeah, for sure. So, and the fact that their laning went bad. It's definitely a matter.
Yeah.
Shadows take
They smoke over, though. We'll see if they can get us up.
Moonlight Shadow and Smoke here. They do have a ward up top. Another arrow just tossed into the void. They'll eventually find themselves a couple of the heroes, though. Godec running in. They're going to try to burst down B2. It's going to be the first life taken down. Bignum is getting plinked away over on the side, but again, B2 coming back up again. All these heroes. Bignum falls, though, to the Snapfire Kisses, and they might be able to get the kill. Yes, they'll be able to take down the courier, but
are fortified.
they hitch a ride over here in FN. They're on the hunt.
Dire's
I don't think this is going to stick around, actually.
And trying to eat spiders, but they're going to get healed up by their mother.
Yeah, FN needs to be very careful here.
Yeah, actually. He doesn't have his ulti.
No.
But Ramses also does garbage damage, so it'll be fine. It's hitting for 90 plus 40. Watch out, guys.
He's just very survivable, though. You know, he's got the full Guardian Greaves online, so it's going to be hard to push him out of your lane without having a lot of heroes dedicated to try to deal with it. Only 9 spiders have been killed by the enemy team? What?
They die of natural causes. They're a very good mother.
Yeah.
Their AoE's weak, though, right? Like, who's going to kill the spiders? It basically would have to be, like, Centaur doing, like, Hoof Stomp Double Edge.
Yeah.
Or, like, level 4 Starstorm.
Starstorm. Always want to fly. Oh, God. These arrows from Slayer.
It's just I mean, he could have maybe, like, left the side to try to land it.
Has been killed.
But, a little inadequate, all right. He gets fed, at least.
That is true. Gotta look on the bright side.
Killed Wraith King earlier, so they could go take a fight and kill him a second time. That helped.
Dire's bottom tower is
Haven't seen
under
much
attack.
of Invoker yet either. He's bought Midas, he's got an Ogre Axe, he's queuing up Boots of Travel now. Just pretty slow from both teams, actually. I think Navi's happy with it.
Yeah, I got the BKB online, and again, Ramses is doing exactly what a Broodmother should be doing. Just constantly poking and pressuring this lane. He's going to take the tower very soon, too. Now they're missing just a lot of buildings over on the side of Unique, and they don't, like you said, have a good way of dealing with this Broodmother.
Ramses pings the enemy shrine. They need to move the enemy jungle, take control of the area, take the shrine. It's going to limit experience gain for Unique at a really early point in this game. Sure comes in though. Wow, they did so much damage with just creeps on this mid tower. Really nicely done. Elton's team summon. Holy crap.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Good enough. That's what they want. They just want the tower dead. Limit some Roche advantage. Make it easier to pressure enemy lineup. Invoker's got BKB. Pretty good timing here.
Yeah, he
a little bit weird, but hey, it works.
Yeah, he picked that up a couple minutes earlier, actually. And so they do use the Moonlight Shadow. They should find Always Want to Fly. Get the stomp off. And the Searing Chains. Cookie hop forward on 3 heroes. Is Always Want to Fly? Is he going to survive this? No. All right, Slayer coming in with the last hit. Arrow getting tossed out. Will land over on that Forge Spirit. They know the Iceberg is hiding in the corner. Should be able to just teleport out that. Oh, just a little bit too slow on Godec. And the tip comes out.
The issue was he went to go use Blink, but he clicked it too fast, and he started hoof stomping before Blink instead. He canceled, then Blink, and then at that point it was too late, so lost a pretty crucial. Either way, they'll get the tier 1 out of it. Iceberg on the mid lane tries to push out, gets blocked, now being chased. Arrow's gonna miss.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It feels bad when you see, like, so many different setups possibly, but again, that time, you know, no one really there to help set that.
It's a little hard.
That arrow landed. Can't do anything about it, but it did land. They lost total control of the triangle here. Look at this iceberg. He sees Bignum. He wants this. Immediate tornado, followed with the EMP. Disruption comes out. Livy uses Stampede, but it's not really gonna matter because they've got the Snapfire Kisses and they have the damage. That's a dead Bignum, and they're just gonna toss the rest of the Kisses around the tower area.
Provision, yeah. There's a lot of resources to kill support, but hey, if they get another 2-2, that's pretty good. Ramsey's got his core finished. He's got Guarding Greaves, he's got Pipe of Insight. This is a huge team fight advantage, actually, and they might just go high ground.
They totally can. They don't even have the Kisses. Imagine if those Kisses could break trees, Purge.
Good.
He did a whole series on this. Oh dear, Slayer. Forced to leap away. Gonna throw out an arrow. Not gonna be able to quite do it, but does manage to grab the creeps, like you said. Gonna run for his life now.
Break that regen instead of grabbing it? Oh no, or did it? Broke it. That was... Use that mana. So basically they back up because he was cutting the creep wave. They still got a lot of damage to the tier 1 tower while Brood Ramses is pressuring it, so not the worst for them. But yeah, Navi's trying to fight their opponents, but Unique's doing whatever they can to buy time. They're not quite ready to the engagement here.
Yeah.
He did just destroy the illusion, the regen.
Feels a bit weird that he do that.
It's probably just misclick.
Possible. Look at this positioning too. I like that. That Bignum's just sitting right behind the Ember, just in case, you know, anyone gets to jump on him. We'll be able to try to play as that save.
Farming pretty well. I mean, it's kind of close to Wraith King. He's going utility like a lot of Embers do right now. Maelstrom into Sheevas will be great. Help them do more AoE damage. Offset what the Brood and the Spiders are doing. Vision, just utility kind of stuff.
Oh, there's so many more babies here I don't think that you were aware of here, FN. Tornado doesn't quite connect. The cold snap does, though. Cookie out forward. Now he's out of there. Right into B2. Hey, buddy, what you doing? The dip comes out.
Let's be real. His death is just like not good. Like that was like 4 heroes he just fought by himself, and they had no ability to kill him. This is what they asked for in the draft. They're like, we need to wait until Ember. They don't have it right now.
Catcher. It was a life stealer bomb, but they decide not to engage here. Is that weird?
Fearing the rotation, I suppose.
For sure. And there's the Aeon disc pickup now.
Who's got the Aeon disc?
I believe it was the Shadow Demon. Yeah.
They're going high ground. Let's see if they do it. They do have bottom multi. Break vision.
Have to jump forward immediately. Can they burst it down? No, Roger, he's still alive somehow as the slight comes through from FN. They have the Kisses coming out from Always Want to Fly. And all these spiders on the back line. FN going for the slight. Eventually gets taken down by Ice for perfect timing here. As Valentimus is forced to rage and just run away. Bignum hoping nobody's got detection here as he's running right back into the base. Slayer off to the side here. Roger spots him. Doesn't have anything to hold him out. And the pressure is on now. Do not have FN. Take down one of the Forge Spears with the arrow. No Stampede available either. But feels like Navi, they're okay. They're gonna just back off for now. They'll respect it.
You mean Navi?
Navi. I did it. No, I've been doing so well with it.
Good.
I've been working so hard on it, man.
I can tell. I think that's the first time I've heard it. All right, anyways, they almost take the tier 3 tower. Great pressure. Now they back up. Take Roshan. Arrow's going to come in. Man, he's killed so many Forge Spirits. It's the Slayer of Forge Spirits. No pun intended.
Is that the new name? I was about to say.
Yeah.
Purge being cheeky, doing a little bit of this fun stuff. Slayer, though, leaps into the pit. Immediately, though, it's just going to get the Aegis placed online for Iceberg, and Slayer dies to V2. And Ramsey's chasing after Palantimos now. He's going to hit Ride and his friend Ghost Stick. They've got the whip, though, to slow him down just a little bit. Does get the stomp off. Try to kite them just a bit here using that Shadow Poison, but Navi happy with this engagement. They've got an Aegis online, and they took down a Marana.
Roger's building a frickin' armlet. All right, he's... I don't know what's
happening again.
Roger, but some shit's happening with Roger, clearly. All right, let's talk about armlet briefly. It increases your strength, and it does give you health drain. Like, these are like theory crafted build ideas that, frankly, there's just better stuff you could buy. This isn't good. 100% not good. It's a lot of armor, but like, why? Get armlet toggle like for sure. Like, if you could do this in a pub and like have a great time, sure. But like, I'm so confused.
I'm sure our analysts are in the back room right now, and they are also extremely confused.
Like, they could lose. Like, it's so weird.
Nature attend us.
he's a great player, but like this is like it really is like
it's griefing.
If you want to like mess around or whatever, that's fine. But like, dude, in pub games, like they need to win to potentially make it to the major. I don't get why you would buy an armlet. Like maybe he bought Helm of Iron Will and he was like, well,
might as well.
Helm of the Dominator, Crimson Guard, armlet, or fire. So I guess armlet. I don't know.
So many spiderlings that were just obliterated here by Godec. Sort of a false initiation here, as they'll poke away a little bit. Nice force staff here, gonna get V2 out of the vicinity.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
78 spiders. Okay, that's gone up since the 9. Yeah, look at it's all the centaur for the most part.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
The baby spiders until he got too big to fail, and now he's just like, do my bidding, babies. Almost got the AC finish. He's farming real fast.
They haven't been able to put pressure on him.
Yeah, he's farming offlaners. It's like making Ramses look like such a good offlaner.
Yeah, he's typically
so much carry practice, you know.
Carry practice, and also the fact that he's typically been a bit greedier of a player as well. So. All right, there it is. There's the first time this patch, the armlet on the Enchantress. Man, Dota's a wild game. You can build anything you want to. All right, here we go. All right, Roger, clicking away. The impetus, Sakabola.
I mean,
cool.
25 attack speed, 40 damage, 9 armor, 10 armor, 5 HP.
Oh, look at Iceberg just waiting patiently. Look at this.
Oh, we got the patch.
Chonk. And then they'll go and murder this creep that he tried to hitch a ride in. This is looking pretty scary now for Palantinos. Are they going to continue the chase, though? Feels like they weren't sure if they wanted to or not.
Radiant's
oh, the courier? Okay, all right.
You would have sniped.
I know, right? Kicking out forward here on Roger. Oh, Roger, he's a predator. He wants Palantimos. They'll even go use the Mortimer kisses as Ramses closing the distance here. They do have the Crimson Guard completed. Sunstrike comes out. Can they do enough damage to Palantimos? Can they get their attack? Roger coming in. Oh, the disruption. Oh, no, he's coming back up, and I don't know if he's going to survive this here. Roger decides to show mercy.
I mean, like, hypothetically, like, you can turn Armlet on and slap a lot in that moment, and it's, like, okay for you, because you feel more damage and attacking faster, and you're very tanky, but, like, I don't know, it's weird.
All right, this is a nice setup with the arrow. They already have the stun.
Okay.
All right, there it goes.
Strike!
Why not buy Dragonlance?
Illusion.
You're my analyst, Purge. You're supposed to know everything. You have one job.
Just have not seen the Arcane Boots Armlet Enchantress before for some.
I look forward to a video on this later. Fully expect this.
Again, it's like it's armor, it's HP, some damage attack. It's okay.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Definitely not determined to be the best item on it.
All right, Ramsey's just murdering everybody's couriers here. I was trying to do a little bit of a cheeky play, but he's gone too far, and they are not happy about it on the side of Unique, so they'll punish his arrogance.
Okay, 9k advantage. This will give time for Roger to buy more items that are not good. This game he's buying Holy Locket afterwards, though. This one's pretty sick. If you go Wisp Talents, the amount of heal that you can provide your team is bonkers. It's so good that it'll even offset the regen that you lose by using armor.
Oh, okay, all right. Got that theory crafting going. I like it. Solid Kuros completed now for Ramses here.
Monster. But items are still coming out on Unique, and while Lifestealer's still struggling a little bit here, build this weird kind of Sanjinasha Armlet into Satanic, actually. So he wants to be able to take it to and beat Wraith King in these like long drawn-out fights, which is possible for sure, especially with the AC being picked up on Brood. That means it's not on Wraith King. It means Wraith King's raw armor is far less than it normally is. I mean, his build's kind of wacky. Radiance, Basher, Sanj. Then he bought a Hyperstone, and now he's like, what do I do with this Hyperstone? All right, I guess I'll make a meal. But he's going to be vulnerable to physical damage for sure. So Solar Crest on Wraith King or Lifestealer fighting with Satanic. Lifestealer might win that fight, actually.
I think it all comes down to who gets the jump on who, though, right?
A little bit. It's more like, do you have allies to back you up? Like, if it's a true 1v1 between those two heroes, Lifestealer probably wins it because of the extra lifesteal and stuff. But
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Wraith King is more like, I don't know, utility, run at them kind of thing.
We have the sheep stick now available for Iceberg. So more lockdown and control coming out from the side of Navi.
That's something both teams need for sure. But very good against Lifestealer. You either buy Orchid or you get Hex in some cases. Hex is going to be a lot better against heroes like Ember Spirit though. Catch him before the BKB, land those chain stuns, and there it is. It's finished. Mjolnir already done for Wraith King.
You have a Satanic completed now for Palantimos as well, so as long as he doesn't get stun locked, he's going to be able to survive pretty long in these fights.
Yeah, he really will. It's a really good damage item for strength. 25 strength, 55 damage. So what, 80 whole damage? It's not bad actually on Lifestealer. You already have quite a lot of attack speed, so raw damage is the way to go. That makes sense.
Yeah, applies to Dispel too, which is nice too.
Yep.
All right, Unique, they're on the hunt. Ghost Stick carrying a special delivery inside of him now. They'll creep their way here. We'll see some of the spiders trying to cut the wave. Moonlight Shadow, V2, gets spotted out. A little bit slow though. Snapfire Kisses do get dedicated here, so that could be an opening for the side of Unique. They're still hunting. Ghost Stick just to keep continuing. V2 waiting in the trees. Bignum. All right, slides come in. We'll land over on Roger. The disruption. The Hex, that's the fastest little piggy ever seen because over on the back lines, and just for the Infest Bump, popping out the BKB here over on FN as they're just focusing down V2, so they should be able to take them down the first time. Question is, can they get them again? As Ramsey's over on the back line was trying to kill Bignum, wasn't able to quite do it. Iceberg though with the BKB turning around Palantimos. He's trying to just get as much lifesteal off. He takes out V2 for a second time. FN, Cookie Hop for Palantimos, turning his attention now always want to fly. The slight comes out from FN and the hunt is on. They want Iceberg. The zip forward, the arrow connects when it counts, and that's a dead Iceberg on the side of Navi.
Satanic pays off so bad. I didn't even notice he had Paladin Sword as well, so amplified lifesteal on top of what he already has. And he tanks through it. He burned through 2 sets of Wraith King's life. Again, if Wraith King has AC there, maybe completely different. But without the AC, his 2 lives were not quite enough, and they're able to just beat him down. Hype, Greaves, Assault Cuirass, it was not enough to keep tanking survivable enough.
I like it that they're just chonking through the tower over in the mid lane. Let's get a little replay of this.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're slapping him, hitting him with almost everything. Centaur goes on. They also had disruption, so they had some illusions doing Radiance Burn as well. Roger puts a heal over on the side, then he starts hitting the Lifestealer. Lifestealer's healing through it, basically does not care about that extra damage. Then he gets disrupted again to buy him a little bit of time there. Then he gets to reset, get more kills, and then they run down their opponents.
It was actually such a good play from Bignum too, because the Aeon Disc had popped and he was teleporting out. Ramsey's deciding to just back off, and then Bignum's like, I can't leave my team. Sticks around.
That's so nice.
It's really, I love plays like that. I love when you see a team that trusts each other and that knows exactly, I have to be here. I can't just, chicken out here. Very nice.
It's like the ultimate support right now. Picks up a Solar Crest now with a Paladin Sword as well to amplify the healing that he's providing. But I'm thinking about Ramsey's played Axe. Was that the first game of today where he's ultra farmed? He's been really farmed every single game, but he's out of slots. Like, what are you buying next, buddy?
Yeah, Ramsey's has been definitely playing to win here, trying to get all the items that he can to help his team out. It's a very armored spider, more like a tank at this point, but feels a little lost in some of these fights. Good itemization though, again, coming out from Unique, realizing that they have to protect the Shadow Demon here, especially. He is their main source of save.
See what happens. Wraith King, he's queuing up a BKB, but I don't know, his impact in the fight has felt a little bit iffy. Like, he's still only got 7+4 armor. That taking the AC out of his item build, I feel like has really put him in a bit of a weird place. He also didn't have Armlet. Armlet is another common way to get armor on your hero, but because he skipped that and he also didn't buy AC, I feel like it put him in a really weird space. I kind of wish he had gone like Radiance back into Armlet with the power of hindsight, but he probably didn't anticipate it because we've got this AC really quick.
True.
It was like 22 minutes or something, so he probably started buying it, but then V-Tune's like, oh crap,
what do I buy now?
Down this weird item path, or I have to sell items, which is waste. So it hurt in that engagement at least, that's for sure.
The hunt is on the side of Unique. Ghost Stick having a Lifestealer bomb inside of him. There's a double damage rune available in that bottom spot, though. They smoke up. They ping it out. They get the jump on someone here. Oh, baby, they found themselves the mama. And that's a dead Ramses and a double damage on Ghost Stick.
It's value out of their heroes. The burst damage is really, really good. And they run straight to Roshan here. Slayer's going to clean up some Observer wards first. We're in the area. He's got his items. I just haven't really felt the Invoker presence just yet, I gotta say.
Mortimer Kiss is getting tossed into the pit. Will force them to back out, but there's nothing to hold them in place. Ghost Stick a little bit off the mark here on Roger. Taking a decent amount of damage, but they go right back into the pit now because they have nothing to fear. Tornado just gonna zip on through. An arrow gets tossed out. We'll miss those Forged Spirits this time. The MP also getting dropped. The jump forward on Roger, though. Can they blow him up fast enough is the question. So hold him in place with the root. They need just a little bit more damage, and he's trying to toggle here. He's got that armlet, but it's not enough. As the jump over onto Always Wanna Fly there, just closing in the spider legs. He's trying, but he cannot escape Palantimos. So right back into the pit they go, and not much that Navi can do here.
I mean, Armlet helped a lot there, actually, because Lifestealer, when he uses Rage, is immune to magic, and therefore he doesn't get affected by Untouchable. So, despite the fact that he was getting slapped by Lifestealer, I mean, he had 10 armor, a lot of HP, and it definitely elongated his life. So I think that's what he was thinking when he went for the Armlet this game. So like, oh, I'm going to counter the hero that counters me, the Lifestealer, while also giving me some other stuff.
It's not just greedy, though.
I don't know if I'd say it's greedy. It's more like you're solving a problem that you don't necessarily need to solve right there, is what kind of...
But it's just you.
Yeah, of course, but like...
Your support.
You need to stay alive. Yeah, by all means. Like, but you do need to stay alive sometimes, right?
I guess,
so,
but...
I'm not saying it's ideal, but I think that's what he was going for when he bought the item.
Okay.
Lifestealer, because it was certainly good in that exact moment. Usually,
yes.
Enchanters don't have a huge amount of armor. But right there, he had a 10 armor. You basically got a plate mail plus extra for 2,500 gold, which is a decent trade-off.
Okay, the BKB picked up now for V-Tune. That's going to be a nice item timing here for the side of Navi. I guess, yeah, when you say, the more I think about it too, you know, you have the Aeon disc that has been purchased on the Shadow Demon, but I feel like Shadow Demon already has so much built into his kit, and that's a dead iceberg.
Do not feel good about the Invoker this game. 1, 3, and 4, not a very... I mean, he's farming well, but I just haven't felt his impact yet. He bought the Scythe, he's got a Blink Dagger, so he can do, like, Blink Scythe stuff, but Navi hasn't been able to find those grabs, really. And even if he does do Blink Scythe, there isn't that much follow-up. Rikard never opted for a Blink Dagger to follow up. He's just gone for, like, trying to deathball win engagements.
Are fortified.
I think Unique has just got this really nice ganking potential. So anytime that, you know, Navi is just separated on the map, they get immediately punished. This Lifestealer bomb has been so good. And now, of course, he's got an MKB.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're bringing the fight to Navi, I feel. And I feel like Navi's just not prepared to deal with it.
Top tower has fallen.
Palantimo's feeling like a big boy. The stomp. All right, they'll cookie snap away. Some of these kisses are raining down some hellfire, but look at Palantimos. He doesn't care. He's just trying to man 5 V-Tune here. Has to be careful that he doesn't go too far, but look at this. Just taking down everything here in the space. They can't get rid of him. FN joining on in. Immediately the stomp, the cookie coming out from Always Wanna Fly. Trying to keep him alive again. V-Tune trying to focus down Palantimos. Did he manage to land the stun? The slide's going around. V-Tune's still alive. Thank God for the flicker. Try to lower the armor, but immediately Stampede. Barely able to save V-Tune there.
He'll be fine from the Shadow Poison. Flicker has been amazing. This delayed his death by so many times here. Illusionist cape dropping for Dire's side. I mean, V-Tune is just clearly not able to take these engagements against Lifestealer. Way too much physical damage. He doesn't have that extra armor that we normally expect. He actually can't slap the Lifestealer. That satanic build has absolutely changed things for Lifestealer. Now, maybe V-Tune should have Paladin Sword that Broodmother's using. I think that would be super reasonable, but right now Flicker has been really good for sure.
Well, it's saved his life multiple times now.
It has, yeah. So, like, the balance is, like, usually you want, like, a mix of survivability and damage with some lifesteal. His survivability is not high enough to probably make the lifesteal worth it. So just having Flicker is probably better here.
Fair enough.
Almost Dags for Iceberg as well. That's the next thing they're aiming for. You know, that big Cataclysm combo where Enchantress runs in, gets focused, can't die because of Armlet, and then all of a sudden the Sunstrikes come in.
This is a full-on raining hellfire. Oh, that's a question. Does Cataclysm doesn't destroy trees, does it?
That's an Orchid on Wraith is under attack. But it would be really cool if Satanic didn't give you a Dispel. That is the issue.
That is, it's very strong.
It's a great counter against Lifestealer. You silence him, you kill him before he rages, but so many weird items.
Kill your game indeed, as they are making their slight ascent over here, throwing out a casual arrow. Of course, they don't have everyone there just yet, but it's an Ember Spirit. He can be there on a GIF.
Field now. Now he's queuing up the Bloodthorn as well. It's kind of cool. Like, by all means, if you're gonna build Orchid, he's gonna build Bloodthorn.
Yeah.
But the same problem arises. Like, I don't see how this isn't just already a solution. Like, Lifestealer's got Satanic, he's got a Shadow Demon to sit behind him. Is Silence gonna win you a fight? I guess it helps you with Ember, I suppose, if his BKB's down. That part's kind of cool. Maybe he won an item that kind of covers both bases, but I'm sure that if this was the same as it used to be.
Oh dear, Iceberg, he has to pop the BKB, and he has got to run because he does not have that TP. They're trying to make something happen over on Ramsey's over inside. Not gonna be able to quite do it. Ghost Stick. It's just getting slowly chonked away. They even use the Snapfire Kisses to take him down. But those will be on cooldown for a bit as they smoke up on the side of Navi. They know that they don't have the big tanky boy here anymore for Unique. Perhaps trying to force a buyback or something, but they do need creeps.
They saw somebody that would have a Blex there. It was a good try. And Ramsey's buying the best late game item, arguably. Buys a Nullifier, very much like his first game on Axe. And that is what helps you get those kills. Chain Disable, basically, the lots of damage.
All right, give me the Cataclysm. Let's see it. We got the Ags online now for Invoker. Got a lot of damage, but of course you have to be very aware there are some nice solutions to just not have to deal with it.
Walk, leap. There are many Force Staffs. There's a lot of solutions that Unique has.
Rage, you know.
Rage does not work. Magic.
Oh, not Rage, sorry.
No, it does not. Best and some other guy let him die, did the Cataclysm.
There we go.
And then if you're infested in somebody, does that mean there's 4 Cataclysms on that one guy, or are you off?
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to check that out in the back room for me, please. We have people for this now.
It's mostly irrelevant.
Yeah, but now I want to know. Have you seen T's post recently? He's asking which fire spells destroy trees.
Vanish.
That's cool. I don't care.
All right.
I'll read about that on Reddit later.
That's on Twitter. It's a graphic.
My...
Oh, Big Nom finds himself a friend. BKB comes out. They'll use the demonic purge, try to slow him down. They'll slow him down as well, but they have a decent amount of damage. That Cataclysm coming in. It doesn't matter. Iceberg is dead. And the zip forward again coming out from FN. He would love to grab him. There it is. There's the arrow combo we've been looking for, and that's a dead Snapfire.
Wasn't sure if they'd be able to kill him because they didn't have overwhelming physical damage with lifesteal in the area, but Ember Spirit has Ags. He can basically show up at any fight here. Able to get there, get on top of him, pick off the value of the random sentries. They get that great setup.
Ooh, the Gleipnir over here on FN. That is how you deal with all those spider babies.
Are scanning.
Yes, 220 AoE damage. That plus Shiva's. Sleight of Fist, I mean, he's doing like, that's like a little bit over 400 magic damage, plus whatever Sleight of Fist damage does. So yeah, he can clear spiders now.
Ghost Stick has a heart, by the way. You just picked that up.
Fun. Dude, there's been...
This has been an interesting game.
This whole series has been so
the
fun.
silence, all right, but the save immediately coming out from Bignum. Have to be very careful as they have more life stealers. Rest of the team coming in. Ghost Stick looking for the opportune moment to jump in, blink stomp. So go the pipe here.
Dire's bottom tower
Valentimos can't decide which sword he wants to use, so he's just going to hold on to all 3 of them.
Swords are cool, dude. The more swords you have, the better, right?
They are. Very cool. Leveler for hitting buildings, Paladin sword for fighting to the death,
as long as they're not...
sword for killing heroes that are trying to...
Yeah, as long as they're not cursed swords, like somebody has been playing in our D&D.
That was my decision.
That was totally your decision, dude.
I wanted
Cursed swords are bad guys.
Wanted a regular powerful sword.
All right, smoke coming out here on the side of Navi. They're looking to just try to push out here, get a little bit more vision, but over on the side of Unique, they have a double damage on FN. They'll use the Moonlight Shadow as well. An illusion over. We've got an Infest Bomb. They're grouped up pretty closely. Is it gonna be? Who is it gonna be? Who is the person who is gonna be unfortunate enough to get jumped on here? Ramsey's over on the side to jump forward from Ghostic. Not gonna be able to quite land that stop, but there it is. There's the Infest Bomb. Ramsey's trying to claw away. Is he gonna be able to do it? No, he's gonna be immediately taken out. Roger now cookie hopping for it. V-Tune though back on the other line. Swing left around. Flicker again forward here. He's trying to fight him. Palatimus, he's still gonna be able to though. The BKBs do indeed get popped. V-Tune fleeing for his life. Always want to fly. Not gonna be able to run away. They have the dust, but they don't have the damage. Snapfire buying back, and they do manage to find themselves Roger. He's pretty hard to get their hands on. He does eventually fall, though.
I'm back.
More buybacks coming out.
It's so hard for them to fight. Like, Bloodthorn damage is just not superior enough. Like, they need like a long duration stun for Bloodthorn to work, and for Shadow Demon not to be there. It just feels like the itemization is hurt. Navi's so bad in this game. Like, the AC timing on Wraith King is just gone. He just loses.
Look at this. Immediately rooted into place. The Science gets placed over here onto the Ember, but the jump forward here from Palantimos with that first. They just take out Iceberg. No buyback on the Invoker as they're chasing down V2. They want this kill. FN managing to land those slides of change. They go around. They get the kill and always want to fly. First life down here on V2. Is coming right back up again. He's forced to pop the BKB to run away, but on the back lines, Roger. Oh, Roger, you are left all alone with 5 heroes that just want to erase you from the map, and Ramsey's doing the desperation here to try to just cut these waves, try to just put some pressure on the base, because he knows the rest of his team, they don't have buyback.
Radiant's
Just
middle
struggling too
tower
much in
is
fights
under
now.
attack.
I mean, the carry matchup doesn't work out.
They're going for the finish.
They are. Ghostix gets so happy to tank this with heart. He's reflected all this damage.
The big boy here.
Tower is under attack.
Feel V2, he wants to get in there. He doesn't have that reincarnation though. How does he step to them?
Radiant's
might just be it.
Has fallen. Radiant's middle
Morana support. So
good. VSJ totally wrong. The GG gets called. Unique will take this game 2-1.
I'm kind of flabbergasted here. This is not a match that Navi's supposed to lose.
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. Ask me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries as we'll fall now. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption ever came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread with the angels. Fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. Cause I can fly, I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. Cause I can fly. I can fly.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Time of year carries memories like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing just like another season. Don't want another day. into the sound, two hearts beating, beating time. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. Stop making noise, you and your wicked ways. You and your wicked
I'm so strong, guys. I'm so strong.
Radiant team ban. Virtus Pros turn
So
to
strong, guys. I'm
ban.
so strong.
Radiant team ban.
You stop dying, I'm out of tips. You stop dying, I'm out of tips.
Virtus Pros turn to
Jest
pick.
to jedno.
Radiant team pick.
Tiny.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Virtus Pros turn to pick.
Brood mother.
That's right. Kingslayer and the rest of Virtus Pro are incredibly determined to be making this run through to TI. Now, they've had a bit of a speed bump, and that was, of course, the major not going so well for them. But they do have their excuses, and it does feel like they are training, despite the fact that maybe the competition here isn't quite what they are hoping for.
Yeah, I think the key thing is they need to use this league as a platform to improve on what went wrong at the major. Of course, they have the issues of the kind of illness and Nightfall and stuff, but like they're already using these games as like a platform to elevate. So that shows that they have the right mindset to make sure the next time they go to a major, they shouldn't have these problems.
And BSA, I mean, Winstrike are they the kind of team who can create a challenge for Virtus Pro for them to get a bit of practice, for them to learn?
It's like I thought Navi was going to give them a challenge like 3 or 4 weeks ago, back when Navi I think was 3-1, and I was like, oh yeah, I think Virtus Pro is penetrable. I think their fortresses are not secure entirely, but I think Virtus Pro is just a whole echelon above everyone else in this region. And Winstrike, do I think they could maybe take a game? Sure, but the series is very unlikely.
Yeah, Rob said it feels like Winstrike. Yeah, you can describe Virtus Pro as young, but when it comes to a team like this, it is very young. In fact, Yamich, he really hasn't been playing professional Dota for that long at all. So let's see an interview with him.
Virtus Pros turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Well, if he wants to be like Virtus Pro and making no mistakes, no better chance to learn from the source itself. And their series up against Virtus Pro starts now, and it's going to be starting off apparently with a Broodmother pickup from Winstrike.
Yeah, I think the main thing about Winstrike as a team is even though their results aren't looking too strong with a 2-4, they are one of the newer teams to the upper division which exudes like just passion and energy, and it's so refreshing seeing this from like an Eastern European team where in all their interviews they're just so happy to play with each other, they're so happy just to be having this experience. So yeah, they are kind of a good light on the scene for sure. It's refreshing.
You know, I want to say this right now. The thing I like the most about Virtus Pro is that I have played pubs with most of their lineup, and they are enjoyable to play with.
He just got like a GP.
That's very
Is that
weird.
a GPK selfie?
It's very weird.
I honestly thought it was a dude behind him. I thought he was just getting some help in the draft, but no, it's not.
Actually just a selfie. All these guys, they carry them into. Like, I can understand now that I've played with them why they're successful. Like, I think I would highlight Nightfall and GPK. Like, sometimes, yeah, they're gonna like yell at people for doing dumb shit in pubs, but they are legit enjoyable teammates to work with. And even though they're top 10 and clearly better than everyone else in the game, they don't talk down to people, and they try to get you. They try to lead. They try to take over. They try to. You can tell that they want to win every single game, and it's just really cool. I think there's a reason why this lineup has kind of, like 5 years ago, who were these guys? You know?
Yeah.
And it's not meant to be an insult. That's just like, these guys have made their entire career in the last several years, and that's just really cool to me. And I have a lot of respect for this team from the whole trip that I've had here.
Yeah, so in regards to that, looking at this draft and the VP, they need to make sure that they look at this Brood as, like Navi, they played really well around the Brood in the first 15-20 minutes. The way it played its lane, I'd love to see VP have some laning pressure. And I think what Brian was saying about these players, they do play so much good. They have that love for the game, but they are just going to know all the kind of intricacies of matchups, which some teams, when they're not so committed to pubs, they're not going to have that advantage.
GPK has insane Tiny play. He last picked Tiny in a pub with me, and it wasn't very good pick that game. And I think he legit had the same mindset that VP's been having the whole time, that they're purposely picking mediocre matchups for the sake of mastering heroes that they know they're going to be prevalent playing at the major. And I can see it carrying over in all aspects of their game. He will play fast. He had like a 7-minute blink dagger. He just goes brown boots blink all over the map, constantly playing with probably the AA. I have to imagine using that ice vortex to amp up that burst damage coming out super early on in the game. You have to be afraid on Brood. Yes, it's a little bit hard for Tiny to catch Brood later on, but like minutes 7 to 10, you definitely are a huge threat to her, and I'm looking forward to seeing how active he gets.
So I like the second phase picks are pretty interesting because Winstrike, they somewhat block pick a Grimstroke because you naturally don't want to have that wave clear against the Broodmother. Simplicity of initiation with a Tiny as well with the Inkswell. But then Virtus Pro's answer is now not about clearing the spiders, but actually being able to lock down the Broodmother. Because this Shackle, when you're playing inside the tree line, of course, you're never going to miss it. So they're going for constant pickoff, and it's going to be GPK on the Tiny going in with a lot of extra layered damage from a distance, from the A and the Windrunner. Non-committal damage.
And you can actually go for the kill on a Wind Ranger, right? Because your mobility, you keep up with the Broodmother as long as you have vision, you're pumping out damage on her. I assume this is going to be a save Wind Ranger. Is that what we're going to be looking at here?
That's what I'd expect for sure. Just a mid-Tiny, 4 Windrunner, 5 AA, and this Windrunner will just go for a greedier build, trying to go for the physical damage, trying to become kind of that assassin in the game. But then Winstrike, they pick up the Phantom Assassin.
How crazy is it to rotate that Wind Ranger to core since they picked PA?
And then do like a 4-position Tiny?
Yeah, since they picked PA, because we saw last series how much a Wind Ranger can just ruin PA's day.
I would like that if they just had a carry that had kill threat. If they could just turn it into like a Trining scenario where DM's just playing maybe like a 1v1 into the Brood, that could be a pretty interesting idea. Because I think AA Tiny, it's all about kills if they're playing as a support duo. Getting kills inside lane, making moves, and they go for the axe.
Okay, so it's most likely a 4 Wind Ranger because you have the axe, but Tiny's not all that crazy just because axe becomes effectively like a Timber Saw when he's level 4 or 5, where you just leave him alone cutting creeps and you don't need to consistently lane with him anymore. And Tiny as a 4 could mold that, but I would just say based on the players, it's probably 4-position Wind Ranger.
And the meta as well, right? It feels like many of these mids that we're picking right now, we're just locked in. It's like water runes and stuff, like it doesn't matter what you're playing against, you're going mid because we know you've got a good hero.
It's pretty crazy how far going, like just playing 50 games of Tiny in one patch will go for you.
Yeah.
When it's reliable that it'll get the game it needs, yeah, you'll just perform every single time if you've played that much. He's like, I got my Wind Ranger.
Apparently Virtus Pro feeling like they've still got a lot of options left in the carry role here. I thought, isn't Troll Ancient Apparition one of those duos that we saw in laning phase?
Troll would be great. I'm almost surprised they didn't pick it, yeah. It owned Brood the one time we've seen it.
They didn't pick it, right? They chose the axe instead. So that probably means they have multiple heroes. So what else are we looking at?
So let's assume Troll's out. I mean, you could do like a kill hero since you have Axe to occupy the lane later, but ideally, since you have Axe and Tiny who want to make their own plays, you would have a carry that would be able to deal with the spiders somewhat. Is something like Bristle just crazy? Is that hero only a mid laner? Could you do carry Tiny again?
Yeah,
we've seen them do that as well.
That's true.
It's not a terrible carry Tiny game. The last time we saw carry Tiny that we were upset about it, I believe it was because it was against a Wraith King. So we're just like, okay, now you're gonna burst the Wraith King, then what? You'd probably lane against Purge just fine, right?
Potentially telling with the bans from Virtus Pro, when you think about the 3 bans, right? It's all heroes that a core Tiny wouldn't want to be playing into, especially if it's the carry. But then when you think of mid heroes that would come into play here, I think there isn't a Morphling, and normally you want to have that kind of an additional help in the win condition department. So maybe like a Doom mid for VP would mitigate that pressure. You Doom the PA, you get to actually maybe break with an Ags and you get to play some DOTA, but it's difficult just because I don't see the GPK win condition mid with a Tiny being in the carry role.
I think the spirits can be win conditions. They banned the Doom themselves.
Okay.
So
yeah, like what carries do you like playing into PA? But also have to be able to deal with the potential wave clearing shenanigans. So they don't have a hero other than Axe that will move into that Brood Mother lane. So they do need a carry that can somewhat play that lane with some pressure.
And that's what I was saying is like no carry immediately jumps into my mind. Maybe they'll pick something. I'll be like, oh, of course, duh. But that's why I might lean towards Tiny carry.
Brian, I know this hero's a bit out of meta, but I know people used to pick it with the Maelstrom build, and it used to be good against Broodmother because of Boundless Strike. Monkey King?
Monkey King.
Is that hero bad now because of the miss percentage chance?
Yeah, I wouldn't hate Monkey King here, to be honest. You'd be going like Deso, though, because that's the way you deal with Brood, is like Orb of Corrosion, Deso. And I don't know how much I like that kind of build.
Yeah.
It's just a weak match. It's like a mediocre matchup against PA as a carry to carry. But I will say, I think it works well with their lineup. You could do a lot with just Boundless Strike this game. They don't really have a way to reliably get you when you're on the trees. And a lot of these heroes are banned out, the Storm Spirits of the world. But they don't seem to be banning to protect that hero. I guess Viper kind of does, but there's a lot of heroes that are countered by Viper.
I kind of see 2 options here, which is either like an Alchemist maybe in the safe lane, just in a casual, bit more wave clear, bit more acid spray, apply some pressure, and then you don't really care about the supports when you get BKB. You quickly go for armor items to deal with the PA, and it just gives you a very quick team timing around Tiny. Other than that, it's Monkey King.
So you're okay with the Monkey King?
Yeah, I don't mind, mainly because of the Viper ban, I guess, is the telling part there. But yeah,
is there any 4 positions that stand out to you guys? If we did the safe lane Tiny and then the...
I think then if you did that scenario, which also I actually like that as well, like a mid windrunner, a carry Tiny, it does answer the threats that you have, and then you'd go for a very active starter 4 with a bit of pressure, like a Willow or something, just to have chip and poke.
It looks like
they just go for
they went TA. They went
overlay may have broken a little bit.
So it is carry Tiny with the carry-esque mid.
So I didn't see you there. The name's Capitalist.
Going into in-game to watch the rest of the draft. So what did we end up going?
We saw a TA. So they do the carry Tiny with a more carry-esque mid.
So 4-position Wind Ranger mid TA.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I think it gives them a way to apply pressure, and it's that team timing, quick corrosion of a TA. And it's just the question is, can they get their group and huddle? Because now they don't have a scaling win condition. It's more of like a 30-minute timing, and maybe Winstrike can play around that with their last pick.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and jump over to our casters. We've got Moxie and Fog to be able to talk about the game further.
All right, well, our earlier series had a lot of surprises, but this time around, you know, it seems like a fairly standard draft coming out from the side of VP, and Winstrike, you know, they're gonna try their best. They did pick up a very early Broodmother.
They did. Just stating exactly the type of game that they do want to play. VP, no funny business today, though. I thought maybe we'd see them do some, some type of funner picks, because we have heard them in a couple of their interviews. They try to challenge themselves, but this does not look like they are. This is just a straightforward draft that they've gone for. The carry Tiny a few times as they've ran, and they do pick the TA. That one is a little bit new, for sure, but can definitely see the reasoning, but that's why we also see the reasoning for the Rebel Bat Rider. See how he's able to at least capitalize versus this TA.
Off to a quiet start as expected here. Definitely going to be annoying playing against all of that sticky napalm.
Yes, a great hero to be able to burn those refractions. In mid-game, easy ways to always catch and kill as well. They've got a lot of good ways to kill that TA, so they did kind of force it, but that is the style that VP wanted to go for. And they also just wanted to have this Tiny up here versus the Brood. As we saw a couple of those bans coming out, they banned out the Spend, they banned out the Troll on the side of Winstrike, so they were putting VP into a tougher position to at least deal with the Brood, but I don't think VP is very fussed about this at all. It's a very standard combo they've ran so many times. AA Tiny, good in laning phase, good burst when you do start moving around. And of course, we've seen DM so many times on this Axe. He's just taken over so many games too. And you know, they did have this flexible kind of style they could do too. I was a bit surprised that they did go for PA on the side of Dyrachyo because they did see that Wind Ranger, but they knew. You know, Save, he absolutely loves Wind Ranger, so they did not really care if it was going to be in this matchup. I think you might have to care a little bit here. It is a very aggressive lane. Axe and Wind Ranger just constantly poking Phantom Assassin, and Grimshaw can struggle versus this a bit to push away that aggression.
I think it is pretty interesting, the fact that Safe has very specific heroes, right? Like, he's fairly young, and he's already got these heroes that people, you see it get picked up, you're like, that's got to be Safe, you know?
I love
that's got to be this particular person playing this hero because he's so incredibly good with it.
Yeah, I love the confidence that he does have, though. Like, even when we saw, like, the jungle Huskar and stuff like that, that just shows a player has a clear understanding of a game and what he needs to do. So, a big fan of when I see players do stuff like that.
Now, it's not super common that we see this Tiny being run in the safe lane in these particular regions, you know, both Western and European, rather Eastern European area. How does this differ in terms of, you know, the way that they're going to play this? Because usually, you know, you'll see someone in the mid lane playing the Tiny, and then, of course, the Ancient Apparition will join up with them and become the gank squad.
Yeah, it's a little bit slower. It's more about your own game rather than securing, like, your carry's farm in particular. So it's going to take him a little bit longer to get the Blink Dagger, but besides that, it's the same build. You're going to get, like, I guess as mid, you go Phase Boots, but as carry, you're going to go your Treads, then you're just going to go Blink afterwards, likely Echo Saber. Similar kind of style, as Courier just walks in and dies to Nightfall. Okay, a bit of a slip up there from Cheshire. And he's going to go Soul Ring, as you do need some type of mana item, as Autumn, we were mentioning. That heavy aggression from these two is always there. And Pentaman can't even connect with the Inkswell. But yeah, you have to get a type of mana item on these Tinies. Since you don't have a bottle, since you're side lane, Soul Ring, it fits absolutely perfectly. It's GPK holding his own very nicely here versus the Bat Rider. Usually these Bat Riders can take advantage of a TA a lot of the times, just a pop back, but GPK playing nicely around these stickies.
He's gonna back off, go and farm up the small camp.
Yep.
Classic moves here coming out from a TA.
Yeah, it's just even better. I'm actually a big fan of TA right now. I think this hero is a different beast, even toward later stages. I used to not really like that hero late bottom.
My goodness.
Shouldn't be able to kill him off, but it's this constant harassment. He's just having to blow all his region. How much do they actually have left down here? They only have 2 tangos left on Dyrachyo, and he's super low.
Well, top lane though, Nightfall's gonna have to throw the avalanche out. He's sitting a little too close for comfort here as the Abbott just continuously running. I'm trying to get the air spike, not gonna be able to quite connect it though. It was a valiant effort, but we're gonna go grab up this bounty room.
GPK is just running in to contest this.
Yeah, he's not afraid.
Firefly's down, so he knows he can make those type of aggressive moves, so he doesn't have to worry about that quick refraction burning. Top though, this Brood versus that Tiny matchup, you know, that low armor does come into play versus Insatiable Hunger. So we do see Cheshire Cat able to hit him back nicely.
Cheshire Cat's been making some nice plays this DPC, and then you say that too though, but over in the other off lane, DM. Man, he is so good on these playmaking heroes. You know, we've seen him on the center, we've seen him on the Magnus, and especially this Axe too, so.
Yeah, he's just bullying.
Difficult time here for Dyrachyo.
Yep, love the build. 1-2. You get the Hunger at level 2. You only need the 1 point in spin because it's not that effective. Even though it's like pure damage, you want to just be able to poke from a distance with this Battle Hunger and just be super annoying. So I do like that he's gone for this.
This is the poke lane for sure when you've got a Wind Ranger and an Axe. Poor Pantherman. He's doing the best he can. He hasn't, you know, hasn't fallen to any of them just yet, as the pressure's definitely on Dyrachyo.
He can just put
call off.
As we see that with the shackles, just to get in connection with the call. And we see this from Save like every time. He doesn't get power shot at level 2 ever that I've seen him play the lane. Like almost never. He always gets shackle, always gets his win run to survive his top.
Cheshire Cat. He's got that Insatiable Hunger. Is going to be able to just lifesteal back up again, but was looking a little bit scary for a moment.
I like that he brought the raindrop up here. Very important always when you're playing versus Tiny. If you just get one-shotted, then you can't turn and get your hunger off, so he is always going to be able to turn and get some type of lifesteal.
It's a nice little insurance policy there for him.
Nice interruption of the pull from Yamich.
are we looking over here in the mid lane? 37-4 on GPK and 27-6 currently on Rebel. Of course, you have to keep in mind there is some of those neutral creeps coming into play here. It's a good Earth Spike, though, in the top lane. Just going to push them back away from Cheshire Cat. He's trying to get a couple of these little nibbles down here over on Nightfall. The toss back, though, will force him away.
Oh, I thought that was actually going to proc the cold feed onto him. It was very close. They're actually glyphing the wave there, so he can't lifesteal off of it. Nice play. That was probably Kingslayer who popped that glyph there. And kind of, you know, that's one of those where it's just like, I'm sorry, mid player. You know, I'm taking your glyph, but it has a extreme purpose. Like, now he can't actually walk up. He's just going to get comboed if he does. So securing Tiny several waves there just with the glyph play.
Oh, Inkswell should be able to connect with the double shackle, though. They have the power shot. They needed just a little bit more damage to have the battle. Yeah, there it is. Save, getting the first blood on Pantherman.
Already a scent of death on the breeze.
As always, Save just connecting with some absolutely gorgeous shackles.
Must have been good at geometry in school.
I must have been.
Again, and another shackle connecting. They've got the battle hunger. He's gonna try to dodge away here, and he's kiting successfully.
Okay, kills the courier, gets rid of the hunger as well too. Nicely done from Dyrachyo, even though he's under so much pressure down here, keeping his cool.
Important. Top lane too, you know. Cheshire Cat's been able to do a lot here. Oh, nice spike here from Yamich Tubble over on the side. Kingslayer's trying to run away. He's not going to be able to. So he will fall to the hungry spider.
Not so bad here for Winstrike so far. Mid lane also even. The PA definitely under a lot of pressure though, as we've been seeing. They've had to spend a lot of regen down, a lot of money on regen. Does have the Ring of Health at the very least to counteract it a little bit here. Yes, it is a very threatening lane with these two. And now it's level 6 on the Axe too, with the Vanguard. So you can't actually push the Axe out of lane whatsoever unless you bring probably that Bat Rider down here, which might actually be the first rotation we do see from Rebel. Might want to see him actually make the move down as soon as he has boots of travel, just to alleviate some pressure from the...
That literally was going to be my next question, is he's got his level 6 online, and it feels like this lane has just been so difficult for Dyrachyo. So I would like to see, you know, some sort of rotation, like you said.
Comes at a risk though, right? You're versus TA. TA immediately going to see you leave the lane, is going to start pressuring that tower. So it's got to be quick if Rebel does look to make the move. And we do have a rune coming up in about 8 seconds, so if he gets a good one...
Oh, the shackle, Pantomim. As the Inkswell just will back off.
We'll be all right. And the rune, ooh, it spawns bottom. And it's a dream one for GPK. Illusion doesn't have a bottle, but would have been a good one if he did have it versus that bat. But doesn't need it since he can go stick. And he's going to go the Lance build. All right, cool. Not going to go for the Deso. Seeing this a little bit more in, at least in pubs in particular.
I know he was considering picking up the bottle early, but like you said, when you've got all that sticky spam coming out. Double bounty rune, easy peasy. Just walk into the jungle, start hitting these creeps. But we've got the spider army amassed here in the top lane. Cheshire Cat working on pushing it.
Rebels got the bots too, so that's that first move. I'd like to see it come down bottom just to help out Dyrachyo a little bit.
He's just walking right back to the fountain right now. Top lane, toss back here. Get out of here, Cheshire Cat, says Nightfall. But Cheshire Cat still hanging out in the vicinity.
He's got the 6, so he's got the spider.
Oh, the call. Where is it? They don't quite have enough damage to get the dunk off, as they do have the rotation now with the Inkswell. They might be able to punish DM for this. Just ticking down, and all of this Fireflies trying to dance around. He cannot seem to do it. And Dyrachyo, he dies to save us. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he actually gets taken out. So, I mean, the rotation's still good from Rebel, but Dyrachyo does go down, so ends up not being as effective. Cheshire Cat looking to get the spiders there for Nightfall. Won't be able to clean them up. And he is going to go more aggro build. He's going to go for the Orchid. I've been hoping to see more of this. I do like the Aura build, but that does mean you're not going to scale. As we heard from Godec in the interview too, especially when you go for that, it's all about timing. And I feel like when you're playing versus VP, timing plays, you have to be so perfect about it, and VP is a scary team, so we'll see if that one does end up working.
So what's the hope is that Cheshire Cat, you know, gets on the back lines and just eradicates the AA beforehand sort of deal?
Yeah, I mean, it just gives you a lot higher kill threshold versus like any hero in particular. Right. DM.
Oh, DM.
And Rebel still has lasso.
He does indeed. They're just going to go for a dive here. Stacks a sticky coming up, gets the call right into two of them. The rest of the team, though, they're here. Can they do it? Can they turn it back around? Good Earth Spike from Yamish buys a little bit more time, but the loser Rebel and Cheshire Cat is limping away. Oh, he just barely makes it up, but over on the back line, they go and they clean up Yamich.
The last tower hit actually follows Cheshire Cat and takes him out. And another, I mean, save these shackles. It sets up Nightfall to get the perfect combo on top two. Wind Ranger, level 7, already has a javelin. So now he's kind of like this solo Wind Ranger. He can gank the PA by himself now as this Wind. He's higher level than the PA.
That feels very bad. That's
just insane, really, from Save.
Well, he's playing his lane very, very well. He and DM, you know, dynamic duo there.
Yep.
All right, Rabel.
Still has lasso.
There's gonna be the Ice Blast, though. Connecting another shackle. Beautiful. GPK gets another kill. And the pressure is on. We talked about VP. This is a team that plays fast.
And Dyrachyo as well.
He is left behind. Okay, blinks out. Another chance. Does GPK go for a dive here? All right, no. Not the faction. Oh, toss in with the tiny. The Hex does come out.
To Sideblades. Oh, Dyrachyo.
Radiant structure.
Very, very close there.
Oh my god, he almost just dies to Sideblades.
Dire's top
And
tower
high-level Wind Ranger also is quite threatening. PA, this low level, they have Ice Blast, they have a tiny combo. PA is under constant threat here. Anytime they do get any spell connection onto her. VP playing fast, per usual.
It's interesting because it feels like the draft coming out from the side of Winstrike is very fast. Like they're trying to out-tempo VP, but that's such a huge gamble. This is a team that plays at Mach, you know, I don't know, 6 or whatever you want to call it at this point.
Yeah.
They don't give you that breathing room. You really need to just be on top of the lanes constantly and win them very hard if you're going to do this kind of strat. So it feels, you know, very ambitious, but perhaps too much so.
Gotta try something. They gotta have to try. At least they're trying to make the moves is the important thing. I'm glad they're not like sitting back and farming, but I mean, Save has been there to counteract every single one of the ganks. And now there's a Blink Tiny. So these, you know, the speed is just gonna keep continuing. And Dyrachyo, he is so weak. Like they're gonna see him, they're gonna go immediately onto him.
And look at this, the shackle, the Ice Blast, and he's just gonna fall to the supports all by themselves. Top lane though, DM, possibly in a awkward position here. He's getting a couple nice spins, but is taking a bath at all this Firefly. So they should be able to get themselves this kill, at the very least for the side of Winstrike, but losing the PA, oof.
It's painful. And he already picked up the Blink Dagger on the Axe too. So they get the kill, but yeah, they've already got every initiating tool. Blink Tiny, Blink TA, Blink Axe. Everything there for VP to make these aggressive moves. For Winstrike, it's going to be a lot harder how they do approach this. This TA is massive right now. And they can just set up for the next tower. So all 3 tier 1s quickly pressured from VP.
Nightfall is so scary here.
And they just find another one. When you do get ahead like this as TA, it becomes very quickly scary too, because there's traps all over the place, constantly watching the movements out. Already level 12, doesn't have the level 2 traps just yet, so he can't place as many, but we will see that very soon. That VP, 3k gold lead. PA completely shut down.
And the choke begins, honestly. Just in terms of, you know, choking out the map for the resources. It's going to be hard. This PA is falling behind. No matter where you go, there is someone with a blink who is going to be on you and immediately, you know, going in for initiations or the burst damage or just save out of nowhere with a shackle shot. It's so hard for Winstrike. And they're trying to play up here, but if you notice, they have the vision coming out here from the side of VP because they know they're taking over the area and they're desperate.
Yeah, and Dyrachyo doesn't really have a place to farm. His jungle is completely overtaken from the side of VP. He can't farm Ancients yet. Nice silence to stop that Ice Blast.
There's something going on in the back end. I can't see. Okay, there it is. The Hex, yeah, they'll get the pick off on DM.
They keep getting DM. Does feel like they just constantly are grabbing onto this Axe. Does mean Save is probably going to get a bit more farm out of it on the map.
All part of the plan.
Might just be.
We call that yapsering a lane, usually.
That's very true.
But no, VP, they've lost the Axe. He's going to be back up very soon. We get a couple just tips flying out as well.
They're having fun. You can tell. It's always VP when they are having this type of style. And I know GPK absolutely loves that. I'm so strong, guys. I'm so strong. The Fnatic line. He spams it all the times in pubs as well. And as we said, he takes over the whole enemy jungle, not playing on his side so that he can deny the farm, the safe farm away from PA. And as we mentioned, PA, you cannot farm the triangle as effectively just yet. No Battle Fury even close yet, really.
You say safe farm, but is it really safe farm with the way that VP has just been moving around the map?
It's the only little bit that he can find right now, since the Brood occupies this top. And
oh gosh, the call, the shackle, the ice blast, and the crumble. Kingslayer does have to be careful because these spiders are very hungry. They don't have a mom to take care of them anymore, but the rest of VP will protect him. 44 spiders.
Yeah, the Spidey's already going down.
Bounty.
That safe lane Tiny, as we've seen, very effective. Same thing for X. Multiple different forms to be able to deal with that Brood. Great ways to get vision as well on these like pesky angles around tree lines, vortex, power shot, even those traps as we mentioned from earlier. So VP, they've covered their bases versus that early pick Brood that we did see come out.
Phantom trying to just push out the lanes a little bit. Does have the rest of the team behind him. They're trying to set up a trap, perhaps. Safe, feeling himself. DM, though, going in for the call. Blast away. Shackle latching yet again. Safe does have to be careful. Cheshire Cat also very fast. Nightfall's over the follow-up. They've got the side. The Ice Blast coming in hot, though. They get the lasso, the drag back, and they break that soulbind, but they get who they came for here. They got Nightfall. Rebel is just going to try to teleport on home.
And he'll live.
DM has to be careful here. There's still plenty of people in the nearby vicinity.
They're making some good moves on
DPK's
Winstrike, but now they're starting to get surrounded.
This feels scary here. Broodmother does not have a TP either.
Scouted as well. Trap as well on top.
Latch. Got the Inkswell onto him. He's trying to buy a little bit more time as GPK jumping onto the back lines. Immediately, DM trying to find this angle. They drop the trap. They've got the vision. GPK gets himself the kill, and Cheshire Cat's just spinning around in circles saying, please, God, don't look over here.
At least the Brood gets away, though. They only get that Grimstroke. It's bought time for this PA to actually get the Battle Fury, so that ancient stack that has been there for some time will finally be able to get farmed. Dyrachyo getting some nice space at the very least from all this.
Look at them. They're hunting. They're looking.
As we said, they covered their bases versus that early Brood
Wrong way
pick.
with
Their
that
scout
shot save. Oh, they walk over the trap, though. They find themselves deep killed, but they do get the nice call, plus the Ice Blast coming in. Connects. Ioannis and Cheshire Cat obliterated.
How many two-man shackles already have we seen?
Quite a few, and the calls too have been on point for these guys. Look at this. Nightfall just strolling on up, rolling on through. They do have the Inkswell, but Kingslayer's here.
They pushed him off the big creeps, though. The big ancients are still left, all three of them.
DM, he wants to get the jump again. He's not going to be able to quite get that vision, though, that he's looking for.
Okay, we'll be able to claim one of the Black Dragons.
And get himself a nice little present out of it, too.
Look at that. And Deso is done. I believe it's time for that Roche, where I don't think that Winstrike can fight by any means, especially without the lasso being up. Way too difficult for them to approach. The VP, they're going to get this free Roche. Level 15 on TA.
Kingslayer throwing out a nice blast here. Just a TP up, but doesn't connect on Cheshire Cat. He should be able to easily take this without any contestation.
What's our levels looking like, actually? Because GPK, he's going to be level 16 now at this point. Look at the next highest, 13. Pretty ridiculous.
And a double damage. Oh baby.
Of course. And Cheshire, as we mentioned, there's so many different ways to scout him in tree lines. He has to be very careful how he does step up. Especially with the build he's gone for. He doesn't have these auras to protect himself or his team. So it's a full greedy kind of build for Winstrike. Everyone playing for themselves. It does hurt Dyrachyo a lot.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And Dyrachyo at least does have the Battle Fury online, but he's still, it's going to take a while for him to get anywhere near the level that he needs to. Look at this. Look at this. They hunt him immediately. Shackle, that one not going to connect, but I think that's fine. Ice Blast comes in. It's not even necessary. Save with the power shot. As GPK double damage, just cleaning up the babies.
They're so split up still on the side of VP, and Winstrike's not able to punish it.
Oh, the call off over onto Rabel. They have so much damage here. A little bit early on that dunk, but GPK will secure the kill.
That's why
You got to get out of there, man.
Attack range of plenty here for GPK. Grove Bow, Dragon Lance, and the talent. Beautiful. Then we hit everybody from a distance. Also takes the evasion talent. Most TAs we are seeing getting the psionic trap, but since he's versus PA, he's gone for there's a Broodmother who's gone for a physical damage build. Absolutely makes sense for GPK this game to go for this evasion.
He just wants all these fighters.
He's the carry. They have a safe lane Tiny, so he wants to be able to go for this carry build for himself.
I think he definitely can. I think he can do pretty much whatever he wants in this game so far.
He's level 18. Remember a minute ago or so when we said he was 16? He's just skyrocketing forward.
I do like the way he's just parked himself up here in this lane to kind of deal with some of these spiders, try to alleviate the pressure, and just casually farm up because they have full control of this triangle.
Winstrike just... They're getting stuck in their base already. Look at this. They have 3 heroes in the base. The Dyrachyo is trying desperately to find anywhere to farm, but he's constantly under pressure. VP's covering every lane.
DM, he's on the prowl. Saw that dagger.
Like, even Save is already setting up for bottom.
Ooh, Duracho walks right into DM. Okay, blinks away. Ice will connect over on Save, though. Right, Rifle tried to get out. The last hit, though, will clean up. I think that hit Yamich on the way over there, too. Look at these side blades. What is this nonsense, Duracho? Oh, my goodness. He blinks to DM. DM says, it's great to see you again, buddy. Doesn't quite get the dunk, but Nightfall's just rolling on into the base. Got battle hunger. Looks like they'll behave. They'll back off. They'll respect it, but they're not going to go for a full-on dive just yet.
This is what I mean. This new TA, like this talent is just enabling the hero so much. Level 19, 20 minutes. The range that he can actually connect with these blades is ridiculous. He almost actually got that Grimstroke in the base with that last one on the range creep. And the next pickup. He's got BKB, so he's covered defensively. This shard is one of the more powerful ones. He's going to get it very early on at 20 minutes. So the silence it can provide, 3.5 seconds, and you get more traps. So it's beautiful. And for map control and playing versus Brood, the vision it provides inside tree lines is phenomenal.
How do you kill GPK? He has not died at all.
They have to use everything. They haven't even gotten a chance to use Finger on the side of Winstrike. The speed that VP's playing at right now, it's too much. Winstrike doesn't know what to do. It's all three lanes. Look at the ward coverage from VP too. They just got full info sweeping from lane to lane every single time they do see poor Duracho trying to find some space. They know it's all about the PA. The only way that Winstrike has any hope is if PA gets farmed, and she can't find anything.
They're effectively just starving them out here.
Yep. Through pure aggression. I mean, the levels that are coming. This is insane from GPK.
Acts like this very much.
They got the blink. So let's see if we can see a successful Finger. See if we're gonna be able to get anybody. But there's still like the Aegis, so it's tough. They still can't go for GPK.
And look at this DM, because they know they have not been able to find anyone over in the Radiant Woods. DM. Silence. Hex. Okay, they might be able to blow him up, but immediately here comes GPK. Axe eventually falling. And they do manage to go and try to put some damage over here onto GPK. Is silenced up. They're holding onto the BKB already being popped, though. So that is going to be the Aegis. They end up losing Cheshire Cat on the back lines. Mem here. He drops that ultimate because he's trying to do anything that they can. Get off those spells before he dies. Spider Baby's just cleaned up. And Yamich here. Oh, dear. You are not making it out of here. Nightfall gets himself a triple kill.
DM's just a sacrifice. He does not care about his life. He walks in, he's like, please use spells on me. They do. They reveal their positioning. They run in. GPK, he holds the BKB so patiently. Doesn't even use it at all inside the fight. Rebel, he tried to hold his lasso. That's the important thing. He's like waiting. He's like, all right, we're going to kill TA, and then I'm going to lasso him on the respawn.
The second one, yeah.
But he can't because there's just too much of VP, too much power already coming in. VP's just masterclassing this one. Sacrificing their axe to successfully set themselves up for just a dominating game. BKB finished up on Tiny as well. And will also be going for that shard to make himself a physical damage carry on top.
God, look at Duracho. He's so scared this whole game. He cannot go anywhere without there just being a DM or somebody.
Yeah. Look, DM, he's baiting them. He literally is just like, please use your spells on me. And they have to commit the Finger to kill him at like almost everything. Double BKB, as you mentioned as well, to go for him. And they can barely bring down GPK the once.
Look at poor Pantomime on the back line. He's like, I gotta get some spells off. I gotta do something.
Yeah. And that's like the only information they had on the map too. The only ward that they could get out, and the only place they could play is the most unsafe place, which is that enemy jungle, because it just constantly, every single time, VP owns their side of the map. Level 21 TA, 24 minutes. it's pretty ridiculous.
It's very, very difficult for Winstrike here. They're trying, but there is no breathing room.
Now he's got Meld Dispel as well versus the Bat Rider versus...
Radiant's
right.
This is all these things is going to be very effective.
You can't approach this tower. Look at this. You can see that Winstrike, they're just trying to get back into the woods over here, just trying to farm the dire jungle. They know that they're not going to run into VP here at this time. VP at any moment, of course, could just turn around and decide, yeah, let's go hunting.
Yep, they can just turn for the fight at any moment. PA can't show up the fights. Duracho just can't find anything on the map. Level 14. Safe lane Tiny 18. As we said, TA 21/22 soon. This is too fast. The plays from VP, it's just bloodthirsty. They're constantly trading together looking for somebody.
They got Cheshire Cat's courier. His shard was on that.
Under attack.
That hurts a lot.
It does. And a hidden thing that Cap did tell us is that shard also reduces cooldown on webs by 15 seconds. Does not say it on the tooltip.
Anywhere.
But it does do that.
Yeah, I think he was watching, was it the Chinese region when they were playing it and he realized it?
Yeah. It moves it from 40 to 25 second replenish time on those webs, which is very important for broodmothers. So it's very surprising it doesn't show that on the shard.
Is that intended, or do you think something went wrong with the code?
I mean, it's intended, I'd imagine.
Feature.
Doesn't say it, so.
Bonus feature. For those brave enough to play Broodmother.
Yeah.
A little treat for you.
Yeah. 14,000 gold lead. Just no ways for Winstrike to really get out on the map at all. These traps, there's that plethora of items on GPK. Batrider can't find any opportunity for lassos at all.
Look at the vision. Look at all of these traps. Oh my god.
That's the power of the shard on top of just having such an early level 18 / etc. So they can't get out. Look where Duracio's farming. He's the one getting something. Cheshire Cat has to just play tree lines, but the rest of the team stuck in the base.
There's a double damage down there.
Don't mind if I do.
GPK.
Yep.
Double damage.
Getting very close to finishing up that data list too. Damage is going to be insane.
Casual 500 plus damage right now at that DD when refractions popped.
Roche is up, yes.
Yep. It's time.
Time to go back in that pit, and I don't think they can do anything about this on the side of Winstrike.
Dire's bottom tower is under
If
attack.
VP even wants to go for it, VP might just be like, let's just slaughter them. You know, they just showed
They have a double damage on GPK. They can do whatever they like, honestly.
Absolutely.
Plus the BKB, everything here. It's a scary season here. Winstrike.
And it's a jam as well on the axe, so the limited vision that we do see out on the map from Winstrike, it's gonna get taken out if he even ever swings back over there. And this Roche will die in a matter of seconds.
Cheshire Cat's sitting up over on this eye spot, but send some babies.
Sacrifices.
A couple of his children.
Yep.
The smoke play. They're gonna try to challenge us. They can't get over there fast enough.
No way.
Hooters looking around here in the pit. Get this. Okay, we do get the call from DM just cleaning up the babies, destroying the army.
How dare you touch my AA? As that is some of the fastest item timings I've ever seen on a TA.
Sure.
It's 20,000 net worth at 27 minutes. That is...
All right. They've got the jump, but they've got the BKB here. All right, Finger does go up. They'll be able to take down Kingslayer, but Rebel, he gets dunked. It's not going to be allowed to be a part of this fight. Yamage will pay for that Finger. So he will fall next. Pantomime here should be able... No, they have the toss. And there's a Tiny. He's silenced. He does not care about your silence as they follow up with the call, the shackle, the damage, and down goes Duracho.
I believe it is time to call it. It is impossible. Cheshire Cat just has to watch from the trees the entire fight. Cannot even get involved as this broodmother. Look at Cheshire Cat. He just can't do anything.
If he walks in, feels like panicked, like mom, like, oh, what do I do?
Yep.
He can't.
That's why we do see the aura built, auras a lot of the time, because in these some of these games it just gets out of control where you're just gonna walk in and die as MVP. Continuing to do what they do best and just dominate this region.
Game's not over yet, but it certainly feels very difficult for Winstrike.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Tower going down.
They can't do anything to TA. He could one-shot most of these heroes with the crit.
Oh, for sure. For sure. They do have a tier 2 up in the top lane. So looks like BP, you know, they want all the towers. DPK is just going to clean up these creeps.
I'm very surprised Winstrike's sticking in this one, I gotta be honest. This PA, there's no space for her to farm. Even to catch back up, there's just nothing they can really do on this.
Oh, look at this Wind Ranger.
Something.
Yeah, he finds him. And the itsy bitsy spider will fall here.
I don't know, this Fnatic line is, I love it. Like, I'm so strong, guys, I'm so strong. It cracks me up. So GPK loves it. And yeah, VP, another incredible performance from them, just giving no hope really to Winstrike. When they tried to make the moves on the map early, they did try to make these early aggressive moves, but every time the save was just there. Really in the beginning of the game, it's been this Wind Ranger just always reading the movements before they happen.
Duracho has to be so careful here. He's very far forward here with Pantomime. They're just lined up like a little ducklings. If Nightfall decided to do an Avatos, that they had any sort of inkling that they're over there.
They're gonna try for one more fight.
Smoke can be, oh, the power shot. They see them, the BK immediately blows up Yamich. BKB's the last of drag though as they try to pull them out. Can they do it? The cheese gets munched up and they'll take down the Racho. Rainbow will fall. Pataman's trying to teleport out here. He's not going to be allowed to leave unless it's in a body bag. And the G's get dropped.
They got the double lasso, but it's irrecoverable at this point. VP stomping, really just beautiful plays all around. Save with some unbelievable shackles early on in the movements. I love how they can sacrifice somebody too. They recognize, they're like, you know what, DM, you're gonna just have to tank some of these ganks for us just because we need to get information just so we can crush the fight. And that's exactly what he did. It was, yeah, perfect performance from VP.
I mean, that is definitely the power of, you know, having that synergy with your squad and having faith in one another. The fact that, you know, DM Dice is like, that's
let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. You don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries as we'll fall now. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. I drag you out your mind, and there are days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And now we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly. I can fly. crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies have tried every possibility. Ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly, I can fly. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Virtus Pro's turn to ban.
Бей его дальше. Бей его дальше.
Dire team Virtus
I'm dead.
Pro's turn to ban.
Бежим.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Virtus Pro's turn to pick.
Lion.
Virtus Pro's turn to pick. Dire team pick.
You're right, Brian. Virtus Pro is playing some good Dota right now. Some nice, clean, good Dota. But there's probably going to be a twist here. Last two series we've talked to Virtus Pro. In their wins, they've said they've done something specific because they wanted to be able to get some better practice. Last time they faced up against Team Spirit, they said, we repeated our draft because we wanted to be able to see how far we could push ourselves. Talk about, I think one of the times they said they wanted to be able to try and lose a laning phase or have a rough laning phase and how they would be able to bounce back from that. A lot of interesting philosophies coming out of this VP team.
I will say, I think this is potentially their final game in the DPC. They win this series, they go 7-0. So I know that they've done that before during the league, but I'd hope for the final game, they would just put on a kind of a show of, this is our final performance before we turn up at the major. and this is what we're going to try and bring. So I hope they aren't trying to add some training wheels and all this kind of extra gimmicks. I hope this is a clean game where they can just present what they've kind of learned over the league.
Amen.
Yeah, man, totally did.
Dire team back.
I said way too much last series, so I'm trying to like tone it down just a bit. As we got ourselves some exciting Dota, my friends. Medusa, my favorite hero to panel. And
why is it your favorite, Brian? Tell me more.
My favorite part about Medusa is how quickly she hit creeps and how much her team just huddles as 5 and watches her do it, baby. It is good stuff.
But Brian, tell me more. What about the items?
Oh, the items, baby. You get the Manta. Allows you to hit a bit more creeps because you hit a little bit faster. You summon those illusions just in case you get rooted or silenced or something. And then you go for that Ag Scepter, which gives you that 1.5 second plus 0.2 second per bounce stun on your Mystic Snake. And then you get the Shard Cap if you don't already have it.
But hold on, Brian. Oh. That's Test Cap.
Test.
What does the Shard do, Cap?
What's the Shard do, Cap?
The Shard allows you to be able to bounce back as Snake, a single target Snake. It does not bounce on anybody else when you are hit by a single target spell.
I know.
What's the range on it?
Exactly. I was going to ask you that, Brian. No, Brian, that's for you.
God.
The range is global.
My man!
Yeah.
There we go.
He knows this because he's a Spirit Breaker spammer, and he's.
I want to see. Oh yeah, Spirit Breaker spammer.
Yeah,
that's pretty funny. I want to see assassination.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the Snake just comes flying back at him.
Do you know what the cooldown is on it, Cap?
There is no cooldown.
12 seconds.
Wow,
On
12 seconds?
the
Is it really that long?
cold-blooded passive, yeah, it's 12 seconds.
Huh, right,
It's basically a Lincoln's that instead of blocking the spell, just says. Yeah. Shoots the
I like
slippery
that, yeah.
snake back at you.
So is it a play when you've got a bunch of single target for somebody? What are your supports? Just tank the Snake.
Yeah, or Baron.
Imagine coordinating that, though. You know, just like that sucks.
I mean, something as simple as like I want to be able to, as Robson say, Bat Rider, right? Yeah. I want to be able to lasso that guy. Well, like. You lasso him, you get snaked. You're like really killing yourself there. So you kind of need somebody to jump on that.
We did
bullet.
see that happen with the Doom. The Doom did doom the Medusa and then get reflected on him with the snake, which is pretty obnoxious. But I think the best way to deal with Medusa is to have multiple threats around the map and then be able to kill everyone else on her team and disengage when she pops her ultimate and then just run back in. You know, just quick hit and run.
Which is what makes the egg so good, right? Before it was like this hero is very one-dimensional, and the fact that you just could like farms up, but all of a sudden now Medusa has like some legitimate team fight.
Yeah, control.
It's kind of weird.
Actual control in the team.
Control.
Okay. Yes, I would call it control.
The key thing is, well, Medusa needs heroes around her to enable her in the fight. So that's why I say VP. They now pick the Centaur because when Medusa's up front, if you can just run around her and kill the backlines, it is going to be a bit destructive. I look forward to seeing potentially a line with the Shard, giving mana maybe to that Medusa eventually as well, enabling that tankiness. And now they pick up another hero that doesn't care about getting jumped. You can quickly get your split off after, and it's just enabling the Winstrike lineup.
When they nerf Medusa, because they will, I'm pretty sure they'll target the 15 talent, the 35% mana from the snake, which is also mana you gain from the cold-blooded passive. So you pretty much always get mana. You're always full mana as long as you have that cooldown get itself procced again. As
that was the broken talent before too.
Yeah,
when it used to steal mana, that was also the broken talent.
But now that Ags plus Ag Shard is like a legit build, the talent's too good. And Brewmaster typically has been countered by Centaur in the past because the whole idea of Centaur is to pick and choose your fights carefully. Brewmaster pushes that old button, you go, see ya nerds, and you run away.
The key thing though is when VP pick up a Tiny, just like how Enigma picked up Tiny, it is just their mid lane, right? So it's a more active skirmishing type. So if you jump in, don't get the kill, and then the Brew's turning that fight, you're lifting up that win condition because of course VP, it's a 4 protect 1 right now. They have got a win runner that can kind of become a semi-core. But in terms of the big team fight, if you're able to lift up that single target, it also removes illusion heroes, for example, as well. You kind of disrupt that a little bit. So I can see the value of the Brew pick, and they now have just strong lanes in regards to potentially this. Lina could be the 5 or the 4 here, or even mid.
Did you say that when they pick Tiny, it's a mid Tiny?
Yeah.
It was literally a carry Tiny last game.
Well, I meant the idea of core Tiny, sorry.
Okay, so you're saying you know what you're dealing with.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I was about to say,
thank you for I meant core. I meant
the last 3 Tinies from VP have actually all been carries.
Yeah,
which is just a bait and switch. And the thing is, since they have absolute last pick, I'd say it is quite possible for them to rotate this tiny to mid. If
I don't want to see a tiny. Okay, that was maybe my idea here. I don't want to see a tiny carry here because of the Medusa. Think of the last game, they banned Wraith King, Lifestealer, and Medusa when they knew they were going for a tiny carry. So that's why I'm kind of leaning more on the mid.
You know, hero looks super swag against this Winstrike lineup. Sniper, baby. How is this not the best sniper game that we've seen in all of DPC so far?
They have last pick, Brian, so if you could hold 1 second, Winstrike picks another hero, I can confirm or deny.
Okay, no gap close so far on the side of Winstrike. You have a bunch of guys that go in, and you also have the Centaur ulti to help protect the sniper. Hear me out, and it's a good matchup against Medusa. Hear me out, guys. Here we go.
We're listening, Brian. We're listening.
We're ready. They even banned the Bloodseeker to prevent him from running away on the sniper.
What are you saying, Cap?
Is OD a mega garbage hero?
I wouldn't say Omega garbage, but it's hyper situational.
Okay.
It's really bad against like 1 or 2 stuns. That would be instantly cast on you if you save yourself or save somebody else or you use it aggressively. Astral's just a really hard spell to make work right now. I'm almost surprised the Ags build hasn't been tried a bit. Maybe the Meteor Hammer is just too good, but the Ags does make it so your Astral hits AoE and you get 2 charges. So I'm kind of surprised it hasn't been tried, but yeah, I think against Medusa, it's also pretty underwhelming because you give her a bajillion mana when you Astral her, right?
Yeah.
Virtus Pros turn.
Ignore her and then you stun yourself.
Yeah, they go for a Legion. So they now pretty much completely remove any chance of like illusion heroes coming into play here.
The literal best sniper game in the history of DPC.
Just to be clear, what are the cores on Winstrike?
It most likely will be Legion offlane paired with a Lion, with a Brew 5 enabling the Medusa, and a Lina being the mid lane, most likely.
Okay. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to be clear.
Looks like what it's going for. Yep.
Wraith King, I've been hyping him up all day. I think it's a really good hero. I think it's a pretty solid pick. I actually like Winstrike's draft a lot better this time around than the previous game, but VP is clinical. Even if they get off to a little bit of a rough start, I think they're going to be VP.
Yeah, the
and
key
we're
thing...
not going to a game 3.
Okay.
I had to rhyme there, sorry.
No, that's fine. Yeah, that was nice. For Winstrike, they have good lanes in regards to farming, but they're not pressuring. A Legion won't die, but Alina will pressure. Medusa won't die, the Brew could, you know? So they're going to be playing for a very slow farm game in laning phase, and that's where VP can utilize, punish that. A bit more pressure, collapse them out quicker. There's a lack of damage for Winstrike in the first like 20 minutes. They are locked into items and not levels to get themselves into the game. And when there's no jungle to farm, because you've lost early towers to quick VP rotations, it can be difficult. So Winstrike needs to adjust from game 1 to be able to deal with that pace.
Who can step up on Winstrike to win this game?
Yeah, Brian. Who do you think should step up?
I'd say it's all about this Legion Commander.
Legion Commander.
Because if she does not have an insanely good start to the lane, she will become a 3rd support, and I don't think Medusa will be enough to solo carry this game.
So like every Legion Commander game.
Yeah, Legion's a pretty hit or miss.
You can't afford to have that this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're going to need, seriously, everybody on Winstrike to be able to step up their game to bring down the big dogs of Virtus Pro. Is VP going to go completely uncontested in a 2nd season? The Eastern European DPC and crown themselves champs. We'll have to see with Moxie and Fogged.
All right, we have game number 2, and we have a slightly different approach to the draft this time, coming out from Winstrike. Do we like this, Fogged? Is this going to be enough?
It's very passive. It concerns me, especially with how VP plays just super aggressive, right? And this just feels like it's an all-in Medusa. We've got the Legion Commander buff up. We've got even eventual, like this Brewmaster just being able to just full-out support the Medusa, just be that blanket to give her the help. But yeah, I think this is just going to be another really tough one for them. VP, they're not messing around today at all. I thought maybe we'd see some of these, you know, trying stuff out. No. Not today. They start out with the Tiny every single time first pick. They're picking Save as Wind Ranger. It's a very clean, straightforward draft for them.
That is actually so triggering, the Wind Ranger laugh. Oh my god. If only it was all chat,
It's only
right?
to allies, I was about to say.
If only it was all chat. You could definitely tilt some people, you know, gain that advantage there, because, you know, the psychological warfare is a true thing here.
I mean, these guys, they're going to have so much fun, honestly. You can tell the way VP's just... The way they played that first game was no messing around. It was just ruthless, especially versus a team like Winstrike. Look at this, they're just running around as a train, spamming RTZs. Getting a good angle on it there for GPK.
My favorite are the cursed RTZs, the ones where you put him on multiple levels of terrain and he comes out all funny. It also works very nicely with the Sunsfan one too.
So no aggressive play there, no real aggressive smoke besides just checking out top, getting themselves a The River Ward there, standing outside the Roche.
Possibly to check any sort of rotations that might come in, but I don't really feel like we're going to see any crazy moves, honestly.
No, maybe just to see when if they do look to secure runes early, they're going to be looking to secure bottom more so on VP. It's usually what that type of ward does tell out here. Yeah, we'll see how these lanes do end up being. Mid, we saw the Bat Rider unable to take advantage versus the Templar Assassin in that last game. So let's see if Rebel's going to be able to do better this time on the Lina and actually put any pressure onto GPK.
I mean, it's one of those situations where it feels like it should be pretty good in the lane, considering the fact that you are ranged. You can try to go for your cheeky LSA or something like that, although no points picked up in that at all if you're going for the last hits. But then the tables turn, right? Once you get the more levels online for Tiny, you are so susceptible to being burst down, which is very, very scary.
Most definitely. A lot of them are quite burstable here for sure on the side of Winstrike. And yeah, I mean, Tiny should be able to he should be able to hold his own, because I mean, it is GPK, number one, of course. But also he's, like, we've seen these Tinys like every single time. They come out even. The way that this bottle just works with the constant rune control. Doesn't matter if you're in a very aggressive harass lane. So yeah, I think it's super important. Do or die here for this Legion Commander to have a good game. It doesn't feel like he can do too much pressure actually onto a Wraith King with the Snapfire behind. Sure, they have the line, which is a very good right clicker with a Legion. Yeah, it does feel like it could be still difficult, as Wraith King is amazing. In lane, it seems like no matter what he's up against, even if he's against counters, and he's got Snapfire. This is like the strongest duo. They've hit level 2, so they want to get aggressive immediately. Yamich, if he steps up too far, he can just die instantly.
Shredder already getting applied a couple times here.
Yep.
The pressure is starting to heat up in the bottom line.
And they did already, you see that point in the overwhelming odds, because you want to try to secure range creep here as this Legion. That means you don't have a Dispel. So versus that little Shredder, that minus armor is going to stick on you as GPK.
Ooh.
Go for the fall drops.
Otherwise, fairly quiet here. That little bit of that level 2 going on stage, just being as annoying as possible, just poking away over on Pantomime. They keep running into each other, pulling off to the side. It's just letting DM do whatever he wants in this lane.
Yeah, they can't get aggressive up here. This is just like, this is like your ghetto clockwork is what I like to call it. The Brewmaster with your Medusa. It's a similar kind of concept where you tank the brunt of the force. You're just trying to get some harassment, secure range creeps for your Medusa.
Oh my word. Lat Shackle over here on Pantomime, and he just gets clicked down. Does have a couple tangles, does have a couple stick charges, but definitely feels bad.
He's just got to secure the farm. Medusa's got 14. Not too shabby, but yeah, DM is still getting away with everything. But his regen is also limited up here, DM. Might have to be a bit careful how far he does step up. He does get clapped there. There might be a chance for them to actually go for him.
I mean, you've got Save, though, nearby, who can just literally save if necessary. Throw out that Shackle. He's been very on point. I don't think I've seen him really whiff any.
Ooh, they just lost a lot of melee creeps and a range creep there on the side of Winstrike. Kingslayer does get the pull off.
Are fortified.
See a glyph coming out. I think that was probably for the mid lane, it looks like here. Couldn't actually see for a second. It's top.
No, there's Shackle. He'll drop the Cinder Brew, clap, but it's rough here for Pantomime, right?
It is.
He just went and salved up again.
Yeah, they've
He's got to run out of regen.
Yeah, so much regen.
That's not cheap, my friends.
No, and Racho doesn't really have much at all on him either. So yeah, DM now will be able to get that full free farm, get that Vanguard at a very good timing. Bring health already online.
Structures are fortified.
You get the side pull, range creep, at least for the side of Winstrike. You said you have to be very aggressive and be careful how far you step up.
Far forward here, Cheshire Cat. I'm not sure they have quite enough damage. The Hex, though, Cheshire Cat's pretty fast. Gonna be all right, but again, you can see that very potent combo in the bottom lane. Feels like both of these lanes, honestly, for the side of VP, they're very, very strong. It's very hard for them to approach.
Yeah, it is. Can't connect the snakes onto the Wind Ranger either, the way that Save is playing on the side here. It's only hitting DM, and Centaur is one of the lower intelligence heroes overall, so that mana gain that you do get from the snake back is not as valuable as much. And he is hitting him too, with Mana Shield on actually a couple times, so he's burning his own mana a few of these hits. Just have to be careful too. Now that there's a level 4 available, DM is holding a skill point for if he does look to have a double edge, which he most likely will.
DPK in the mid lane.
Secures
Wasn't
range.
gonna go for the toss or anything, but like I said, yeah, goes for that ranged.
Rebel's doing a good job though. Is coming out ahead in the lane a little tiny bit here.
I see what you did there. DM just feeling very powerful. Save, looking to put out a little damage.
At least the snake bounces to save there, so for Dyrachyo it does get a little bit more mana.
Yeah, the constant plinks though. Constant poking and prodding here on the top lane.
Look at this. I mean, Dyrachyo's just hurting himself. Stop hitting yourself, Dyrachyo.
I just don't know what this. Okay, we seeing a rotation now.
Okay, we gotta bring the lead to level 6.
Here, it's Laguna off. All he needs to do is press R, and Save is just gonna win run out.
Nice move.
Very necessary, honestly. It doesn't feel like this brew can do a whole heck of a lot there in the top lane.
No, he had to use. I mean, he blew through his entire regen just 2 quick minutes. Top they.
The double damage rune. Look at DPK. He wants Rebel here. Can see him. The vision. LSA coming out from Rebel. They get the avalanche.
Save.
Gonna go just land that shackle. The damage is here. The toss into the air. He's using the fairy fire. Gonna go for a bit of a dart. The tree though coming in hot. I'll take down Rebel.
That DD making all the difference. Tiny also having the grow skill, so all that increased base damage.
Yamich, he whiffs it.
Totally off the mark.
Hex coming in. Look at the save. He's running on in here with this wind run.
Oh, the bounty.
Looks like they're just gonna snap up the bounty instead.
Ooh, stolen away. And they're not able to put pressure on the Wraith King at all now. With that movement away, the line's forced to leave that lane, which means Wraith King is gonna get absolute free farm. Trying to slow down DM, but he's got the Vanguard.
Save is here. They can turn this around if they're like. No, they're just gonna disengage.
Yeah, I thought maybe they could have actually killed the Brewmaster there.
Yeah. Tower's gone though.
Wow, that is very early. That DD coming into play for not only a kill, but also a first objective. That's incredibly early. Look at those.
A-N.
Look at those. Don't look at it. Don't look at it.
It was a fast timing. It was great.
It was very quick. It's
very good. Toss up into the air. That's a dead Brewmaster. Iracha says, I can't be here anymore. Look at this. All 4 heroes over on the side of VP making this rotation. They're going to put the pressure down. And this is the problem. I feel like the problem is very difficult no matter what. Because in the first game, they tried to play faster. Yes, that didn't work out. This time, they think, okay, we've got a Dusa. We can just sit her in a triangle. We'll try to make plays. But VP just doesn't allow that breathing room.
It's so quick the way that they make these moves, and they know, you know, say if he doesn't, or Kingslayer doesn't have to be bottom anymore because that Wraith King can just resort to jungle. So they can pressure this down. Pantherman. Does that mean that they're going to bring the Lina up here to try to save the tower?
They're bringing the Legion.
Okay.
All right. Immediate shackle over onto this Brewmaster. Cheshire Cat is just going to try to push them away. DM, though, cutting the wave already. There's a little bit of a scuffle over here. Don't manage to get that courier.
No. And DM with efficiency pulls it into the small camp. GPK also pulling these creeps away too. Good rotation, at least. The Legion, it's a rotation to have to defend the tower, but again, that just means that you're playing as what Brian was saying, where it does feel like at some point this Legion could just become that third support for Medusa, which is going to put them in a really tough position.
Oh, to be a Wraith King on VP and not have a care in the world.
I know, right?
To just hit the creeps and saunter to lane, perhaps dabble a bit.
He got to play Tiny last game, so he had to play a little bit more active. This time around, he's like, hey team, how's it going? Great, okay, back to jungle.
This is a problem.
Yeah,
this is something that you don't want to have happen, because Nightfall is going to farm like a beast here.
It's just not easy for Winstrike to make these moves. Like, they have a very defensive draft coming out here with that Medusa. It's just tough for them to make moves, because they have to play about protecting Medusa. So if you do make a move away from the Medusa, might get punished instantly from VP.
Exactly. There's gonna be the Stampede, the Shackle, and down will go the Lina.
Already invading the triangle too, so no stack's going to be available for this Medusa, and if they were, they'd probably get stolen as well from VP. It's just these constant aggression.
All right, they might be able to put a decent amount of damage down here on DM. Doesn't have any friends here, gets the stomp off. Does have to be careful. He is very, very slowed down. He goes, he pops the charges, because guess what? Kingslayer's here, and they don't want to have to deal with both of them, as yet another person comes up, save. Look at the way they just sweep. It's like they're doing like bomb scouting sort of thing. The way that they move, and they're just so precise.
They know who to play it around. Beauty of watching VP as a blink dagger done. 9 minutes 50 seconds. GPK It's only 3-1, but they're going to kick up the pace extremely fast here soon as Blade Mail is picked up for Cheshire Cat. Does give them a little bit more damage.
They could against save if he starts to try to focus fire him down, but
he won't make that mistake. He'll just stop attacking and move away.
Exactly. I mean, you know, I'm trying to find some glimmers of hope here. It's rough for Winstrike. They're trying some different things, and you know, hats off to them. The fact that they're mixing up their strategies and trying to see if they can find any sort of holes in this armor. But
at least Dyrachyo is getting more farm than the PA last time.
Get out of there! Ooh, just barely manages to teleport away.
At the very least, right, Medusa this time around is getting a little bit more farm, but Rebel is just constantly getting hunted here from GPK. Arcane Rune, he's got another stun in a second.
Yeah, pushes those phase boots he wants. The Stampede comes out. The Avalanche connects the toss into the air, and again, a dead Rebel. Top lane, though, they're going to try to put some harass over here to DM, and he is starting to settle a little bit low, but he is very, very tanky. And look at this, the cookie hop forward. They're going for the duel, but save immediately, following with the kisses. It is beautiful. They don't manage to get the kill on the bottom of him. He does have the split, but look, they still haven't taken down DM as these pandas are hunting on the back line. The stomp comes out. The rock will connect. And they do finally get the kill on DM. Pantomime, he's got to be careful.
Kingslayer's gonna go for him.
Kingslayer's got the little shredders, trying to apply some of that negative armor. The shackle not quite connecting, but the cookie hop does, and the power shot snipes out here.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Nightfall, doing whatever he wants to do. No pressure whatsoever. And Dyrachyo, his area is also warded. The triangle is warded out, so Medusa doesn't have safe places to farm at all. VP, it's just hunting.
Hi, Cheshire Cat. Bye-bye, Cheshire Cat.
Of course, a fairy trinket as well, pointing out for GPK. Always seeming to get that
there, Yamich, and Cookie a little bit too far forward here, but they are hunting, and the tree barely, 20-something hit point. GPK says, oh, my bad. I didn't realize I need to do another action here.
Is under attack.
Feels tough to be a support this game.
Feels tough to be Winstrike this game.
Yes, that too.
GPK,
they're putting up a good fight, though.
Yeah, they're trying to at least counteract any of it. Like the Bruce split at least gets him that one kill onto DM, but it feels like DM is going to be one of the only ones that does die again in this game.
DM is just the damage soaker. As in most games, DM presents his face.
Is under attack.
Everybody uses their spells on him, and then the rest of the team just pops in the last. I don't know.
He's still got a blink already too. He's got it so quick.
He's gonna be able to follow up the toss right back. Alley-oop. That blade mail's cute, but gonna be Kingslayer gets it, and then Rebel. Oh, Rebel, he just can't seem to catch a break. This poor Lena. He's gonna be able to walk away, but look at, we've already got the Sacred Relic online now for Kingslayer.
Relic's done. Double blinks are at the ready. Winstrike, they gotta look to make some more moves. So this Lion and Lena, they do have their level 6s. They have a haste rune also, of course, on Rebel. They gotta go kill something. They have to just use their double ults onto one of these cores to catch back up. Like, hopefully for GPK. That's one of the bigger targets they can get. Kingslayer.
Kingslayer already just high down now because GPK jumps in the toss. It's just a dead Lena. And this is the I like the fact that they've got this burst damage on the side of Winstrike. You've got, you know, the Lion who's got Finger of Death. You got Lena who's got Laguna Blade. You've got these tools, but the problem is you need to be able to get pickoffs. And VP, aside from Nightfall, who has multiple lives, right? They're not going to ever allow that. They're always going, if they're going to be making any risky movements, it's always at least in pairs, if not more. And that's just, you can't make these plays, especially now as you start to fall behind.
And you will have to commit almost everything onto one of those two heroes that you do find anyway. The Tiny or the Centaur, they're incredibly tanky. You're probably going to have to use both that Laguna and the Finger to be able to bring them down. Dyrachyo, it's getting some space, but it's under vision. So VP, very likely to make a movement over here and just try to shut them down as they do see all of this. So do see VP smoked up. See a Diffusal Blade being picked up also on save. Not yet, but he is going down that route just to counteract Medusa with Focus Fire.
Good lord. GPK though. Oh, Rebel into the arms of the Angel.
Oh my god.
Or in this case, GPK.
Arcane Rune, full map control, so he's always getting every rune. As we mentioned, the Fairy Trinket for extra burst. Level 13 at 1430, just like the TA last time. And this ward is super deep. It is going to get spotted from Winstrike, but that does mean they're under vision. And they're also going to get the counter ward here on the side of VP themselves, so...
Radiance completed now for the Wraith King.
VP's just too good. There's just no element of hope, no element of openness for this Lina to find any. Every time Rebel's like, all right, I'm on the hunt, I'm dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
just so quick the way these moves are. They've gotten the Mantha on the Medusa, as we said. It's all about Medusa this game, but they are going to have 3 or 4 even glorified supports just sitting behind her. So it's all about Dyrachyo at this point, as he is having a way better game as the PA this time, but I think VP doesn't care. That's why they're hunting the Lina. They're hunting this Legion commander as, yeah, Sunsfan even looking down on them.
Thanks, guys.
What is the voice line that he's got again?
I don't even know. Shannon has a couple.
I don't know. My favorite is the one, but I think there's one that's like, well, you guys tried or something like that, you know? I don't know what this Lina can do at this point. Died 5 times. Hasn't been able to get off hardly any spells. And just every time that they show up on the map, they just immediately... And this is the problem, like you said, it just feels like they have a lot of supports now because they don't have the items, they don't have the levels, they can't even step outside the base without immediately having a GPK there.
I feel like they have to try to do some type of smoke movements, though. You're just letting VP really run at you, and you're splitting away from your Lina. You have to be able to support Rebel so he doesn't just get... So if they do commit, right? Like if they do just pop the Lina, you have to try to get something out of it at the very least. Have the Lion behind, have the Legion Commander behind, or even the Brew, like anything. Maybe even just group up as 4 around the Lina to look to make plays at the moment, because it is VP looking to make these moves in like 2 or 3 man groups. So if you do outnumber them, perhaps you can actually punch back. I mean, they're getting the farm on Dyrachyo, as we mentioned, actually top net worth, but he's not going to be able to carry the game by himself versus VP.
No, it's going to be everyone around him crumbles and falls, and then he is the last bastion that unfortunately does feel like VP will easily be able to cut down at this point.
And I think we're just going to have a highlight reel of poor Rebel just getting ganked over and over again from VP. Just always
number 1.
Movements. Yeah.
Here we go. They even go for the Stampede. This is death number 3.
I see another one.
Okay.
Same place.
Number 5. We're skipping a couple here, you know?
Yep.
But again, every time he shows his face, hello.
Where's his backup?
DPK.
Right? But where's his backup? Where's the Lion? We need to see where they are to be at least a position to help out Rebel, because he's just running by himself. Like they need to be able to back him up until they can at least punish if VP does try to make these moves. Just bring the 5 heroes, bring the 4. Just have Dusa on one side and run as 4. Because they're just getting completely owned around the map here from VP, while the Wraith King does get free farm.
I don't want to say it's tilt, but how much of it is just, you know, frustration?
Gets the bottle, gets the illusions. It's so many different things. It is VP, so it's just they're moving too quick for you to even be able to react. But they do need to, like, they have to do something on Winstrike. You can't just sit back and let this happen. As they're showing the Lion bottom. So that means that VP's got information to just make a move wherever. They're trying to get the Blink Dagger just like last time for Yamich, but it's going to come too late. I feel like they did the same exact thing for this Lion in the last game, and it didn't work. I want to see much more active out of Yamich. He's just waiting for somebody to show.
Is this VP's last game of this DPC? I'm trying to remember the schedule.
Yeah.
Pretty big deal.
Yep. I mean, they're dominating.
Yeah. They're proving why they're the kings of this region.
New neutral items, double Phillies, fan brace as well for the side of VP. Full whip 2. 5k gold lead. Slowed down a tiny bit here, as we are seeing Winstrike at least group up a little bit better here. You know, Pantomin's sitting behind Rebel, but
they are trying to move, like you said, try to be a little bit tighter. It's just so frustrating, especially when you can't find a footing at all on the side of Winstrike. You're trying to make room for the Stusa. It's obviously very, very important, but at the same time, it feels like the rest of these heroes over on the side of Winstrike, they're too squishy. They don't have the capability unless one person's out of position over on the side of Virtus. But maybe then they can, you know, get a pick off. But VP, they just play so tight when they reach that certain item timing and they realize that they're in the driver's seat.
yeah. Winstrike's just not even trying, though, here to look for the plays. Like, the Lina was trying. Rebel was the one looking for these plays. We did see the one Bruce split, but besides that, like, where's this Lion? Like, where are they to look for these plays? Like, he's got Blink, but...
Is it just playing too, not greedily, but thinking too much about your own game? Like, how am I gonna be able to be effective in this instead of how are we going to be effective?
I think it's just this looming. It's just this threat. I think they're getting in their own heads for sure playing versus VP, because they're not really doing much around the map, and now they're under this constant vision. And look at all these items being picked up. VP, they're the diffusal for the
for the position 4 Wind Ranger.
Yeah,
that's an oof. All right. Positioning here coming out from VP. They're gonna just throw Nightfall up front and center. Has got that Radiance on the line, a big tanky lad.
Goes for
Even
the
has a halberd, my god.
Yep, way to counteract that DOTA entirely. And now they're just, now Winstrike just has to ball together. They pretty much have 4 supports in a DOTA. So let's see if it does work out for them. I don't think it's going to, but there is some hope as he at least has the items finished up about to be on that Medusa. Aghanim's also about to be picked up for Dyrachyo. Yeah, VP's doing whatever they want.
I mean, how can they stand toe-to-toe with them at this point, especially when you consider how far behind they have slipped, you know? 5k net worth lead right now. When you look at their heroes, they haven't had any sort of escalation. Look at this Nightfall just being right front and center. DM with the stomp. Throw out the Wraith Fire Blast. And look at the supports. They're dancing around. They're like, what do we do? What do we do? Oh my god, they turn back. All right, that's a nice stun though coming out from Yamich. We'll be able to connect on several. Disarm, though there's no mana left here for this DOTA as she is just shredded into pieces. They do get the split off. And these Snapfire Kisses raining Hellfire down. Pontaman's just trying to figure out what to do here. Starts poking away at Kingslayer.
Maybe they get
have DPK maybe a little bit too far. They've got the Laguna, they've got the finger. They're trying to get the victory. They do manage to slay GPK. The cookie, though, coming out here from Nightfall.
The base
team, you are going a little bit far right now. They kill Rainbow. They'll take down Pontamem.
Is it enough to even bring one? All right, they'll get one with the glyph, but GPK's diving into the tier 3 at this point.
They're still at tier 2 up.
Yeah.
Team?
Another VP stomping.
This is...
And it's the way that they approach the fights too. Look, like they commit onto Dyrachyo, and then they all just like go for it. Like, they know exactly what the game plan is. They're like repositioning, get them away from their base to force them to try to help this Medusa so that we can get all these chain kills. That's just beautiful planning as always from VP.
God, yeah, and you can see T-Save with that defusal just helping to chip through that. Man, there wasn't much mana left anymore at that point anyways, but just all these pieces in VP's draft coming together very nicely.
Top tower is under
GPK
attack.
gets a little too excited here. They do get some dual victory. I mean, that's something you gotta be very proud of. GPK hasn't died very often this season at all, so, you know, you at least got that underneath your belt.
Let me see that glyph. Look at it go to work. Beautiful. Not much they can do at this point. Ag's online, though. As we said, all on Medusa.
You stop dying out of tips. Stop dying out of
Radiant are scanning.
Did also find a growth bow.
Gotcha.
Didn't actually point that one out, so at least get some luck on his side.
For sure. Perhaps, you know, perhaps VP gets a little too overzealous. You know, we talked about the fact that GPK's just diving into the tier 3s over there. You know, they amass a decent amount of gold as this game goes on and they can find kills. I don't think he's going to. I mean, you never know, right?
Yeah, it's just been no funny business from VP today. Like sometimes you're seeing a little bit of like craziness with them like diving in for it, even at the tier 3, but this is like appropriate. Like this is just them asserting their dominance because they know there's no reaction. Like Winstrike's just not doing much of anything, so they're just letting VP play the map however they really want to. DD outside the Roche pit. Solar Crest finished on our Snapfire, and Nightfall is pretty much approaching that BKB any moment now. So we'll be able to stick on his target very easily versus that Medusa. We'll be able to completely avoid the Brewmaster disables, the Lina, the Lion. We'll have no worries. Is that the shard picked up now? So Medusa does have shard. So versus that single target, we'll have a little bit more survivability, but where's the damage going to be coming from here for Winstrike?
That is indeed the big question, because this Lina just immediately gets taken out of the equation. She's working on her own BKB, but there's a lot of damage coming out just in the physical side of things. Yeah, and then Cheshire Cat just hasn't been able to do anything this game. You know, he got that one duel victory, but that is, of course, you know, the cat falling asleep with his paw open and the mouse just walking on in.
Tends to happen a lot of times with Legion. It's a tough hero to make work, honestly, when you are playing like these 4 protect ones. As Brian mentioned, you know, either you have this like explosive game or you just literally become a support. So he has the shard finished up, so that's that big buff up, so they at least have like spell immunity during that press the attack for the Medusa. But it's a lot of situations where heroes might just get jumped and not be able to get even saved.
That and there's just so much physical damage too, though. Like even, like we said, over on the Wind Ranger, position 4. You've got the damage. All right, EKB timing. Online now for Mr. Nightfall. Daracho trying to just clean up some of these camps. Skelly Boy's being summoned.
Nightfall also level
Daracho
18.
just shows himself. That's... Oh, the shackle from Save.
Cookie.
The follow-up. They're just going to take away some of that armor. GPK jumping in onto the back lines here. Daracho, okay, yes, they'll go. They'll get the split off as everyone's just running away here on the side of VP because they want to go back. And Yamich does fall. He's going to fight back. Knife over the BKB, though. The disarm, there it is. There's the Stone Gaze. He's going to buy them just a little bit more time. They've got the Blade Mail over here coming out from Chenchika. That's not what he's trying to do, though, because he's just going to be held into place and wait for that power shot coming from Save to kill him. As Daracho, the toss, but the Pathman will fall. The finger comes out. It doesn't seem to matter too much. DM does fall, but they eventually take down Daracho. And now it is just the Lina and Lion still alive.
And they pop the BKBs and they're way too tanky. The two cores, the Tiny and that Wraith King, they have too much armor. This Medusa hits them for actual 0. Even when they're stoned, with that increased physical damage that comes out during that, they still take nothing. They get the finger kill at least on DM, but that, as we said, that's been his job. He just takes a couple of the spells for his team to just roll over the game as another stomp for VP.
How do you get into... the problem is how do you get into the back lines here? You know, Save and Kingslayer's not even that squishy, let's be honest. And then Save, of course, you know, just has very nice positioning. Like, that needs to be the target that they possibly take out. Do a stun. Cookie hop. Laguna comes out on Nightfall. He doesn't seem to care. The toss. He says, get out of there, you silly Nightfall.
Doesn't even give him a chance to get even the reincarnate. It's too clean. It really is. It's always them getting the initiation, the jump too, so it forces the reaction from Winstrike, and they have no way to get into the back, as you mentioned, because they're the ones getting gone on. And yeah, VP just spamming the sprays, knowing that this one is impossible for this Medusa. Sure, they can actually like stone people, maybe survive some time, but there is literal no damage for these two big cores. If they get the BKBs off, which they are. Shackle.
That doesn't quite connect this time around. Well, there's plenty more shackles where that one came from, and GPK is gonna toss the tree, clean up the creeps. Do a little roll in front of these Medusa illusions. He doesn't care. Look at him.
Why would he? They don't hurt him.
Nope. They're friends at this point. They're just like, hey guys, what's up? Stop tickling me.
And the itemization, it's just clean. Again, Nightfall, BKB, even the Halberd, as we said, versus the Medusa, just in case of any damage, and then they're going straight AC. It's no clowning around today from VP.
I just crack up because, you know, we watched, you know, Nightfall, he got cookied out, he got tossed back, and then now, you know, you just see the whip being used on him, like, Nightfall, go on, carry us, hurry up.
Solar Crest, whip, all the good stuff.
Pantomime? He's out, he's out.
Let's get away. They just can't do anything, though. DP just dictating the entire pace of the game. Cruise control.
Yamich has himself the Shadow Amulet here.
He's trying to hide himself as far back as possible so he doesn't just get like one-shotted.
I know, right? How do I get the jump? How do I...
1,000 HP. Die almost immediately if he gets connected by anything.
Oh, yeah.
Going for the cheap damage item. Needs any little bit that they can get. We see the Medusa pick up the Crystallis.
You know, again, we see Daracho. He's trying the best he can to find any breathing room where he can hit creeps. Trying not to show up on these creeps. But over on the side, you know, VP, they're like, all right, Roche is back up. Next objective. Here we go.
No funny business, as we said. Just cheese shard.
Centaur shard.
One.
And the smoke's out on Winstrike. I think they're just using it to migrate back home.
It's surprising they didn't use like any of these earlier. I really did feel like they had maybe some options to be able to go for some type of counter ganks in this game, but it did never happen. You know, VP literally were able to do whatever the hell they wanted this game, and
I mean, some of that comes down to just GPK having a great laning stage too.
Radiant's bottom tower.
You know, he got that Blink Dagger online so quickly, and then everyone else is just cannon fodder at that point. Gonna try to clean up these creeps though. Gotcha. So the only tanky person really on the team that can come forward. So a couple of these heads here. The Avalanche connecting. We'll get the LSA over on Nightfall. Turn them into statues for a little bit. But I mean,
gotta be so careful. Daracho can just get tossed all the way into the fight.
I mean, I think that's what they're hoping here. And there's the toss. Held up with the Earth Spike. Do you have that? On the back line, so they get the jump. So so they will be able to take down DPK first time. Wraithkin coming right back up to. Do they have the damage though? Can they do this? The save goes in with a nice shackle here. They're gonna try to burst them down, and it looks like they should be able to take down Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat, he's going to buy back Nightfall. He's a big dude. He's just trying to chip down over onto Medusa. Save does fall, and eventually though, Thracha will go down to a scatter blast. They'll go in for this duel. Look at the damage coming out from Rainbow. Can they take him down enough? Do they have the damage cooking up forward? No, they can't take down Nightfall. They're gonna be able to turn it right back around again. Rainbow will fall. Cheshire Cat also will go down, and Pantomime will crumble. GG, well played comes out. Virtus Pro, they have done it, Fog. They've made sure that they haven't dropped a single series in this season 2 of the Eastern European DPC.
Just another day at work for VP. Pretty much flawless gameplay in this series. Little to no mistakes. DM, the one who takes the brunt of the force, but everybody else just super clean game. Love to see it, honestly. VP, I like when we see them not messing around either. Like, this isn't them like buying trolling items or anything, no armlets on like some enchantresses or anything like that. It's very straightforward, the approach that they're taking, and yeah, they don't give any hope really to Winstrike. Even though this Medusa's free farming, there is no hope for Winstrike in this game.
No, very, very clean Dota coming out from Virtus Pro. It's what we've come to expect from them, and they looked very, very good. Winstrike, you know, they've made it up. They went from the lower division up to, you know, upper. They tried to give it their best shot. Unfortunately for them, they just didn't have much of a hope here against VP. So Virtus Pro, they've done it. They've taken the entire season without dropping a single series, and that makes them the champions over here in the Eastern European division.
That's right, your champions for the Eastern European division of the DPC Season 2. Incredible stuff by them with a record of 14-2 and game 7-0 in series. Virtus Pro absolutely determined to just own the Eastern European scene. Well done by them. We're going to talk about this amazing performance by Virtus Pro, get a post-game interview as well, all after the break.
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta